Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Scotland Bill's second reading.
Now. Order. The amendment has not been selected. To move the second reading, I call the Secretary of State for Scotland, Secretary David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time. Can I begin by offering my warmest congratulations to all new MPs from Scotland on winning their seats? This government respects the results from Scotland in the general election, just as, of course, we respect the result of the referendum last year. As the Prime Minister said, Mr. Speaker, this is a one-nation government. That's why one of the chief priorities of this government is to bring the four nations of our United Kingdom together. This bill is an important part of a package of measures which we believe do just that. If this House agrees to give this bill a second reading, it will then be subject to 4 days of line-by-line scrutiny on the floor of this House. I'm happy to have my feet held to the fire and for this bill to receive full scrutiny, because I am confident it delivers the Smith Commission recommendations in full. Although that, of course, does not mean that we will not be listening carefully to contributions as the bill is debated. But let me progress just a little. But let's not allow bluff and bluster to obscure the fact that there is already very substantial degree of agreement on the most significant aspects of this bill. The UK and Scottish Government agree on the devolution of income tax representing £11 billion in revenue and on the principle, if not yet the detail, of devolving £2.5 billion in welfare.
The Secretary of State seen today's edition of the Daily Record newspaper, an excellent 8-page supplement. The paper, after all, off the vow, which more than any other newspaper was influential in securing a no vote in the referendum. The Daily Record newspaper today in its editorial describes this bill as unacceptable in not implementing the promises of the Smith Commission. Why does the Secretary of State believe that the Daily Record describes his bill as unacceptable and accuses him of reneging on the recommendations of the Smith Commission?
I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, that is the right honourable gentleman's interpretation. There is an excellent piece. Which I commend to the right honourable gentleman by Professor Adam Tompkins in that very edition, where he sets out that this bill clearly meets the Smith Commission recommendation. No, let me continue. We are going to debate this bill in full. We are going to scrutinise over 4 days every line, every clause. And, Mr. Speaker, I am satisfied that the editor and the readers of the Daily Record will be quite confident that this bill meets the Smith Commission recommendations in full when we have completed that progress. Mr. Speaker, no, we've dealt with that issue. Mr. Speaker, over the last 18 years...
Order! We can't have argument by gesticulation. The right honourable gentleman is a seasoned observer. He hasn't got the excuse that he's a newcomer to this place. And he's got the sort of cheeky, chappy countenance, but I'm afraid it won't wash at this stage. He'll have to try his luck later. Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I fear that there's a lot of cheek still to come. Mr. Speaker, over 18 years, the devolution of power and decision-making from this Parliament to the Assemblies of Wales and Northern Ireland and to the Parliament in Scotland has changed the constitutional make-up of the United Kingdom fundamentally. I was proud to be elected as a member of the new Scottish Parliament at its inception in 1999. Indeed, I was the first MSP to ask a question in that Parliament on the opening day. So I draw from my experience about the Scottish devolution settlement as I take forward this bill. Even though some had doubts at the time, few would now deny that devolution has been a success story for Scotland. It has ensured that decisions affecting our homes and our families, from schools to hospitals to our police service, have been taken closer to the people they affect. As today's bill makes clear, the Scottish Parliament is a permanent part of the UK's constitutional arrangements, and this bill recognises this, and rightly so. But that doesn't mean...
Indeed. I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. To what extent did this bill represent a full and final settlement for the future of the United Kingdom? How stable will it be?
And I anticipate that this bill will be a very stable settlement for Scotland, since it was signed up to by all 5 of the political parties represented within the Scottish Parliament, including the Scottish National Party. Of course, it doesn't mean that the devolution settlement is or ever was perfect. From the start, the settlement contained an imbalance, with a Scottish Parliament responsible for spending money, which another Parliament, this one, was chiefly accountable for raising. It is one of the most important features of this bill that it seeks to redress that balance, and I'll go into that in more detail later in my remarks.
Mr Vicky and his comments on responsibility. Can he confirm to the House, therefore, that this bill is so inadequate it doesn't even allow the Scottish Parliament to raise all of the money which it spends?
Mr. Speaker, I think I did make reference in my opening comments that there had been a referendum in Scotland last year in which the people of Scotland voted to remain within the United Kingdom as part of this United Kingdom Parliament, but with a strong Scottish Parliament. The Scottish National Party were part of a Smith Commission which signed up to the tax powers. And what I find interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that the Scottish Government made a 61-page submission to the committee in the Scottish Parliament about this bill. And how many lines do we think were dedicated to the £11 billion of tax measures? 2 lines, because they agree with them. Indeed.
Thank my right honourable friend for giving way. And can he confirm today that actually the measures that he's putting forward will make the Scottish Parliament one of the most powerful devolved parliaments in the world?
It absolutely will, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, it will allow the debate to move from process to action and to policy, and that we can finally hear from the Scottish Government how they intend to deploy these significant powers that are provided within not just this Act, but within the Scotland Act 2012.
Look, the SNP member who just rose said the deficiency of this bill was it doesn't allow Scotland to raise all the money it spends. I'm a bit confused because I thought the SNP didn't want full fiscal financial autonomy because it would get rid of the Barnett formula. I don't know whether you're any the wiser.
I think the honourable gentleman, like me, will look forward to amendments coming forward to this bill that set out the SNP position on full fiscal autonomy. I've heard that issue raised on numerous occasions, but I'm still not absolutely clear what is meant by it in their terms. Certainly what the IFS identify it as is a black hole of between £7 and £10 billion in Scotland's finances. Mr. Speaker,
with respect... Well, actually, I'm going to make a point that might be quite positive, but with respect to my right honourable friend's arguments, what worries me is this may not be the end of the story, because it doesn't get the kernel of the problem. The Scottish Parliament will only raise about 50% of what it spends, and therefore they're fundamentally a spending Parliament, not a tax-raising Parliament. And therefore, actually, there is a good Conservative case to be made for full fiscal autonomy, because it breeds responsibility.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that there's a Conservative case or any case to be made for an outcome that would leave Scotland with a £7 to £10 billion gap in its finances, which would affect every school, every hospital, every person in Scotland. Mr. Speaker, the independence referendum on the 18th of September 2014 was a truly historic moment. And I'm proud that in that referendum, the people of Scotland voted decisively to remain part of our United Kingdom. The debates were passionate, as many here today will vouch, and they were extensive, and the level of participation was a credit to Scotland, and the result was clear and decisive. It represented the sovereign will of the Scottish people. In voting no to independence, we Scots, for the first time in our history, made the positive, conscious and collective choice to pool our sovereignty with neighbours in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. We made the positive choice to enjoy the best of both worlds. We chose to continue to share the benefits of being part of a strong United Kingdom while enjoying the benefits of a strong devolved Parliament in Edinburgh, delivering Scottish solutions for Scottish issues. But a no vote was not a vote for no change. My party, the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats all published extensive proposals for more powers for the Scottish Parliament in the months before the referendum.
During the referendum campaign, that if Scotland voted no, and the SNP accepted the result of the Scottish people. But we were promised, when Gordon Brown spoke on behalf of the Conservatives, Labour and Liberal parties, that we would get as close to federalism as is possible, that we would get home rule in the spirit of Keir Hardie. Now, we hear about respect. The Scottish National Party won conclusively the election in Scotland. We stood on a mandate of powers for a purpose. Why don't you deliver what the people of Scotland voted for, which is a powerhouse parliament with full economic powers?
I've heard the honourable gentleman's points previously. The facts of the matter are that the SNP took part in the Smith Commission after the referendum. They signed up to a package of measures in that Commission report, a package of measures which then, during the election, it was argued that SNP MPs would come to this Parliament to ensure that it was delivered.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Could the Secretary of State outline if any of the fiscal arrangements that will be changed as a result of this bill will affect Northern Ireland in any way at all?
I think it will clearly be the case that the Scottish Parliament will have very significant powers over income tax and welfare than it does now, but the Scottish Parliament is currently able to make very significant differences in policy as are adopted in Northern Ireland. That is the nature of devolution and the devolution settlement.
I'll put it the way a Ballymena man would put it. How much will it affect Northern Ireland?
It'll affect Northern Ireland depending on the policies which are pursued in the Scottish Parliament. For example, if my colleague Ruth Davidson were to become the First Minister of Scotland, then we would see tax reduced in Scotland, and I think that would have a positive effect in Northern Ireland because it would be an incentive to see business done in a compatible manner. But devolution is about taking decisions in the Scottish Parliament, in the Welsh Assembly, in Northern Ireland, and increasingly in different parts of England.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and will he agree with me? At a time when we're devolving more power to Scotland and to other parts of the United Kingdom, we also need a fair and equitable settlement for the people of England, starting with English votes for English laws.
Well, as my honourable friend is aware, that is a proposal which was within the Conservative Party manifesto and will be brought forward to this Parliament. It was. I think we've concluded on the issue of what devolution means throughout the United Kingdom. It was the Conservative-led coalition government that passed the Scotland Act 2012, the biggest single transfer of fiscal responsibility to Edinburgh in 300 years. It also oversaw significant further devolution to Wales and Northern Ireland, as we've said, as well as groundbreaking work on city deals and a step change across England with the work towards the creation of the Northern Powerhouse. And now the Scotland Bill before the House today represents a further step forward in the governance of Scotland and our United Kingdom. The settled will of the Scottish people is now that Scotland should remain part of the United Kingdom. As such, this bill demonstrates the Government's determination that the Scottish Parliament should be made more powerful, more accountable yet autonomous, and better equipped to serve the people of Scotland. It is the fulfilment of our manifesto commitment that the all-party Smith Commission agreement should be implemented in full. The fact that this bill was introduced on the first day after the Queen's speech and that this second reading is taking place on the first day since the general election speaks volumes for the Government's determination to honour that manifesto commitment and get on with the job.
Thank you. Could I first of all congratulate the honourable member on his new position and congratulate him on beating off the opposition that no doubt he had in getting there. Has he not got cause to reflect that whereas the last government in which he served as a minister had the support of around a quarter of the elected members of this House from Scotland, that he is now the sole representative that this government has in Scotland? Does that not give upon him a moral obligation to discuss with the elected representatives of the people of Scotland how to take forward this bill? And is he not concerned? Is he not concerned that the all-party group in the Scottish Parliament which considered his draft proposals say that they do not equate to the proposals made by the Smith Commission, including his own party?
Interventions must be brief. Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I was intending to cover a number of points which the honourable gentleman raised. Firstly, I've met with the Scottish Parliament committee that was set up in relation to the bill, and I'm going to appear before that committee to give evidence directly to them on the 25th of June. I'm in an ongoing and constant dialogue with the Scottish Government in relation to this bill, and this very morning I had a very cordial meeting with John Swinney, the Deputy First Minister, who is responsible for constitutional matters. During the 4 days that this bill will be debated in a line-by-line basis, I will be very pleased to hear the suggestions and proposals that come forward from his group and indeed from any members of this House.
So can I ask, what then is your observation on the fact that an all-party group of the Scottish Parliament, including your own party, has come to the conclusion that the proposals before us now do not put into effect the Smith Commission? What is your reflection on that?
Order. All these things take some acclimatisation, but debate must always go through the chair. So the concept of you doesn't really arise, because you means me. And I have no views on these matters. Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the member will see that there have been significant changes to the draft bill. There have been. If he goes through the bill in detail, he will see that there are significant changes. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't regard the power to give the Scottish Parliament the right to top up all welfare benefits in Scotland as some minuscule change. I regard that as a very, very significant clause in this bill, and therefore it is one of a number of changes that have been made. We've made it very clear that throughout the committee stage of this bill, we will look at proposals that are for changes to the bill. The Scottish Government published some changes yesterday to the bill. It was nice to see them, and no doubt we'll have a greater chance to debate and look at them in detail.
I'm very grateful for the Minister for giving way, and I have to say I don't think I've ever seen such a shambling front bench performance than this. But can he tell me, Mr. Speaker, why he believes that he should have a veto over certain of these issues that the Scottish Parliament decides?
Mr. Speaker, I had thought that being part of a larger number might change the habits of the honourable member, but he remains as ingracious as ever. The position, which he is well aware if he has looked at the bill in detail, is that it contains no vetoes. What it contains is mechanisms to allow two governments to work together on matters of shared interest and application. To me, Mr. Speaker, the meaning of a veto is when someone says they want to do something and someone else has the capacity to say, no, you can't do it. And that is not a single provision of that bill in relation to that proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for the Minister giving way. Does he fundamentally believe then a democratically elected government sitting in Edinburgh with 56 members sitting in this House out of 59 should be challenged by the Secretary of State or any member of the government benches by vetoing their decisions?
I'm sorry that the honourable gentleman didn't hear what I had said in response to the honourable member for Perth and North Perthshire's question. There are no vetoes in this bill, and he and others will see that clearly when we go through the line-by-line scrutiny of the bill. I think I do need to make a little bit of progress, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just turn to the all-party Smith Commission agreement achieved under the chairmanship of Lord Smith of Kevan. The morning after the decisive no vote in the referendum, the Prime Minister announced that all-party talks should take place to ensure that further devolution to Scotland could take place. The remit was defined by the referendum result, keeping the UK together and Scotland a strong part of it. This was a process that all four parties represented in this House, with the addition of the Scottish Green Party, took part in, and the final agreement was signed up to by all five parties without caveat.
Does the Minister not agree that the Prime Minister has gambled with the Union to sweeten the SNP, and that sweet has now turned sour? He's in chaos over Scotland like he is over Europe.
I don't quite get the honourable lady's multiple metaphors there. I'm sure there are some on the SNP benches who are sweet, and there are certainly some who are sour. The central aim of the Smith Commission was to address the flaw which had existed in the devolution settlement right from the outset, and make the Scottish Parliament more accountable for raising the taxpayers' money which it sends. The significance of this point should not be overlooked, and we've alluded to it already. Prior to fully implementing the Scotland Act 2012, the Scottish Parliament controlled almost 60% of public expenditure in Scotland, yet was only responsible for raising around 10% of the funding. I didn't believe that was sustainable, and nor did the people of Scotland. For Holyrood to be a powerhouse parliament that it rightly aspires to be, and that this government wants it to be, it must be accountable to the people of Scotland for raising more of the money it spends. And the bill before us today is about ensuring that that missing link is fixed. A second key aim of the Smith Commission was to ensure that more decisions over welfare policy could be taken in the Scottish Parliament, so that specifically Scottish circumstances could be taken into account. The timetable set for those talks was an agreement to be reached by St Andrew's Day. The timetable was challenging, but it was met with a few days to spare. Another commitment delivered to the people of Scotland on time. Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to the 10 members of the Smith Commission who represented their parties with such skill and tenacity. They worked constructively and cooperatively throughout the duration of the Commission. They should be proud of what they have achieved for the people of Scotland. Let me again pay particular tribute to Lord Smith of Kevan, who chaired the talks. He brought to the task his characteristic blend of good humour, insight and hard work. Of course, the occasional bout of strong-arming was also needed, but he says such bouts were mercifully rare. Key to the success and the credibility of the talks was the fact that Lord Smith made sure that the voice of Civic Scotland was heard loud and clear as the negotiations progressed. Over 18,000 people made submissions to the Commission on what powers should be devolved to Scotland, and over 400 individual organisations, the length and breadth of Scotland, submitted their views on the way forward. The resulting agreement... I'll take the Honourable Lady.
I'm sure it won't have escaped the Secretary of State's notice that the same 5 parties signed up to the Smith Commission were the same parties involved in the Devolution Committee at the Scottish Parliament, a committee that has stated that what the government has brought forward in this bill doesn't live up to either the substance or the spirit of the Smith Commission. So why won't he now go back to the drawing board and listen to what was said in the Smith Commission and actually deliver that, along with the 60 organisations that have called for welfare powers to be devolved?
Mr. Speaker, I've made it clear, and the Honourable Lady is aware that significant changes have been made to the draft clauses which were published ahead of the Scottish Parliament committee considering it. I've said to this House that we look forward to seeing amendments and proposals brought forward. As I've indicated yesterday, the Scottish Government produced some draft clauses which we most certainly will look at as part of our ongoing discussions with them. So there will be plenty of opportunity if the Honourable Lady and others feel that the Smith Commission is not met in full in the exact terms of the bill as set out, to debate and discuss in this House. As I have said, there will be 4 days of line-by-line scrutiny of the bill. I have a quote from the current First Minister, so perhaps the Right Honourable Gentleman will wait a moment till I have the opportunity to remind him of what she said last week, which was compromise isn't the same as concession, and compromise was made by all parties in respect of delivering the Smith Agreement. This bill is not about reopening those issues.
I know that the Secretary of State would never knowingly mislead the House, but earlier he said the Daily Record were behind him in saying that this implemented the Smith Commission. I've had an opportunity to consult the editorial today. It says there are serious concern that the proposed Scotland Bill does not fully implement what was proposed. This is an unacceptable situation that must be rectified quickly as this bill makes its way through Westminster. Does he hold to his previous statement, or does he accept the concerns that he has not implemented what Smith proposed?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the Right Honourable Gentleman did listen to my response, because I made it very clear that I felt that after today's debate, after 4 days of detailed scrutiny of this bill in Parliament, the Daily Record, its readers and indeed the people of Scotland will be satisfied that this bill meets the full recommendations of the Smith Commission. Mr. Speaker, the Coalition Government committed to bringing forward draft clauses to implement that Smith Commission agreement by Burns Night 2015. It did so on 22nd January. Another commitment met in full and on time. When the Prime Minister came to Edinburgh on that day in January, he gave assurances that he would listen to the views on those draft clauses, and that I've set out to a number of members we have done so. Since January, the Government has engaged extensively with interested parties in Scotland. Hundreds of people have attended events from the north east to the borders, giving their views on the clauses and how they could be refined further. Of course, work does remain to be done during our deliberations on the bill, and we will listen to proposals brought forward. The Smith Commission recommended, for example, that the Scottish Government should be able to create new benefits in areas of devolved responsibility. We are working closely with the Scottish Government to examine whether new powers, if any, are required to implement this recommendation. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the bill before this House has already benefited from significant input from people and groups across Scotland. This Government will continue to listen to views from all parts of Scotland and from all parts of the Chamber as we take forward the bill and refine its provisions to ensure that the spirit of Smith can be met in full.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. You've partially answered my question just now in saying you'd listen to all angles and everyone in this chamber. But will you set up some commission or some congress so that the other parts of the union have their chance to say before this all goes ahead and we find we're on a roll into the future that we can't stop?
What this government is committed to do is to deliver the Smith Commission recommendations. That is something that we are going to do. We are bringing forward a bill which will implement the Stormont agreement and, of course, proposals that anyone makes in relation to their own parts of the United Kingdom, and indeed their say in other parts of the United Kingdom, are always capable of being subject to debate in this House. But if he's asking me if I support the idea of a constitutional convention, then the answer is that I do not. This
now for over half an hour. Is he actually going to speak about the contents of this bill today, or will it remain waffle until he sits down and lets others speak?
Mr. Speaker, as you are well aware, the honourable gentleman would have been equally critical of me had I chosen not to take the numerous interventions that I have done so to date, because I wanted this to be a debate and to hold myself accountable to members of this House. I've indicated already that I'm grateful to the Scottish Parliament Committee on Further Powers for their work, and that I am due to meet them shortly. My officials have worked extensively behind the scenes with their Scottish Government counterparts to listen to their views in getting us to this point, and they will continue to engage actively with them throughout the process of this bill.
Thank you very much for accepting my intervention. So much of what I'm hearing is a lack of trust. And my point is that that has to change. There is nothing that we can't achieve together if we have a little bit of trust. I am very new to politics, as many of you will know, but I would not stand behind a government who I felt just wanted to play their part and play the game. I just think all that members are hearing is just noise. My question is, can we not take the Right Honourable Gentleman on his word and let us go through that line by line and find a route through this together, rather than the assumption that there is no trust here and no will to give the Scottish people what they want? Mindset, we will achieve nothing.
Mr. Speaker, I very much welcome that contribution, and I hope that's the spirit in which we can proceed. I think many people who saw the Smith Commission agreement being signed at, I think, 8 o'clock on a Tuesday evening, were disappointed that at 8 o'clock the following morning the now Deputy First Minister was suggesting that there were parts of it that he didn't like. I hope that agreement could be and will be a comprehensive settlement for Scotland.
About the Secretary of State, why is he denying, and his party denying, the people of England the right to have a constitutional convention, when over the past 2 decades the Scots have had 2 referendums, the Welsh have, the Northern Irish have, the people of London have, the North East has? Why are you denying the rest of the people of England the right to have that and be fobbed off with an idea drawn up by the Chancellor on the back of a fag packet?
Mr. Speaker, we have had a general election where these issues were debated extensively across the United Kingdom. What this government's commitment to do in relation to Scotland is to deliver the Scotland bill. Mr. Speaker, you indicated that you hadn't accepted the amendment, and it did make some allusion to vetoes, which were raised by one of the honourable members opposite. And I just did want to clarify the issue of so-called vetoes. Mr. Speaker, the Smith Agreement is clear that things like the mechanism for paying universal credit across the UK and the Job Centre Plus network will remain reserved. That was an important argument during the referendum and was endorsed by the majority of Scots. Now, in order to deliver, we need a system which, yes, allows the Scottish Government to take responsibility for benefits, including being able to top up, but which does so in a way which allows the reserve payments mechanism of universal credit to carry on working effectively. And that is what the bill does. It is wrong to call this a veto. A veto means, as I said earlier, you can stop something from happening if you don't like it, and the bill does not give the UK Government that power. In fact, it explicitly says that consent for a change cannot be unreasonably withheld.
That does mean it can, in fact, be withheld, because the minister here has to give agreement as to when it's to take effect. That minister is not obliged to give any agreement, so it could be withheld. It is effectively a veto.
It is. I don't agree at all with the honourable gentleman's analysis. It is not even the agreement in relation to the decision. It is a timing arrangement in relation to the systems which need to operate, and it works the other way too, Mr. Speaker. The UK Government needs to consult the Scottish Government when it wants to make changes to devolved universal credit flexibilities which impact on Scotland. And in other areas in the bill too, such as transport and elections, the clauses require the UK Government to consult Scottish ministers before it acts.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State. It is helpful to have him say on the record in this chamber what the intentions are in relation to this clause. Can he say what will happen in the event of a dispute as to the outcome of such a consultation process? Where will disputes be decided?
There are existing dispute reconciliation mechanisms which exist in the joint ministerial committee mechanisms, and there have inevitably been a number of disputes between the respective governments of the United Kingdom and the devolved administrations, and these have been capable mostly of resolution through that process. Mr. Speaker, in answer to the honourable gentleman from Dundee East, let me turn to the provision of the bill itself. This is a wide-ranging bill bringing about a transfer of responsibility to Holyrood, which will touch just about every aspect of Scottish life, affect every pay packet in Scotland, and has the potential to deliver real and tangible benefits to the people of Scotland. Turning first to the provisions in the bill on taxation, central to the bill is the devolution of income tax. While the definition of income tax remains reserved, the Scottish Parliament will have full control over rates and bands. This builds on the tax devolution set out in the Scotland Act 2012, which provides for significant powers over income tax. This will come into effect in April next year. One notable change to the draft bill published today, as compared to the draft clauses published in January, is the confirmation that the Scottish Parliament will be able to set a zero rate of income tax on earnings if it so chooses. This, in effect, gives the Scottish Parliament the opportunity to reduce the individual's tax burden significantly if it can afford to do so and if it makes appropriate spending cuts or tax rises elsewhere. And of course the reverse is true. If the Scottish Government wants to spend more, it will be able to by taxing more, and it will be accountable to the Scottish taxpayer for it. Alongside the devolution of income tax sits the assignment of half of Scotland's VAT revenues. Members will recall that it is against EU law to have differential VAT rates inside a member state. Devolution of VAT would not be legal. I've taken an intervention from the honourable gentleman previously. Instead, the Smith Commission recommended that half the VAT revenues raised in Scotland should be assigned to the Scottish Parliament, thereby further likening Holyrood's funding to the performance of the Scottish economy. The more the Scottish economy grows, the greater the share of that revenue from VAT that Holyrood will be able to keep. That is an incentive to achieve growth. Let me make a little progress. The devolution of income tax earnings and the assignment of VAT revenues, when taken together with the devolution of air passenger duty and the powers in the 2012 Act, will mean that the Scottish Parliament will have vitally important decisions to make. From a situation where the Scottish Parliament is only responsible for raising around 10% of what it spends, Holyrood will in future be responsible for raising more than 50% of what it spends once this bill comes into effect. Mr Speaker, Holyrood will truly be one of the most powerful devolved legislatures anywhere in the world.
Grateful to the Secretary of State giving way, but can I take him back to the comments of my honourable friend, the member for Blaydon, and the honourable gentleman, the member for North Antrim, about the impacts of some of these changes on the rest of the United Kingdom? I think air passenger duty is a case in point, where, of course, regional airports in the north of England will undoubtedly be impacted by any changes to air passenger duty in Scotland. Isn't that yet another reason why, as we proceed with these devolution arrangements, that we do need to sit down and have a proper constitutional convention so that all of these measures can be looked at across the whole of the United Kingdom?
Well, I've made my views known on a constitutional convention. Other members have raised previously the issue of air passenger duty, and the Treasury have established a group which is looking at the impact that any changes to air passenger duty in Scotland could have on airports in England. On welfare policy, Mr Speaker, there is also a highly significant transfer of responsibility. Whilst the Social Security reservation remains in place, Part 3 of the bill means that the Scottish Government will be responsible for welfare, which last year accounted for £2.5 billion of spending in Scotland. The Scottish Parliament will be able to make provision for a number of types of social security benefit, discretionary payments and employment support. It also contains provision to transfer executive competence to the Scottish ministers to allow them to vary certain aspects of universal credit. It gives the Scottish Parliament more responsibility for benefits paid to carers, disabled people, those who are ill, those who require help for winter fuel, funeral payments and maternity payments. As a result of this bill, when most people require help, the Scottish Government will be able to tailor that help to particularly Scottish circumstances.
I'm grateful for the Secretary of State giving way. The new powers are clear. Is it not time that we heard what the SNP will do with these new powers?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and I've been working, as ever, very closely with the Scottish Government, and I'm looking forward to speaking to Alec Neil, who's the Cabinet Secretary responsible for welfare matters, tomorrow, in taking forward the work of the joint ministerial welfare group. And I've made it clear in relation to that group that we want to put in place transition arrangements to allow these powers to be transferred as quickly as possible, but we do need to know what we're transitioning to, and therefore we do need that clarity as to what the Scottish Government's position is in relation to the operation of those powers.
Indeed. On a point of order, Mr Speaker, there's a rumour sweeping the benches that the Conservative members have been provided with a prompt sheet on questions to ask the Minister. If such a thing had happened, if such a disgraceful thing had happened, would that be within the rules of the House, Mr Speaker?
Order, I'll deal with the right honourable gentleman first. I always enjoy the theatrical performances of the right honourable gentleman, the last of which was marred only by the sudden emergence of a puckish grin on his face as he was making his own point. And the answer is there would be nothing disorderly about that. And as the right honourable gentleman knows, there are very few novelties in this place. There's usually a precedent for everything. I'm not sure if there is a further required, but let's hear whether the Knight has something new to say.
For some reason, my Whip's office hasn't given me this prompt sheet.
I think the right honourable gentleman knows the answer to that. They gave up on him some time ago. Point of order, Mr Bernard Jenkin.
You're incredibly indulgent, Mr Speaker, but there have been reports that some members of this House have been required to sign a piece of paper undertaking not to disagree with their front bench as a condition of being members of this House. Would that actually be in order, Mr Speaker?
Well, I gather it's been denied. I must say I wouldn't have lasted long in the House if I'd been required to sign any such paper, and I'm innocent of such matters. It's the first I've heard of it, and I doubt it will last. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the Smith Agreement does not stop at powers over tax and welfare. The Scottish Parliament will receive a transfer of legislative competence in a whole range of significant areas of policy. I will not be able to list each of those powers in detail here and now, as the House will, as I've said, have ample opportunity to scrutinise those powers at committee stage. But, Mr Speaker, let me provide some examples. The bill includes provision to enable the devolution of the management of the Crown Estate's economic assets in Scotland to the Scottish Parliament, and for the devolution and management of and operation of reserve tribunals to designated Scottish tribunals. The Scottish Parliament will have additional responsibility over roads, speed limits, road signs, the policing of railways in Scotland, as well as powers over onshore oil and gas extraction. And I've already taken a small speech from the honourable gentleman. It also provides the Scottish Parliament with powers over gaming in new premises. The bill provides for additional duties on this government to consult the Scottish ministers in relation to functions carried out by a range of important public bodies. It also enables public sector bodies to bid for rail franchises in Scotland. It provides for ability to state how schemes related to fuel poverty and energy efficiency are run, and it increases the ability of the Scottish Parliament to require certain bodies to give evidence before it. And of course, Part 1 of the bill takes forward in full the Smith Agreement, that the permanence of the Scottish Parliament be recognised in UK legislation and the so-called Sewell Convention be put on a statutory footing.
The Secretary of State for giving way. Under this bill, this Parliament will retain an incredibly broad power to legislate in devolved matters, even without the Scottish Parliament's permission. Why is that, and can the Secretary of State provide examples of when he thinks such action would be appropriate?
Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman will be aware that since the coming into existence of the Scottish Parliament, this Parliament has only legislated in devolved areas with the agreement of the Scottish Parliament under the Sewell Convention, and this proposal will put that Sewell Convention onto a statutory footing.
I'm very grateful to the Minister. Can I just take him back for a second to income tax? I just want to understand what would happen where someone's resident in Scotland but works over the border for an English company, and if the income tax rates are different, won't that add to the compliance cost of that business? Who's going to compensate that small business in England for the additional compliance cost of the income tax variation?
Well, Mr Speaker, these points, of course, were debated in full during the passage of the Scotland Act 2012, which introduced the Scottish income tax rate. In simple terms, for the honourable gentleman's purposes, it will be done by way of a tax code, which generally will contain the letter S. That will allow businesses without additional expense to operate the PAYE system as they would normally do. There is a designation of a Scottish taxpayer which is dependent on residence, and just as a point of fact for new colleagues, all Scottish MPs are resident in Scotland for Scottish tax purposes. I must make some progress. Finally, Mr Speaker, the Scottish Parliament will find itself very largely responsible for how it runs itself, how it is elected, and the people who can vote to elect it. And I'm pleased to be able to confirm that we have already agreed to a request from the presiding officer to take action to ensure that there is not a clash of dates between the 2020 UK general election and the Holyrood elections. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the range of powers being devolved to the Scottish Parliament is significant. The onus is now on the Scottish Government to be clear with the electorate on how they will use these powers.
Okay. I'm very grateful. My constituents, no doubt, in England will be listening to what powers are being devolved. They're also, I think, waiting to hear what's happening in things like the block grant, the Barnett formula. They'll be very interested in terms of the way that the money is flowing. Perhaps he would like to say a few things on that.
The honourable gentleman's timing, Mr. Speaker, is impeccable, because I was just about to come on to the so-called fiscal framework which underpins the transfer of tax and welfare powers to Holyrood. The framework will, alongside the Barnett formula, deliver a fair and lasting financial settlement for Scotland and the rest of the UK. The framework will provide the Scottish Government with the means by which it can determine a mix of taxation and spending specific to Scotland, but which fits with the UK Government's overall fiscal plan. This means that Scotland will continue to benefit from the pooling of risks and resources across the whole of the UK. But the Scottish Government will soon be responsible for raising substantial amounts of its revenue through taxation. As a result, it will be more accountable to the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish people. The Scottish Government will be in future responsible for more than 50% of its funding. Changes in the Scottish Government's funding will therefore be increasingly determined by changes to Scottish taxation. If I may just complete this section. The detail of the Scottish fiscal framework will be agreed between the UK Government and the Scottish Government on the basis set out in the Smith Agreement. Discussions on the framework have already begun with the aim of an agreement alongside the passing of this bill. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, has met with the Scottish Government Deputy First Minister John Swinney today. This timetable demonstrates the determination of this Government to make progress on the fiscal framework quickly.
I thank the Secretary of State. I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Could the Secretary of State just clarify or confirm whether the final say on social security levels will rest with the Scottish Parliament?
The Scottish Parliament will, in relation to welfare benefits, have the capacity to top those benefits up. So, in relation to the level of benefits, it could be said that they would have the final say. The UK benefits will be determined, obviously, in this House, but the Scottish Parliament will have the opportunity to top those benefits up, and that is clearly set out in the bill.
Does the suggestion of topping up benefits not suggest that in and of themselves they are deficient?
Mr. Speaker, what I think it suggests is the requirement for responsibility. So if the Scottish Government believe that benefits are not at the level they should be, they will be able to go to the Scottish taxpayer and ask them for the funds to increase benefits. That's what I regard as responsibility within a Parliament. Mr. Speaker,
I thank him for giving way. A few minutes ago, he described the fiscal framework as long-lasting and fair, the Barnett formula. Surely that would only be the case if the Barnett formula were based on need and not a historic anomaly. And a formula which results in my constituents getting £1,600 per year per person less than they would get if it were based on need, as a progressive party, you'd think, would wish to be the case.
The honourable gentleman is a long-standing critic of the Barnett formula, and I do acknowledge the points he makes. But the Prime Minister made it absolutely clear, as did the then Leader of the Opposition and Leader of the Liberal Democrats, that each of these parties had no intention to change the Barnett formula, and that certainly remains the position of this side of the House.
I'm grateful to the Minister. Rather than acknowledging the point, will he justify why English constituents will get £1,600 less?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't know that was the policy of the Labour Party. I had understood that the Labour Party supported the Barnett formula, and I can reiterate our continuing support on this side of the House for the Barnett formula. Mr. Speaker, one issue closely linked to let me progress. Mr. Speaker, one issue closely linked to the fiscal framework, of course, is the much talked about issue of full fiscal autonomy. And this was an issue raised a number of times already today and during the general election campaign, and one in which some members of the Scottish National Party have talked about tirelessly. My party and the government have made clear will strongly oppose full fiscal autonomy for Scotland. As the independent and respected Institute for Fiscal Studies analysis told us, full fiscal autonomy would leave Scotland with a £7.6 billion black hole in its finances this year and almost £10 billion by the final year of this Parliament. This government will never support a policy which leaves one part of the United Kingdom in such a perilous financial situation. We are members of a social union too. However, given that the Scottish National Party set such store by the issue in its election campaign, I do look forward to SNP members bringing forward amendments on full fiscal autonomy at committee. That is to be welcomed, because apart from anything else, such amendments would mean that the people of Scotland might actually get to see what a definition of full fiscal autonomy is.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Is not the lesson of the euro that fiscal autonomy needs to go with monetary autonomy, and that if Scotland has fiscal autonomy, it must also have its own currency?
That is a very good point, and I somehow think that my honourable friend and the right honourable member for Gordon will be able to spend hours debating that very point.
I'm extremely grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. He's been remarkably generous, very much like this Scottish Nationalist Party is with other people's money. And so, when the Secretary of State said that it would lie within the power of the Scottish Government to top up, I think was his expression, welfare benefits, we know how they like being generous with other people's money. Would it be the case then that if they overspent, because of course benefits are demand-led, if they overspent in 1 year, who's going to pick up the bill? The British taxpayer or the English taxpayer?
In relation to matters for which the Scottish Parliament is responsible, it will be the Scottish taxpayer who has to pay. So if the Scottish Parliament, Scottish Government want additional spending, then it will be the Scottish taxpayer who will have to pay. Mr. Speaker, I am reaching a conclusion, and but I have sought, because part of this bill is accountability, and I have sought to take as many interventions as I can. The bill before us represents the fulfilment of a promise to the people of Scotland that a no vote in the referendum was not a vote for no change. It delivers the all-party Smith Committee agreement, and the Law Society and many others have made that clear. The Government and the Smith Commission engaged extensively on the agreement and the draft clauses since January, and the bill before us today is all the stronger for that extensive engagement. It will benefit further from 4 days of full line-by-line scrutiny in this chamber. Now the challenge, when this bill passes through this chamber, is for the Scottish Government to finally set out what it will do with the new powers it will be receiving. Now is the time for the Scottish Government to stop acting and start doing. I commend this bill to the House.
Well, the question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Ian Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I start by offering my congratulations to you
the first time I've been at this dispatch slot since you've been elected to Speaker. It's a tremendous pleasure to see you back in the chair, especially after the events of the last day of last Parliament, Mr Speaker. Can I also congratulate the Honourable Gentleman, the new Secretary of State, not for his Castro-esque speech for nearly an hour, but he's always been helpful and courteous and kind, and I hope he will continue in that spirit as he's the Secretary of State. The House will maybe not know this, Mr Speaker, but we share something in common. We do. We do. We both share the distinction, Mr Speaker, of being the most difficult choices for our respective roles by our party leaders. I hear the Prime Minister mulled over the list of potential candidates for Secretary of State for hours before deciding on the Honourable Gentleman, but I'm sure he will be a wise choice indeed. I think it would also be remiss of me, Mr Speaker, not to extend my congratulations to the Scottish National Party on their unprecedented result in Scotland. There is a heavy weight on their shoulders, and by the looks of it on the end of the third bench as well, to deliver their considerable promises that they made to the Scottish people during the election campaign. And I say this sincerely to them. The political enemy in this place is on the benches opposite, and I hope they will remember that in the coming years. And where we agree, I will endeavour to work with them and hope they will reciprocate. But where we don't, and where there is scrutiny and principled opposition required in holding the SNP government to account at Holyrood, I will be a strong voice in that scrutiny. And the member of Perth and North Perthshire, who is currently chuntering from a sedentary position, doesn't look as if he's starting off on the right footing. I also want to pay tribute to my many colleagues and friends who lost their seats in Scotland at the general election. They should all be thanked for their unstinting commitment to serving their constituents. There will be a big loss to this place, and I wish them all well. Mr Speaker, no one epitomised that dedication to public service more than my predecessor, Margaret Curran. She worked day and night to stand up for the interests of Scotland and our constituents in this place and beyond, and we all owe her a debt of gratitude for that strong voice to the position that we end up in today with this bill. Mr Speaker, today marks a momentous point in Scotland's devolution journey. Regardless of the outcome of the general election, this bill would have been in the first Queen's speech regardless who was sitting on that government Treasury bench today. Indeed, in 1997, one of the first acts of the new Labour government was presenting the bill to this House to deliver the referendum that gave us the Scottish Parliament. That was a promise made then and a promise kept then, and we should bear that in mind with this bill. The Labour Party is, and always will be, the party of devolution. Mr Speaker, there will be a Scottish Parliament, the words of the father of Scotland, Donald Dewar. But when he uttered those words, it signalled a journey in devolution. That journey, of course, has seen Scotland recently travel through an extraordinary democratic process. The referendum was a once-in-a-generation, or lifetime, depending on who you speak to, experience, marking a defining choice about Scotland's membership of this United Kingdom. It was a no vote, but it was not a vote for no change. We can draw a constitutional lesson from that. Scotland wants to be in the United Kingdom, but wants to be unique and able to make its own political choices. Labour argued passionately for Scotland to remain in the UK, and we did win that argument. Perhaps we sacrificed our own party's interests in doing so, but it was certainly the right thing to do. But it's important to understand what the agreement was, why Scots chose to stay in the UK, and why it's so important for this bill to deliver for Scotland. It is therefore worth putting this bill in its constitutional context. Over the last year, we have had a debate about Scotland's place in the world and how in an uncertain international environment Scotland's interests are best served as part of a larger country and stable union. A debate about Scotland's economic interest, more opportunities for jobs, more opportunities for businesses, more opportunities for investment as part of the wider UK. A debate about sharing economic risks, the risks of financial crisis, whether it's the rebuilding of the Scottish domiciled banks or the shared risks of ups and downs in the oil price. And a debate about shared tax and spending resources, how Scotland can take greater control over tax and spending whilst maintaining the UK-wide pooling and sharing of resources which guarantees pensions and benefits and safeguards Scotland's public services. But most importantly, from this side of the House point of view, a Labour point of view, has been the debate about social solidarity, about sharing across the territory of the United Kingdom so that together the nations of the UK can work together for the benefit of everyone who lives here. In the end, it's about our sense of belonging. We are not simply Scots on our own, but part of a wider family of nations in the United Kingdom. The lesson of the referendum campaign is that these links remain powerful and valued by most Scots. However, it's clear that securing Scotland's place in the UK is simply not enough. That's why this bill really matters, because it guarantees not just economic benefits and not just UK social solidarity, but also the scope under devolution to do more, to make different choices, to set a different course for Scotland, distinct from a UK agenda which might not always, and today is certainly not, in accordance with the public opinion of Scotland. This bill will make the Scottish Parliament one of the most powerful devolved parliaments in the world. Not my research, but that of the Scottish Parliament itself, with responsibility of over 40% of tax revenues and over 60% of public spending. But critically, the bill provides more accountability. Lord Smith said that the agreement had the potential to increase financial discipline, promote greater budget transparency and enhance the debate on fiscal policy in Scotland. This is important, as the Scottish Parliament already has devolved responsibility for many of the areas that are critical to the day-to-day lives of Scots: health, education, housing and justice, transport, economic development, local authorities and business rates, 10 pence of income tax and all immovable taxes, borrowing powers and much more besides. Mr Speaker, the problems in Scotland with A&E waiting times, lower educational attainment and a crisis in housing show that the more important debate in this House is about how powers are utilised rather than where they lie. After this bill is passed, the Scottish Government, as the most powerful devolved government on earth, will have immense power to change our society for the better, to create a fairer Scotland and a fairer country, whilst ensuring Scotland continues to benefit from the pooling and sharing of resources across the United Kingdom. But what is required now is the imagination and political will to deliver on that potential. That political will has always been a Labour priority, as demonstrated through the Calman and Smith Commissions to deliver progressive change for Scotland. But the question becomes, will it be the SNP's priority to start using these powers as a responsible government, or will they continue a politics of grievance and blame? It appears to me from the exchanges today, Mr Speaker, that the SNP are desperate to be disappointed before this bill has even started its passage through this House. Mr Speaker, we have always been committed to ensuring the infamous vow negotiated by the cross-party Smith Commission was delivered in full. And can I take this opportunity to thank Lord Smith of Kelvin and the 10 Commissioners for their sterling work in getting us to where we are today. The bill meets the commitment on the timetable, and Labour will ensure through its passage in this House that the legislation promises are met in full too, in both substance and in spirit. The original purpose of devolution was to keep that social solidarity that comes from being part of something bigger, while recognising the uniqueness of Scotland's role in the United Kingdom. Happy to give way.
The Shadow Secretary agreed that one of the secrets of devolution, indeed one of the secrets of this kingdom, has been parity for all of our peoples across all of the nations that share this kingdom. And with the break-up of parity when it comes to social welfare payments alone, that has had the most destabilising impact in Northern Ireland. Indeed, more interest is paid to the levels of DLA than the levels of the IRA in Northern Ireland. That being the case, will the change to welfare payments affecting Scottish people, would that too have a destabilising impact on not only Scotland's place in the Union, but all of our place together as a people?
Well, I'm grateful for the intervention, Mr Speaker, because actually what the Honourable Gentleman is describing is devolution, and that's the way devolution works, and it's up for individual parliaments to make the choices and the powers that they have of how they want to serve, and the people at the ballot box under a democratic system will make the decision about whether or not the decisions that they make are the ones they wish to vote for. Unfortunately, when you have devolution, you will have disparities across the nations of the United Kingdom, but the important point is the United Kingdom stays together. I have to give way.
I just not want to fall out with my honourable friend. It feels like the people of England won't get the choice to take any position in a democratic vote, because we're being told basically in England, if you want devolution, you have to sign up to a regional mayor, whether you like it or not, without any debate. We're told if you don't do that, you can't get any money. That is not devolution, and he's talked often about social solidarity. Where's the social solidarity for us in England when this is being done without our chance to have a real debate in this country?
I'm grateful for the intervention, Mr Speaker, because what the Scottish referendum debate did demonstrate was when you have a proper constitutional debate, under a framework of proper constitutional debate, then the results can be seen for all to see. And I think in terms of the overall position of the Constitutional Convention the Labour Party were proposing in our manifesto would have been the way to take some of these issues forward. And I think colleagues across England would be significantly upset to see that the devolution structure across the United Kingdom is progressing very quickly, whilst they are being hamstrung with what is being offered to them. They really do, the government really do need to get to a grip of this whole constitutional settlement across the United Kingdom so that England don't seem as if they're losing out.
On that point, does my honourable friend think it's bizarre that this government is giving Scotland the right to increase and decrease its income tax, when in England and Wales the government is legislating so they can't increase income tax. Isn't that a bit strange?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend's question, because one of the key challenges for the Treasury Minister, who will be wrapping up this debate at the end of today's session, will be if they legislate for not increasing VAT, national insurance or income tax, what are they going to increase to cover up their £23 billion of promises they made during the general election? I suppose the direct answer to my honourable friend from Swansea is to say that that's the way devolution works, and that's up to the different legislators to decide what they wish to do. And I would suggest that this bill allows Scotland a settlement where the responsibility and the accountability goes straight to the heart of politics in Scotland. Mr Speaker, I was saying that Labour will ensure through the passage in this House that the legislation promises are met full in both substance and spirit. The original purpose of that devolution was to keep the social solidarity that comes from being part of something bigger as Scotland's unique role in the United Kingdom. But we in the Labour Party want to go further. We have been calling for more powers for some time and included most of that in our manifesto, so these are not knee-jerk responses to the general election results, as some would have us see, but a continuation of the devolution commitment. We will have to give way.
On that point, I've been listening carefully to the honourable gentleman, and nothing he's said today wasn't said by Labour during the general election campaign. Now, in many other areas, the Labour Party is undergoing fundamental reassessment of policy. Having lost 40 out of 41 seats in Scotland, is there any new policy that the honourable member wants to enlighten the House about and Scotland today?
Well, if the right honourable gentleman wishes for me to make some progress, I'll come on to some of those very issues. And the devolution settlement, I'll just remind the right honourable gentleman, was agreed by all 5 parties on the Smith Commission. The bill that's in front of us is to ensure that that Smith agreement is put forward in full. We'll be making sure it is put forward in full in both spirit and substance, as I've said twice already, and we will be taking forward. Well, I hear from a sedentary business somebody chuntering it doesn't. Well, that's precisely the point of going through the parliamentary process and amending the bill to make sure it does fulfil everything that's in the Smith agreement. But we want to go further, and I'll just go on to why we want it to go further and the purpose and in those areas in just a second. We will seek to amend the bill to go beyond the Smith Agreement without compromising on the pooling and sharing of resources across the UK that guarantees the Barnett formula and the UK pension system for Scots. So on welfare we will ensure that final say on benefit levels remains in Scotland by giving the Scottish Parliament a wider power to top up all reserve benefits. Ensure the Scottish Parliament can introduce new benefits in devolved areas funded from Scotland to meet Scotland's circumstances. I'll just get to the end of this, if you don't mind. Bring employment and welfare policy together with a positive vision for tackling the low skills, numeracy and literacy problems that hold back adults trapped in long-term unemployment, fully devolve housing benefit, and ensure double devolution by devolving job creation powers to local communities, giving real opportunities, as my private member's bill demonstrated at the tail end of the last Parliament. Have to give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and he's making a very good speech. I was just going to inquire whether the ability to top up social security payments will enable the Scottish Parliament to get rid of welfare vouchers the Scottish Parliament introduced earlier this year.
Well, that goes to the heart of some of the discussions we'll have in this chamber over the course of the 5 days of this bill, because some of the choices that the Scottish Parliament have made indeed fly in the face of the rhetoric that they often have of being both anti-austerity and looking after the most vulnerable. And with a £444 million underspend in the Scottish Parliament budget last year, many of the questions that my honourable friend has just raised will be asked by ordinary Scots up and down the country. Mr Speaker, let me explain. I'm happy to get away.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I'm delighted to see him here, if sadly all too many colleagues not. But just in terms of the point he was making with this devolution bill and these proposals, is there not a danger that when things go really well, instead of this bill, when it becomes an act, getting the credit for it, if things go really well, the SNP will take the credit for it. If things go really badly, Westminster will get the blame?
Well, he raises the fundamental principle of nationalist politics, because I do remember the former First Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Gordon, taking great credit when unemployment fell in Scotland and then blaming everyone else when unemployment rose. And that was a regular trend throughout the time of his premiership in Scotland. And I can hear him chuntering shameful from the back benches, but people can just look at the record, Mr Speaker, and determine that for himself. I'm happy to give way to my honourable friend from Perth and North Perth.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. I mean, I would go further than the Right Honourable Gentleman for Gordon. The result for Labour a few weeks ago was catastrophic, and we have heard nothing thus far in his contribution which is saying that he's addressing these problems. What is he going to do? Are we going to hear a new story from Labour? Will they work with us as a progressive agenda across Scotland so we could take on the Tories, address austerity and deal with the menace of Trident?
Well, Mr Speaker, I've been on my feet now for 15 minutes if my mathematics are correct, and it's quite obvious the member from Perth and North Perthshire hasn't listened to the first 8 pages of my speech. It was about social solidarity and was about some of the changes we want to see in this bill. And if I can put on record, Mr Speaker, I've just seen a tweet from the honourable gentleman claiming that the Labour Party will not vote on their amendment this evening. Well, I understand that the amendment hasn't been chosen, and therefore perhaps he would like to correct the record to the public on his Twitter feed, rather than yet again spreading mistruths in this House for political gain in such a serious bill in trying to develop the constitutional settlement for Scotland. Mr Speaker, I was talking about the additional powers we would like to promote in the bill on welfare, and let me just indulge the House in why we want those to be the case. I'm happy to give them.
The point that my honourable member from Stoke Central made was that if things go right in Scotland, the SNP will claim credit for. Things that go wrong will always be Westminster's fault. But can he actually explain to me why it is that if this bill isn't good enough for what the Scottish Nats wants, why they're not going down for what they wanted in their Strong Scotland document, which was a move to full fiscal union?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, because when he was giving his question about the SNP claiming credit for when things go well and then blaming others when things go badly, the Right Honourable Gentleman from Gordon shouted, "Sounds like a good narrative." Well, in actual fact, this is people's lives we're talking about, and if it's just a narrative that we rule our countries on, then we're in trouble. But he's absolutely correct, because it was in the SNP manifesto to deliver full fiscal autonomy for Scotland. In fact, the First Minister said that all of the MPs that were elected here under the SNP banner would vote for it this year. It seems to me as that's being backpedalled on as quickly as possible. Perhaps we'll get some enlightenment when the honourable gentleman speaks about what their position currently is on full fiscal autonomy, but it certainly wasn't mentioned in their amendment. I'm happy to give you again.
Also, a little bit concerned and actually confused why it is that the I've got to say incoherent amendment put down by the Scot now. There's no mention whatsoever of what's just been suggested.
Well, there isn't anything in that particular amendment that addresses full fiscal autonomy, but perhaps we will find out over the course of this bill whether or not that's a goal that they wish to promote. And I can hear again the chuntering, Mr Speaker, from just behind my left shoulder. But let me say that everyone in this House, the level of public respect for politicians is pretty low. We're only a few weeks away from everyone having voted at general election, and when the party who does win, as they trumpet consistently 56 out of the 59 seats of Scotland, then dump their manifesto just a few weeks afterwards, it's little wonder that there's so little respect for politicians in this particular country. And I'm happy to give away to the honourable gentleman for Edinburgh East.
Yes, I mean, this party here remains committed to a situation where the Scottish Government will have full financial control over its own affairs and be able to raise its own revenues. Yeah. We want to see that done in a responsible way that does not disadvantage the people of Scotland. What we were treated to during the election campaign was actually a grotesque caricature by your party of what our proposals were. And I would point out to you and ask you to reflect the results of that election campaign when people rejected what you said. You said you vote SNP, you will bring upon yourself some sort of economic Armageddon. Well, the people did vote SNP and rejected your view.
I don't have a party, and I didn't say any of the things that have just been attributed to me. But I know the honourable gentleman's going to become a seasoned practitioner before very long. Mr Ian Murray.
Well, certainly a seasoned practitioner. I hope he becomes, Mr Speaker, very quickly, because I went through the general election campaign as well, he may forget. And when we were doing hustings all over the Edinburgh South constituency, where the SNP candidate was consistently asked his position on full fiscal autonomy, and it was, as I have just said, they would vote for full fiscal autonomy in this Parliament. This is a legislative opportunity for them to bring their manifesto commitment forward, and if we don't see it, people are rightly asked why. Mr Speaker, let me just go on with regards to why we're promoting these additional powers on welfare. It's because more devolution can protect the most vulnerable in Scotland from the worst of this Conservative government. The major new powers come to Scotland and give us the chance to do things differently, so that never again can a government impose things like the bedroom tax on Scotland's most vulnerable. We will also seek to strengthen the bill in other areas too, and this isn't an exhaustive list, but we will strengthen the bill in other areas too. It may be a Scotland bill, but it has implications for other parts of the UK, so we will look for a UK-wide constitutional convention as part of this bill. Equalities are a significant part of the bill, and we shall look to strengthen these clauses to improve on gender equality in Scotland. Lord Smith heavily underlined the importance of improving relationships between the Scottish and UK governments, provide greater scrutiny of Scottish ministers, and the need for devolving powers from the Scottish Parliament, so we shall seek amendments in these areas too. The bill gives an opportunity to deal with outstanding issues around employment tribunals and the permanency of the Scottish Parliament. And to re-emphasise, we will ensure that Smith is delivered in full to the letter in both substance and in both clauses. But we must be vigilant, Mr Speaker, as this bill makes its progress through the House, as the worst-case scenario for Scotland would be an SNP asking for their top manifesto priority of full fiscal autonomy and a majority Conservative government delivering it for them. There will be a common ground in amending the bill, and we will work together to achieve that, but I will defend Scotland night and day from the plan to cut Scotland off from the UK-wide taxation and spending with full fiscal autonomy. Some may not recognise the policy because the SNP don't really want to talk about it now the general election is over. First it was full fiscal autonomy, then it was full fiscal retention. It adapted to full fiscal responsibility. And just yesterday on Sky, the member for Moray called it full fiscal room for manoeuvre. Indeed, just this lunchtime, the member for Dundee East confirmed that the SNP may amend the bill to demand full fiscal autonomy. The picture is not clear, and Scots deserve an answer on this fundamental broken promise from their manifesto. The SNP is so uncomfortable with the name because they're so uncomfortable with the policy. They know the consequences of such a policy would be severe for Scotland. It's a source of great shame that they simply will not be honest about it, and they have 5 days on the floor of this House to explain it. A recent analysis by the impartial experts at the Institute for Fiscal Studies showed that by the end of this debacle, the black hole in Scotland's finances would be as much as £10 billion. That would mean spending cuts or tax rises to fill the gap, and that's over and above the cuts already being imposed by this government. That means austerity max. Mr Speaker, I will not shirk from holding the government in Scotland to account on their policies from this dispatch box, regardless of how much they chunter behind me. If there was no pooling and sharing of resources across the UK, there would be no secure extra spending coming north. And that's extra spending that has built the schools and hospitals that educate our children and care for our grandparents. It would mean an end to the UK pension system at a time when the proportion of pensioners in Scotland is set to rapidly outgrow the proportion of people in work, paying the taxes which fund the pension system. It would mean an end to the UK welfare state. The idea if you have paid into the UK system, you get at least the same basic minimum back, regardless of where you live. In short, Mr Speaker, it would mean an end to the social solidarity that makes Britain what it is today. That's not left of centre, Mr Speaker, or even a progressive case. It's a recipe for disaster. I'm happy to...
Would the honourable member not agree with me that this is a place where we hold the UK government to account?
Yeah. Speaker, we're debating a Scotland bill in second reading, and I'm making the Labour Party's position very clear that we will fight night and day to prevent full fiscal autonomy because it would be bad for the Scottish people. That's our job as a credible opposition, and we will amend the bill to make this better for Scotland, regardless of what other parties want to do in this place. And if they are so confident, Mr Speaker, and I say this to the Honourable Lady, if she's so confident in full fiscal autonomy, I'll look forward to her bringing forward the amendment so we can debate it on the floor of this House. Mr Speaker, just last year we were told that independence could be delivered in just 18 months. A 300-year-old union could be disentangled in a year and a half. We could apply to be a member state of the EU in 18 months. I'm sure we had some legal advice on that from the person who's chuntering from behind my left shoulder again. We could set up our own Treasury and Foreign Office, establish our own Navy, Army and Air Force, create intelligence and security services, develop a separate welfare state and write a new tax code. And all of that, we were told, could be achieved in just 18 months. But we're now being told that full fiscal autonomy isn't achievable in the short term. Well, we're being, again, Mr Speaker, the chuntering says, oh yes, it can be achieved. Well, if it can be achieved in the short term, we'll look forward to the amendments being brought forward in this bill and we can debate them on the floor of this political House. But, Mr Speaker, there's also another danger. That is of this Conservative government having a clumsy and short-sighted approach to the wider constitutional issues of the United Kingdom. They talk of one nation, but I'm not sure which nation they talk about. As the sun was rising over Downing Street on the morning after the referendum, the Prime Minister linked the question of English votes for English laws with the referendum result. He said that just as the Scottish Parliament would vote separately on issues of tax and spending, so too would England. Linking these two issues could have unintended and undesirable consequences, weakening the very union that Scotland voted to maintain. Devolution of power to England and its regions is essential, and we proposed a radical approach during the election. But we must make sure that reform is coherent and that we understand the consequences. It was rash and unwise for the Prime Minister to use the referendum result in Scotland not to reach out, but to continue to divide the nation. And it is equally dangerous for the Prime Minister to stoke division and grievance between nations of our United Kingdom during the election campaign. Happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I think he's making now the case for a UK-wide constitutional convention, which is really important for my constituents in Greater Manchester, where we're being offered a form of devolution by this government. But isn't it also about the city regions in Scotland as well? Shouldn't there be devolution from Holyrood to the cities and the regions of Scotland?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, because what we have seen over the last 8 years or so is that the Scottish Parliament has become one of the most centralist parliaments in the world, sucking up power from local authorities, ensuring that local authorities can't raise their own taxation. And what we want to see in some of the amendments we will bring forward to the bill is double devolution. So we will devolve powers from Westminster to Holyrood and ask Holyrood to devolve those powers out to local communities where they are best served for dealing with the problems that Scottish communities have. Mr Speaker, I was talking about the clumsy nature that the Prime Minister has dealt with in terms of the UK constitutional settlement, and we did have in our manifesto a full and proper constitutional convention that would have been able to look at some of those issues so we could have a more coherent and sustainable approach to the way that the UK operates. We will not oppose its second reading today, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we seek to improve this bill in the committee stage, and I've laid out some of the places where we will seek to improve the bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a real opportunity to provide a stable and durable devolution settlement to create a fairer, more prosperous Scotland. When this bill is passed and these new powers make their way to the Scottish Parliament, we look forward to the debate moving on to how the powers will be used rather than who will use them. That's the real debate, and the one that the Scottish Labour Party will relish in its historic fight for social justice, fairness and equality, both in Scotland and across the United Kingdom.
Order. The House will be aware that there are a great many colleagues who seek to catch my eye and that we have limited time available. I am therefore obliged to put a limit on backbench speeches of 8 minutes. Mr Bernard Jenkin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first may I congratulate my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, not only for being reappointed Secretary of State, but surviving his election and with some glory to himself. May I also commend the honourable member for Edinburgh South for his performance at the dispatch box, because he did this House a great service just now. He put the SNP on the spot. Let them put down that amendment. Let them put down that amendment in favour of full fiscal autonomy. He may oppose it, but he may find quite a number on this side of the House actually voting for it. It might actually go through. And we know that they are calling for what they do not really want, because it would leave them with a deficit in their budget of at least half the health service spending in Scotland. And that is the kind of dishonest politics we want rather less of in this House. I rather commend my honourable friend, the new member for Cambridgeshire South, who called for more trust in this debate. And I think that, first of all, needs to come from the SNP, whose whole purpose is not to trust and to promote distrust so that they can break up the Union. I'm bound to ask my right honourable friend, however, is this bill really it for the future of Scotland? Is this really the full and final settlement that's going to stabilise the union of the United Kingdom into the future? And I might say I hear my doots, because I will certainly support this bill, but it comes with a number of problems. It is based on the vow that took place during the final closing stages of the referendum. And reading that vow on the front page of the Daily Record, which I do say to the Right Honourable Member for Gordon, really hardly represents the fount of learning and wisdom that we would expect him to learn from. Not like the Sun newspaper in England, for example. Would he commend that? Would he commend that as our Bible? Any more than I would commend the Daily Record as his Bible. Don't be provoked. But what did that vow really mean? And, of course, interpreting that extraordinary vow has been part of the difficulties of the Smith Commission. We've already finished up. I'll give way in a moment. We've already finished up with a devolution settlement that is pretty opaque, and this makes it yet more opaque, more difficult to hold accountable and to explain to voters who does what. And on the question of spending, it is now perverse. We have the SNP, who do not think they should be in this House at all because they want a separate country, using the funding mechanism, the Barnett formula, which is now very outdated, as a pretext for interfering in decisions that are now wholly determined that should be wholly determined by English MPs. I will give way to the honourable gentleman if he will declare his unwavering and unflinching support for full fiscal autonomy for Scotland.
I've done that many times. But on the subject of the Daily Record, the Prime Minister seemed very happy with the Daily Record last September. Therefore, isn't it quite reasonable to quote what the Daily Record is saying today? But the right honourable member once stood in Scotland, if I remember correctly. Can he remind the House how he got on in that election?
I beat the SNP candidate into fourth place. And Tommy Sheridan into fifth place. And at least I stood in a Scottish election, unlike the leader of the SNP. Who seemed to be taking part in the general election as though she was a candidate. In fact, she wasn't a candidate, which seemed a rather odd way to conduct a general election campaign. But I notice he didn't call for full fiscal autonomy, and he's in retreat. He's now in retreat from that demand because he knows it's not what he wants. And on the question, I've given way to him once already. Go on. On the question of taxation, I'm tempted.
Sticks of the House require attention. I continue to call for full fiscal responsibility. But on the subject of the First Minister, isn't it remarkable that the First Minister emerged as the unanswered star of the election campaign without actually contesting a seat?
Well, I hope the House noticed. He retreated from full fiscal autonomy to full fiscal responsibility. Now, people don't like politicians playing with words, and that's exactly what he's doing. The fact is, he does not want full fiscal autonomy because he knows that would result in dramatic cuts in public spending in Scotland. And on the question of taxation, I think the honourable member for Edinburgh South ought to reflect that one of the problems raised by his honourable friend sitting 2 rows behind him, that Scotland will be setting tax rates and having effects which English voters don't have for their own tax rates, is exactly the argument that we made against the Scotland Bill in 1997-1998. And he might reflect how we've got into this situation because of the objections. Oh yes, the Scotland Bill in 1997 and 98, the 98 Act, allows the Scots to a 3% variation in income tax. They never used it, but it set up the very anomaly which the honourable gentleman was complaining about. Forgive me, I've given away a lot of times. I've used up half my time. I'm going to carry on. The point is, more than one intervention made from his side underline what a mistake it was to believe that setting up a Scottish Parliament was going to resolve the grievances of people in Scotland. We now know, and we can now see in this House very graphically, it has just been a platform for those grievances and explains how we've got to this point today. And the referendum, the promise of yet more powers, to be described as a truly historic moment, is almost an understatement, I might say, to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State. It was a near-death experience for one of the most successful nations the world has ever seen, because one of the most successful nation-states the world has ever seen. And I don't think we should describe the devolution process, which has become a never-ending process, as a great success. So what is needed, and I repeat, is first of all an atmosphere in which we can build up more trust instead of fuelling the mistrust. And how generate that trust? Well, we do need some cross-party forum outside the hurly-burly of daily politics in which to start building up a consensus of what a full and final settlement for the whole of the United Kingdom might look like. And we do need a cross-party agreement in principle that we are going to establish such a full and final settlement. We are going to put an end to this never-ending process of instability and uncertainty about the relationships between the four parts of the United Kingdom. I would go so far as to suggest that we need a new Act of Union, a 21st century Act of Union, to be ratified by a referendum in all four parts of the United Kingdom, which the SNP would be quite free to campaign against if they wished, and if they won, then Scotland would be an independent country. Let them dream of that dream. But we ought to conduct that referendum. We ought to conduct that referendum on the basis of a coherent and agreed offer, not a rush job published on the front page of a tabloid newspaper after a failed ex-Prime Minister has been shouting down the phone at the Prime Minister in Downing Street, which is what occurred in this referendum. And such a new Act of Union would aim to provide a balanced and equal settlement of powers across the four parts of the United Kingdom with respect to my honourable friends on the Northern Ireland bench, and a mechanism such as a new Council for the Union for distributing UK tax resources on the basis of need and on the basis of unanimous agreement, rather than an outdated formula that was designed to equalise spending between England and Scotland, but has actually determined precisely the opposite. But to carry on like this, and I'm bound to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, for this House to carry on like this, as though we haven't suffered the near death of one of the most successful nation-states the world has ever seen, without an atmosphere of contrition and seriousness about what we have all got wrong in this relationship between our four great nations in this great country. Unless we approach this in a new spirit, I fear for the future. And I am standing for the chairmanship of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee, and I promise I will approach these matters with the utmost seriousness and determination, and with a mind to seek the maximum consensus, even from those who are now scoffing and laughing at such an idea.
Angus Robertson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman in his unique job application for the votes of 56 members of the Scottish National Party. Can I begin by thanking the voters of Scotland? It's they who have put so much pressure on this place to deliver further devolution. And the lesson of history about Scottish devolution, it is when the SNP does well that Scotland's powers are strengthened. May I also begin by congratulating the Right Honourable Member for Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale. In the last Parliament, he was one of 12 members on the government side, 12 out of 59 members from Scotland. Now he is the only MP from Scotland on the government side. So, of course, he is uniquely qualified to speak on behalf of the Conservative Party in Scotland, as is the Honourable Member for Edinburgh South. And in the spirit of cooperation, of course, there will be many things, it's not fashionable to say in politics sometimes, but there will be many things where there is common cause, perhaps even in this bill, and I would welcome that. Of course, I look forward to amendments that will be made on full financial autonomy, which SNP members will be voting for. I suspect the member for Edinburgh South will be voting with the Tories, as he worked so closely with them through two years of the referendum campaign. I'm delighted to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Great for the honourable given way, but could he tell the House why it is that if he is committed to full fiscal responsibility, there was no mention of it in this ham-fisted attempt to amend this bill?
The honourable gentleman is usually assiduous in his research on these matters. He obviously hasn't read to the end of the recent amendment that was tabled by the SNP, which I would commend to members right across the House, where we've moved to a position in the medium term where the Scottish Parliament and Government are responsible for all revenue raising. So clearly the Labour Parliamentary Research Unit had overlooked that when sending round their briefings earlier. Madam Deputy Speaker, I feel a sense of I'd like to make a bit of progress, then I'll be delighted to give way to the honourable gentleman. His interventions have been tremendously helpful to the SNP thus far. Madam Deputy Speaker, I feel a sense of déjà vu as we discuss the contents of yet another Scotland Bill, a Scotland Bill driven once again by the success of Scotland's independence movement and independence party. The previous bill, now the Scotland Act of 2012, was the government's response to the Calman Commission recommendations, and of course the Calman Commission was in response to the SNP's first election victory to the Scottish Parliament in 2007, and that enabled us to form an historic first minority government. In 2011, though, we saw an even more dramatic and significant SNP victory in Scotland, and as members will be aware, we literally broke the electoral system, gaining a majority in a PR system that was designed explicitly to prevent that eventuality. The constitutional response to that first majority pro-independence government in Scotland for over 300 years was agreement to hold last September's referendum. And that is literally how we have got here today, because the genesis of this bill is a product of the referendum, flowing from the desperate promises of the final few days of the campaign and from the vow which was then followed by the Smith Commission and a five-party Smith agreement, although in watered-down form has come the legislation before us today. Of course I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Would you agree with me, would the right honourable gentleman agree with me that the UK Government has met every single deadline imposed during the process of delivering power to Scotland? And this bill needs to be viewed in the context of a no vote that the SNP finds so difficult to accept.
Just to correct the record, as in connection with the honourable gentleman before, the SNP recognises the result of the referendum. We were in favour of a yes vote. We did not secure that. But 45% of the electorate voted for Scottish independence, and a considerable number of those who voted no did so on the basis of the vow that was given. That is why what we are discussing today is so important. And I have to say, the interventions and the heckling, both from the Conservative benches and sadly from the Labour benches throughout, will inform the voters of Scotland about one thing. They have learned absolutely nothing since the general election, where on this side the Conservative Party suffered its worst defeat in 100 years, and as far as I'm aware, is to this day the worst performing centre-right party in the industrialised world. If honourable gentlemen and ladies on that side of the House would take cognizance of that fact, they may not make interventions in the way that the honourable gentleman did a moment ago. I give way to the honourable gentleman a minute.
On the issue of full fiscal responsibility, a lot of the economic prospectus of his party was based on an increasing oil price and the much vaunted arc of prosperity. Can he tell us how he got on with that?
Thank you very much. How we got on with it was that we won 56 out of 59 seats. Well, the honourable gentleman shakes his head. It is a statement of fact. The Scottish National Party won almost every single seat in Scotland and did so on the basis of the argument that was conducted during the general election. Now, I would advise honourable gentlemen and ladies on that side of the House that tell us apparently that they are in favour of the maintenance of the Union. They should respect the views of the electorate that returned the SNP in such great numbers. I would like to make some progress, and then I will give way to the honourable lady. I would like to return in much more detail to the watering down of the Smith agreement in this bill, because righting that wrong will be a central priority of the SNP in the passing of this legislation. As we know, the vow was a direct response to the growing Yes momentum, a momentum that saw the Better Together parties, the Tories and the Labour Party and the Tories, working so closely as they did for 2 years, descend into a breathless panic. Madam Deputy Speaker, they promised the earth, or more accurately, and I quote, they promised home rule, and as close to federalism as possible. At least I suppose they had the nous not to carve those particular promises on an 8-foot block of stone. There is no doubt whatsoever that the bill before us does not match the pledges of the campaign or the spirit and the letter of the Smith deal. On the spirit and letter of the Smith deal, I give way to the honourable lady.
As I understand it, the position of the Scottish National Party is for full fiscal autonomy. There's a difference between autonomy and responsibility. I'm sure the honourable gentleman would agree. Autonomy means a great deal. It means much more, does it not, than that which is in the amendment that wasn't selected. As Scotland moves to a position in the medium term where the Scottish Parliament and Government are responsible for all revenue raising, is not full fiscal autonomy. Would he not agree?
I'm interested because a moment ago we had interventions from the Labour Party saying there was no mention of our support for full fiscal autonomy. Now we're told we did mention it, but just not in the wording that the honourable lady was happy with. I opened my contributions talking about. I opened my contributions at the start of this by saying I look forward to the SNP amendments on full fiscal autonomy. I will see how members of the Labour Party will troop through the lobbies and vote with the Tories yet again when it comes to governance in Scotland. And I would suggest if they want to retain their only seat, they should think twice about pursuing that course of action. I want to make some progress. There is, of course, a good way to the honourable gentleman.
If I'm clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman is saying that they will bring forward amendments to deliver full fiscal autonomy for Scotland, and are saying the Labour Party should support something that puts a £10 billion black hole in Scotland's finances. Can he confirm that's what he says? Because this isn't about walking down the lobby with anyone. This is about standing up for Scotland's interests.
I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman allowing me to intervene on his second speech in this debate. The honourable gentleman needs to look closely at the impact of his party's collaboration with the Tories for 2 years in the independence referendum campaign. And he can say whatever he likes. He can say whatever he likes about full fiscal autonomy, something the SNP supports and is opposed by the other parties who have this thing in common. They are unbelievably unpopular in Scotland, and it is going to take a while for them to learn the lessons of that. The honourable gentleman had the opportunity in his speech, speaking from the front bench, to outline any new thinking, any new idea, anything that the Labour Party did not say, anything that they did not say during the Smith Commission proposals. There was not a peep, not one new idea. That, together with the ongoing cooperation between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party, will consign them to the position that they deserve to be in Scotland. I've taken many interventions, and I will now make progress. Thank you very much. There is no doubt that the bill before us does not match the pledges of the campaign or the spirit and the letter of the Smith deal. The bill not only falls short, but more importantly, it too has been overtaken by another election, the general election of only a few weeks ago, and an overwhelming, unprecedented SNP success. For the second time to the honourable gentleman.
Order.
This is not a debate, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Order. The honourable gentleman is not giving way. We mustn't waste time arguing about giving way. There is much to be said this evening. Angus Robertson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The people have spoken. The people have spoken, and it is clear that they want more power for Scotland than is on offer in this bill today. I repeat, the people have spoken, and so I ask the Secretary of State, will the government listen? Now, I'm not usually given to highlighting the traditionally Labour-supporting Daily Record, but I would recommend that the Secretary of State and other members of this House do so today. Right across the front page is a headline that reads, "Failure to fully deliver all the new powers promised to Scotland will seriously damage your union," it says on the front page. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm making some progress. In the editorial that follows in the paper, it goes on to say, and I quote, "There are serious concerns the proposed Scotland Bill does not fully implement what was proposed," and goes on, "This is an unacceptable situation that must be rectified quickly as the bill makes its way through Westminster." So much that we've heard today so far, Madam Deputy Speaker, which has been an attack from the government side and from the Labour side on the SNP, it is us as the effective opposition in this Parliament that will be making sure that we make progress with this bill. The government can be assured that strengthening the legislation so that it begins to satisfy the aspirations of the people of Scotland and organisations across Scotland will be another priority for the members on these benches. Madam Deputy Speaker, both the convener of the Scottish Parliament's Devolution Further Powers Committee and the Law Society of Scotland have urged the UK Government to ensure that the passage of this legislation is taken forward in such a way as to enable the Scottish Parliament to influence and shape this bill. I endorse their view, and I ask the Secretary of State to confirm today that the Government will accept the changes proposed on a cross-party basis by the Scottish Parliament's Devolution Committee to bring the bill into line with the Smith Agreement. Now, it would be perhaps be helpful for colleagues who have not read the report to highlight that this committee and its conclusions were reached unanimously on an all-party basis. The deputy convener of that committee, one Duncan McNeill of the Scottish Labour Party, one Alex Johnson of the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, Alison Johnson of the Scottish Green Party, and Tavish Scott of the Scottish Liberal Democrats. It is an I want to make some more progress on this point. This is a cross-party committee, and as the committee convener Bruce Crawford MSP said when launching the interim report in May, the current proposals do not yet meet the challenge of fully translating the political agreement reached in the Smith Commission into legislation. This is really, really important. If what we are talking about is a bill that all of the political parties in this House believe should deliver on Smith, if all of our colleagues in the Scottish Parliament say it does not fully do so, the government must listen and the government must act. The errors that they in the Scottish Parliament seek to address go to the heart of what was agreed in the Smith Commission. First, on welfare, the bill as it stands retains a UK veto over changes to universal credit, amongst other things. This is unacceptable. Now, the Secretary of State denied that there is a veto right in this legislation. Now, I don't know how many members have come to the Chamber with the clauses of the bill. I invite them to turn to page 26, clause 24. Paragraph 4. The Scottish ministers may not exercise the function of making regulations to which the section applies unless they have consulted the Secretary of State about the practicability of implementing the regulations, and it goes on. The veto rights are there in black and white. I'm interested to hear so from the Labour benches. So it's not a problem, or it is a problem. Their colleagues in the Scottish Parliament think it's a problem. I give way to the honourable gentleman on the point, does he agree with his colleagues in the Scottish Parliament as to whether the Smith proposal should be delivered? I give way to him. Does he agree with his colleagues?
I'm not giving way at this point.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there was I being hectored, there was I being accused of being frit and not taking interventions. When put on the spot as to whether they support their own colleagues in the Scottish Parliament, they run away. They run away. I will make progress. In addition to the point, of course I give way to the honourable gentleman who...
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way on what I think is an extremely important point of this issue of the veto. But I think an ordinary reading of the clause, which says quite clearly that such agreement is not to be unreasonably withheld, means that it is not a veto and that it would be justiciable in front of the courts if an unreasonable decision were made by the Secretary of State.
Key point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that it doesn't have to be given. Now, the honourable gentleman will no doubt make contributions as we go into the committee stage of the bill, but I would just say to honourable and right honourable members across the House, have you read what your colleagues have concluded in the Scottish Parliament, and will you act on it or will you not act on it? The Smith I'd be glad to give way to my honourable friend.
On the second point made by the honourable gentleman from Somerset, he talks about reasonableness. But how on earth can we trust this government or any Secretary of State to be reasonable when they've just implemented £177 million of in-year cuts to the Scottish budget?
The honourable gentleman makes a very good point, and I was struck by an honourable lady who I can't remember what constituency she represents, and she's not in her place, and she made an appeal for trust in this process, and I have to say I totally agree with her, and I look forward to the government benches delivering everything that was promised in the Smith Commission and more. Why more? Because we all stood on manifestos of constitutional change, all of our parties, and the three UK parties were all defeated. The Prime Minister has said that he will listen to what the Scottish Government has to say on more powers. I will take him at his word. The Secretary of State for Scotland has said that he is open to ensuring that the wording of the bill is optimal to deliver on the Smith Commission proposals. It is absolutely crucial that that takes place, and the trust that the honourable lady was speaking about is delivered on. But when a committee of our colleagues in the Scottish Parliament on a cross-party basis conclude that the government's bill does not fulfil that fully, the government must listen. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Does it follow from what the honourable gentleman has just said that when they put the SNP put down amendments, as is inevitable, and if they are voted down, that they will accept the consequences? In other words, that those amendments don't go through and they don't get the massive powers that they're seeking.
I'm not entirely sure whether the honourable gentleman is suggesting that he and his colleagues should vote against his party colleagues in the Scottish Parliament. Is that what he is actually suggesting? Because the point I'm trying to get to is that all of our political parties signed up to the Smith Commission. All of our political parties in the Scottish Parliament have concluded that the legislation does not fully deliver this. Is the honourable gentleman suggesting that his party should not support our colleagues in the Scottish Parliament?
It's a very simple question about this House. That is that the SNP have won a victory in Scotland and have come here and are therefore obviously bound by the circumstances that occur within the Westminster Parliament. If they're voted down, do they accept it?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I asked the honourable gentleman for clarification, and unfortunately he didn't give it, because there is a central point. I'm getting heckled from Labour members in relation to Tory interventions. Again. We are very used to this in Scotland. We are very, very used to Project Fear, the Labour Party and the Tories working together. No. I've given very generously, both the Labour side and the Tory side, and Madam Deputy Speaker, I will make some progress now. In addition to the points that have been raised thus far, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Smith recommendation for a power to create new benefits in devolved areas has not been adequately reflected in the bill. Similarly, the ability to top up reserve benefits has been watered down. The Scottish Parliament would also be prevented from creating additional benefits to mitigate the impact of welfare sanctions and conditionality. And as members will know, these are among the main causes of poverty and their use has seen tens of thousands of people forced to rely on food banks, a scandal that should make members opposite hang their heads in shame. As the Devolution Committee also pointed out, the bill contains unwarranted restrictions on the payment of carers' benefits. Secondly, on the Constitution, the legislation as it stands fails to adequately guarantee the permanence of the Scottish Parliament. As the Devolution Committee made clear, this Parliament should not be able to abolish Scotland's Parliament against the wishes of the people. The consent of the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish people is a necessary addition to fulfil the Smith Agreement's promise of permanence. Equally, as the bill stands, the Sewell Convention will not be translated effectively into law. It is not given full statutory footing in the legislation, as the Smith Commission proposed. It is not good enough, as the bill currently stands, simply to recognise the existence of the Sewell Convention. The clauses in the bill are vague and, as drafted, do not in fact require Scottish Parliament consent for UK government legislation in devolved areas. That is not acceptable. In the committee stage, we will explore the gaps in the legislation more fully, but I will provide the House with one final example of the bill's shortcomings in the area of employment. The bill does not include the full range of employment support services currently delivered by the Department for Work and Pensions, contrary to both the letter and spirit of paragraph 57 of the Smith Agreement. That too needs to change. I'm still making progress. These are matters of substance, shortcomings identified and agreed by all parties in the Scottish Parliament. The Scottish Government has helpfully provided new clauses to the Scottish Parliament Devolution Further Powers Committee on these and other gaps in the bill, amendments which would deliver on the Smith Agreement in full. Will the Secretary of State agree now to introduce these as government amendments? If he cannot offer this guarantee, I am happy to confirm that the Scottish National Party will do so that the bill can be given these most basic and essential improvements during committee stage. In this respect, I'd like to remind the Secretary of State of the Government's stated policy with regards to England, as set out in the Queen's speech. I replaced the word England with Scotland to create what I hope can be a new principle for the passage of this legislation. Perhaps we can call it the Mundell principle. And it is as follows. Decisions affecting Scotland can be taken only with the consent of the majority of members of Parliament representing constituencies in that part of our United Kingdom. This means that if a majority of Scottish members of this House, representing the views of the Scottish Parliament, desire a change to this bill, and that change affects only Scotland, his government must not and should not stand in our path. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Scottish Parliament and Government have set out the steps that must be taken to ensure that this legislation delivers on the Smith Agreement. The bill is a response to the referendum, but what we now need is an adequate response to the general election and the clear mandate for more powers that was delivered. I agree with the words of the Scottish Council for Voluntary Organisations in their briefing to members on the Scotland Bill. The SCVO said the following: as it stands, the Scotland Bill fails to recognise the sea change of opinion in Scotland and the wish for further devolution. That failure must now be remedied. If the Government is unwilling to give the people of Scotland what they want, then the SNP will bring forward the necessary amendments. The manifesto I and my colleagues were elected on was a manifesto that secured the support of more votes in Scotland than the Conservative, Labour Party and Liberal Democrats combined. We were clear on our priorities for more powers, and I quote, "We will prioritise devolution of powers over employment policy, including the minimum wage, welfare, business taxes, national insurance and equality policy, the powers we need to create jobs, grow revenues and lift people out of poverty. These will be the focus of our amendments at committee and report stage. I hope the Government will accept these changes as reflecting the clearly expressed will of a majority of Scottish members on issues that affect Scotland only. With meaningful powers over working age benefits, we can protect Scottish society from the ideological attacks on our welfare state being undertaken by this Government. With responsibility for a full range of economic levers, we can work to support the job creators in Scotland. We can do more to create the wealth and share the wealth more fairly. We can make more of our natural, competitive and comparative advantages, boost exports and encourage innovation as we work to make Scotland's economy more competitive and more productive. These are more powers for a very clear purpose: to deliver policy that works better for the people of Scotland, policy for the many and not just for the few. As our manifesto made clear, we will also seek to amend the bill so that the Scottish Parliament can become responsible for all revenues raised in Scotland as part of a wider financial arrangement, including borrowing powers. That too is part of our mandate. The people have spoken, and the UK Government should respect their choice. We know that the UK Government blocked the devolution of many of these new powers during the very last hours of the Smith negotiations. They were wrong to do so, as the election result has made very clear. Press reports have revealed that very late drafts of the agreement as negotiated between the Scottish parties included, and I quote, proposals to devolve income tax, personal allowances, employers' national insurance contributions, inheritance tax and the power to create new taxes without Treasury approval. We're also told that Labour representatives on the Smith Commission blocked plans to devolve additional powers over employment law, including the national minimum wage. I hope, in particular, that the Labour Party will now shift its stance so we can ensure that minimum wage levels in Scotland are set by the Scottish Parliament and not by this Tory government. I look forward to the Scottish Labour Party adding their voice and vote to SNP amendments to devolve the minimum wage at committee stage. The delivery of substantial new powers for our Parliament has become the settled will of the Scottish people, as expressed in elections and in opinion surveys. People want the Devo Max that was promised in the final days of the referendum. Scotland deserves nothing less. I'm just concluding. As a recent study by the Economic and Social Research Council revealed, 63% of people in Scotland support the full devolution of both taxes and welfare benefits, including unemployment benefit. Our guiding principle should be that the people of Scotland get the form of government that they want. For almost two-thirds of our fellow citizens, that is a Parliament in Scotland with substantially stronger powers than we have today, and substantially stronger than are on offer in this legislation. Madam Deputy Speaker, as our amendment on the order paper makes clear, we wish to see this bill progress to committee stage so it can be improved. Change is necessary. I hope the Government front bench accepts that reality. Members on these benches will work with the Scottish Parliament to deliver the improvements to the bill that are required. Improvements that will first deliver the Smith Agreement in full and then give us the new powers Scotland needs to enable us to create more jobs and boost economic growth, to increase wages and opportunities across society and to deliver higher living standards for hard-pressed households. The Westminster system has delivered growing inequality. A gap between the super-rich and the rest is growing at an unacceptable rate. We are among the most unequal societies anywhere in the world. Westminster is not working for the majority of people in Scotland, arguably the rest of the UK too, and that's why there is such clamour in Scotland for a new way of doing things and for the powers in our own hands to make a difference. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK Government has promised that this bill will deliver the Smith Commission in full and that it will include proposals from the Scottish Government which were endorsed by the electorate in the general election. In the weeks ahead, the House of Commons will debate amendments which can strengthen this bill. Hopefully the Government will deliver on the vow, accept the verdict of the electorate and ensure that this bill does deliver what the Scottish people require.
David Mowat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The member for Moray, it's a pleasure to follow him. It certainly would be even more of a pleasure had he taken my intervention earlier. I'll ask the question now that I would have asked then, which is that he made the point, Madam Deputy Speaker, that if you got to the end of their amendment, it did say that they wanted full fiscal autonomy in the medium term. Would he care to tell the House when the medium term would be? Because 18 months was the period that they were talking about when the referendum was taking place. However, he did say something, Madam Deputy Speaker, that was correct. The people have spoken. The people spoke in the general election, and there was absolutely no question that there was a mandate for this legislation that we have before us today. And it is absolutely right that we, on both sides of the House, move forward with the vow in all that it means, in a way that shows trust and shows good faith, and we will do that. I have a number of observations to make on the fiscal framework, and I'd be interested to hear the front bench come back and talk about those points. Because the Minister, or the Secretary of State, in his initial remarks, used a phrase that this solution had to be long-lasting and fair. Those are both big words. My concern is that a solution which is based on a fiscal framework that is not fair will not be long-lasting. And I don't believe that the Barnett formula, as it is currently envisaged to be used, even with the changes in terms of the devolution of certain revenue-raising powers, is fair on my constituents, or indeed the constituents in Wales or any other part of England. That flawed Barnett formula settlement is unfair on Middle England, and as a result of that, this whole settlement may unwind. Now, let's just say a few things about the Barnett formula that we need to be clear about. One, it does not represent a subsidy to Scotland. It has not over the last 25 or 30 years. I have never said that, and because, broadly speaking, the extra money that Scotland gets, £1,600 per head, has been paid for by the proceeds of Scotland's oil. In broad terms, I mean, you can look at the analysis year by year. Roughly speaking, the IOD analysis has said over 25 or 30 years that has been the case. It is not a question of subsidy. It is, however, a question of fairness. It's a question of need. It's a question that when we're allocating public spending across our state, cognizance should be made of where that requirement is for that money to be spent to have the biggest impact. Indeed, a progressive party, which we're continually being told the SNP are, surely would be at the forefront of wanting a formula that was based on need. So, to be clear, certainly.
£254 per household from my constituency in Oldham and given it to an affluent area in Surrey.
Well, I haven't given any money from anybody to anybody. What I'm talking about in my remarks here is that her constituents in Oldham receive, in public spending, roughly speaking, £1,600 a year less than they would receive if they had the same demographic profile and lived north of the border. That is an anomaly, and it's an anomaly which causes a potential risk to this whole settlement, a settlement that needs to be made, and it is right that it is made. People on these benches do not question the fact that there's a Scottish government now that entitled... Yeah, certainly.
The gentleman is knowledgeable about this, and he's, of course, absolutely right. There is no subsidy implied by Barnett. He, unlike most of his colleagues, looks at both sides of the balance sheet. However, he spoilt it by going on and talking about a needs-based assessment. Does he recognise that would imply a £4 billion cut to Scottish funding right now?
Yeah. I recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a needs-based assessment, i.e. an assessment which spends our public money where it's needed to be spent the most, is a fairer way of doing it. Now, I'm not saying that that should be brought in immediately, as it would be, by the way, with full fiscal autonomy, as it would have been had his party won the referendum. Because, frankly, these things can be done over a period of 10 years, 20 years, or whatever. There can be a target to achieve fairness. I was coming on to say, before I took that intervention, Madam Deputy Speaker, that nobody questions the right of the Scottish Government to have free prescriptions, to have free tuition fees, if that's their priority, to have different arrangements for social care. The issue that is questioned, and it is right to question it, is if those things are based on a baseline of funding that is unfair and wrong, then it is reasonable that they are questioned. And we don't let them get away, Madam Deputy Speaker, with just saying that they can do these things because it is progressive. That is just not fair, not right, and incorrect. So, we go to a formula based on need, a formula which the late Joel Barnett was desperately concerned to get rid of, that the House of Lords Select Committee set out very clearly. And it's not talked about enough, but the Holtham Committee, in terms of Wales, looks at a very serious underfunding that Wales has as a consequence of the Barnett formula. And that would have to be addressed. Now, it's true, of course, that public spending needs to reflect sparsity. It needs to reflect the fact that Scotland is more spread out. but it also needs to affect relative ageing, relative measures of deprivation. And the fact that, certainly.
Interesting speech, but it's at heart there's something of a contradiction. He says you must implement the vow, but scrap the Barnett formula. Is he aware that the Barnett formula is in paragraph 6 of the vow?
Yes, I am completely aware of that, and I am making the point, though, that the whole settlement is at risk if it isn't perceived as being fair in, for want of a better phrase, Middle England. And I represent a constituency that's in the north, but it's also in the middle, depending on where you start. And frankly, no, I won't give way. I do need to make some progress. And frankly, it is not right that my constituents have £1,600 a year less. Now, there is a solution to this. There is a solution to this. One of the solutions has been mooted, that of full fiscal autonomy, which one imagines is something that nationalists believe in. Apparently, Madam Deputy Speaker, apparently they believe in it in the medium term, as opposed to what they believed in when they fought. It was your amendment, their amendment, Madam Deputy Speaker. The medium term is when we're going to get that. That would be a solution. There would, however, be a black hole, and I agree with that, and I think we need to be sympathetic to that and deal with that in a way that's fair to my constituents and his constituents as well. Another way of dealing with this would be to have a proper needs-based review of public spending in this country, which is fair to Scotland, which is fair to Wales, which is fair to Northern Ireland, and which is fair to England. That would take a while to achieve, and I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying that you would implement it immediately. Of course there would be, no, I need to make some, I've given way twice, and I need to make some progress. A needs-based review must be the sort of thing that if I came to Westminster representing a progressive party, I would be delighted to accept. Surely my progressiveness doesn't just allow me to say we'll have all we can get in Scotland, because that was on the front page of the Daily Record, as the member for Gordon just told it. Yes, it was. But a progressive party should be saying we're not just going to take all this money because we're progressive. It needs to be fair to Wales. It needs to be fair to parts of England where there's a great deal of deprivation. So, all in all, yes, sir.
And it's a step towards full fiscal autonomy.
Indeed, I understand that it is full fiscal autonomy would take this problem away, which, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, is why now we're only looking to implement it in the medium term, whatever that means. So, in summary, I would just finally say that of course I support the vow. Of course I support the mandate that the members opposite have achieved at their spectacular election victory, and it is right that we implement this, and I will be voting with the government tonight and in future to make sure that this happens. But I would just ask the ministers on the front bench to reflect on that phrase that he used in the start, fair and everlasting, and ask himself whether he really believes a fiscal settlement that is absolutely and clearly not based on need can ever be described as fair and lasting, and that may yet cause us problems.
Kevan Jones.
Madam Speaker, can I say I welcome this bill, and I think we also need to recognise the fact that as someone who's always been believing in devolution, this is, I think, not only an historic bill in terms of devolving the powers it does to Scotland, but it actually gives real powers to a body which clearly and the local people have been calling for. Now, the problem we've had, I think, in the debate today, though, is we've seen again from the Honourable Right Member from Moray, who I think projects victim mentality to a new art form, because it is fine the SNP standing in this House and saying, well, what's on offer is not good enough. To hear them actually speak, both here and outside of this House, you'd think there'd be no part of the Smith Commission whatsoever, that somehow, again, it was something that was imposed from without on them. It's a little bit like the arguments you hear from the Eurosceptics, that somehow Brussels is dictating what the UK does. Nothing could be further from the truth. They were part of the Smith Commission. They agreed that process, and then on the following morning said somehow it's nothing to do with them. And we've seen a continuation of that today. We had a continuation today of it saying that somehow what was promised by all the parties who agreed to the Smith Commission was is not going to be put into this bill. Well, the House of Commons Library said it's quite clear there is no substantial difference in the tax powers that the Smith Commission proposed devolved and then what is contained in this bill. Now, the SNP quite clearly, and we should recognise the fact, the general election result brought a substantial change in the politics of Scotland. But the SNP have also got to recognise the fact that there was actually an independence vote when the people of Scotland voted to be part of the United Kingdom. I personally think that for working people in Scotland, that is a better position for those people, because in terms of looking at the SNP's record, the Honourable Member for Moray early on, I think, shouted at one of my honourable members that somehow we were in cahoots with the Conservatives, yet again, as he said. Well, he actually was a party which was propped up by the Conservatives in the Scottish Parliament from 2007, so we'll have no lessons off him in terms of that. But the other thing which I think is important, well, I won't actually, because the Honourable Member for Moray has actually set a tone that somehow I think we should continue, is that, again, what we have from the SNP is, if it's actually said, it is actual fact. I think the movement towards full fiscal autonomy is one thing that the SNP wanted and actually said in their manifesto. Now, I hope that they will bring forward amendments for that. But I'll tell you something, for working people in Scotland, it is not in the interest of working people in Scotland for that to happen. Because if we actually have it with Barnett in place, then possibly it is. But as quite clearly will happen, is that if you got to that situation eventually, that you would have a situation where Barnett would actually wither away, then you would have a situation whereby the demographics of Scotland, the economics of Scotland, would mean that there would be a black hole in the... Oh, well.
Would the honourable gentleman not accept that the working people of Scotland were consulted in this matter and they cast their vote in the general election and they voted for this party, not just in a majority of seats, but more than 50% of the electorate? And would the honourable gentleman not respect the working people of Scotland's decision in this respect?
Yeah. Well, I do, and I also expect that he would actually recommend and respect their position in terms of the way they voted in the referendum, in terms that they will continue to be... Well, the honourable members from the Nationalist Party say they do, but they constantly seem to forget that, Mac, to be convenient. I won't actually, I've only got one intervention to get extra time, so I should carry on. But the important point is that we need a system which is not only fair people of Scotland, but is also, as the Honourable Member for Warrington South said, fair to the people of the United Kingdom. And you cannot have devolution to Scotland, which is in this bill, without having some effects on my constituents in North Durham, and I know many constituents in other members' constituencies. And there are some practical issues, and one is the devolution of air passenger transport duty. Newcastle Airport, which I've got to say has been a great example, in a minute, has been a great example of the local council, 5 local authorities and the private sector working together to not only ensure that it's a vibrant airport with international links for the region, but also the fact that it actually employs directly 3,500 people and, in addition, in the region, employs nearly 8,000 people.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and the point that he makes about Newcastle Airport could equally be made about Manchester Airport and indeed many other airports in the north of England. Isn't this precisely why we need to have a UK-wide look at the devolution settlement, to make sure that those parts of England as well, particularly the north of England, closest to Scotland, aren't adversely impacted on by this devolution alone?
Well, we do, but I'm not actually holding out a great deal of hope, because in terms of the present government, they seem to think that somehow this power being devolved to Scotland, that competition will ensue, and I don't think that is good. We do need some changes. I agree totally with him in terms of ensuring that places like New. But it goes further. If we, for example, which under this year the Scottish Parliament government get control of, for example, landfill tax. Landfill tax is something which has been, I think, trumpeted in Scotland with an initiative which I think is very commendable in terms of its zero waste strategy, which is aiming to get 70% of waste recycled by 2025. I think that's a very good policy, and one which I think shows one of the only progressive policy I can think of the SNP have actually introduced. But can I cut? No, I won't, because I've only got 2-3 minutes to go. But can I say that there is implications on that? Because if we start having differentials in landfill tax prices, if, for example, the Scottish Government chooses to increase landfill tax to a large amount, what will happen is you will have a movement of waste across the border into England, where people will be paying lower rates of landfill tax. It's already happening. The Scottish Government introduced in January of 2014 something called the Zero Waste Strategy, which means that businesses and individuals now have to separate their waste out. There is clear evidence what's happening in some cases is that, one, it's not being enforced, and secondly, what's happening with some more unscrupulous individuals collecting the waste, and some large companies as well, is that they're collecting it as separated waste and then shipping it across the border into England, where there's no jurisdiction from the Scottish Government to actually enforce what actually happens to that waste. And I raise these two practical issues which do need to be looked at in the passage of this bill. Now, in terms of the bill as it goes through, I do look forward to the amendments that are going to come forward from the Scottish Nationalists, but I would just say and give one plea to them, is that the interests of working people in my constituency and those of theirs are no different whatsoever. What I would say is make sure that what is actually brought forward is not only the interest of the constituency they represent, but also mine as well, because there's a lot in common, which I think, in terms of making sure that we have a settlement which the people of Scotland want, i.e. they want to be part of the United Kingdom, even though I accept that the party represented today don't want to be part of Scotland, that we actually have a system that not only works for the benefit of them, but also works for the rest of the UK as well.
Mr. Alberto Costa.
Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for calling me to allow me to give my maiden speech to the House. It's a particular pleasure from a former Scottish solicitor to call a current Scottish solicitor. I want to thank firstly the voters of South Leicestershire for giving me the opportunity of representing them in this great House of Commons. I follow in a distinguished line of Conservative MPs who have served my wonderful constituency with such passion and dedication. My immediate predecessor, Andrew Robertson, has served our country for over 40 years. He began in the British Army, serving in the Coldstream Guards, reaching the rank of Major. He was elected in 1992 for Blaby, as my constituency was then known, succeeding another distinguished Conservative MP, former Chancellor, the Right Honourable Nigel Lawson. Andrew served as Minister of State and Defence and later in the Northern Ireland Office. But Andrew Robertson was also Opposition Deputy Chief Whip, and the skills gained in the British Army were put to excellent use in maintaining party discipline, earning him the nickname Robocop. We wish Andrew and his family every success for their future. Madam Deputy Speaker, South Leicestershire is a truly delightful constituency, a semi-rural constituency with much of the population in commuter towns and villages clustered close to Leicester itself, both in the suburb of Braunston Town, including the large modern development of Thorpe Astley, and commuter villages like Enderby, Narborough, Whetstone, Blaby, Glenparva and Countessthorpe. The largest settlement to the south is the old market town of Lutterworth, where Sir Frank Whittle, inventor of the jet engine, developed some of the world's first jet engines. The engine for the UK's first jet aeroplane, the Gloucester E-2839, was produced in Lutterworth, and a statue of the plane stands in a roundabout south of the town as a memorial. Nearby is Magna Park, one of the largest distribution centres in Europe. And as you travel west, Madam Deputy Speaker, you pass through wonderful villages like Bittiswell, Ullisthorpe, Ashby Parva, Claybrook Magna, Frolsworth and Leigh. And further north you have quintessentially English villages like Dunton Bassett, Broughton Astley, Sapcut, Stony Stanton, Croft and Cosby. And to the east there is Bruntingthorpe Aerodrome, with one of the longest runways in the UK, where on Sunday the 28th of June, weather permitting, we hope to see one of the final flypasts of the British Vulcan bomber aircraft, and the whole House is invited. Around Bruntingthorpe, there are more beautiful villages like Ashby Magna, Willoughby Waterleys, Peatling Magna, Peatling Parva, Armsby, Shearsby, Walton, Gilmorton and Walcott. And to the very south, we can't forget Coatesbatch, and where the M1 and the M6 meet, Swinford, Shaw and, of course, Catthorpe. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would not be here today without the excellent assistance of my agent Ruth and my marvellous campaign manager Anne, who, along with members and supporters of my local Conservative team, led us to an increased majority. As well as Leicestershire County Council, South Leicestershire has 2 district councils. At the election, we succeeded in holding control of Blaby District Council under the new leadership of Councillor Terry Richardson, as well as maintaining control over Harborough District Council, which covers the southern parts of my constituency, returning excellent councillors like Neil Bannister. And I will be supporting all 3 of my local authorities in calls for fairer funding. Now, today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are debating the Scotland Bill. And it is perhaps worth noting my own background. As the son of Italian immigrants, I was born in England but raised in Scotland. As a dual-qualified Scottish and English solicitor, I have worked across our United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And I am proud to call myself British. This side of the House is honouring the so-called vow to the Scottish people made during the Scottish referendum. And it is right that we do this. But it is also right, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we remind the House of perhaps another promise given by a senior member of the Yes campaign, the former First Minister, the current Right Honourable Member for Gordon, when he said during last year's Scottish referendum that there would be no second referendum, stating, "This is a once-in-a-generation, perhaps even a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." And on this side of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will ensure that that pledge, call it a vow even, is honoured to the people of South Leicestershire and the whole of the United Kingdom. The Scottish voters decided to remain part of the UK, and all British people are entitled to constitutional stability, at least for a lifetime. Now, as the Secretary of State for Scotland said very clearly and sincerely, the Scotland Bill is designed to implement the Smith Commission agreement, the objective of which was to provide a durable but responsive constitutional settlement for the governance of Scotland. The Bill states that a Scottish Parliament is recognised as a permanent part of the UK's constitutional arrangements. And this is designed to ensure, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there is acceptance by this House about the permanence of the Scottish Parliament, whilst maintaining the ultimate sovereignty of the United Kingdom Parliament, which the Scottish people voted to stay part of. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is also right, having heard other honourable members, particularly in this side of the House, that we recognise the need to complement the Scotland Bill in due course with further changes in this House of Commons. If you like, English votes for English laws. Not a cry for English nationalism, but a cry for fairness to ensure that decisions affecting England can be taken only with the consent of the majority of MPs representing English constituencies. Finally, those of us who are committed to keeping Britain intact as one successful, secure, strong, sovereign country will, I am confident, work towards a fair settlement, and in so doing we can proudly together, whichever party we happen to be members of, maintain the integrity of our United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Margaret Ferrier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my maiden speech to the House and to take part in this important debate. I congratulate the Honourable Member for South Leicestershire for his interesting maiden speech, and I am sure that he will work hard for his constituents over these next 5 years. I want to also congratulate all of my honourable friends for their wonderful maiden speeches. I am sure they will all work extremely hard over the next 5 years also. It is a privilege and an honour to be standing here before you today as not only the very first SNP MP for the Rutherglen and Hamilton West constituency, but also as the first female MP, although parts of the constituency, namely Blantyre and Hamilton West, had the pleasure of being served by the great Winnie Ewing back in 1967. Thank you all for placing your trust in me to represent you. I will work hard to repay that trust over the next 5 years. My early days in the House of Commons has been in equal measures both interesting and challenging. There is a lot to learn, and not just in the way you act in the chamber, but also how not to act, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since arriving here, I am sure that my honourable friends in the benches will join with me in saying that the staff have been more than helpful and attentive to our needs. The doorkeepers have been particularly charming, keen to remember all of the names of the new members, and it is clear to see, Madam Deputy Speaker, how much they love and take pride in what they do. As is customary, I would like to mention my predecessor, Tom Greatrix. He was a Labour and Cooperative member between 2010 to 2015. He was born on the 30th of September in 1974 in Ashford, Kent. He held various posts within his party before latterly taking on the post of Shadow Energy Minister. I hope to represent my constituents as diligently as he, and I am sure that whatever the future holds for him, it will be a successful one. Maybe now that he has more time, he can enjoy spending it with his wife and twin daughters and supporting his beloved football club, Fulham. The constituency of Rutherglen and Hamilton West is diverse in every sense. Rutherglen received the status of Royal Borough in 1126, by royal charter from King David I of Scotland. Cambuslang, with a long history of coal mining, iron and steel making. Halfway, where I have made my home for the last 15 years, given that name because passengers would stop there to change their horses and rest on the journey from Glasgow to Hamilton. The district also had the older name of Gilbertfield, where a castle still stands, owned once by Hamilton of Gilbertfield, a friend of our national bard Robert Burns. Blantyre, the birthplace of David Livingstone, 19th century explorer and missionary. His former house, now a museum to this day. Blantyre has strong ties with Malawi, one of the countries Livingstone explored. Last, but by no means least, Hamilton. Originally known as Cadzo, many notable people have connections with Hamilton, including the blonde bombshell, as she was known, the late Margaret MacDonald. There are affluent areas within my constituency, but also communities crying out for regeneration, investment and love and attention. Within these communities, we are blessed with truly selfless, hard-working people who are contributing to our society daily. Volunteers in many organisations, charities and community councils. These are the unsung heroes that make the larger community of Rutherglen and Hamilton West what it is. It will be a great pleasure to work with all of these people over the next 5 years. I look forward to meeting many of them during my tenure as their MP, and I will do my very best to serve them with honesty and integrity. The legacy that I would wish to leave my constituents would be one of positive change for our communities that we all live and work in. I have been elected to be their voice in Parliament and to speak up for those with no voice. The mother who is forced to visit the local food bank, the father who has low-paid zero-hour contract employment, the carer who looks after a family member for no reward, the refugee reaching out for help in their time of need. On the 7th of May, the SNP was given a resounding mandate by the people of Scotland to be their strong voice here in this chamber. Why were we elected? Because we listened to the people of our nation, and we will continue to listen to them. We will be the real opposition benches, the real social democrats. We were told recall during the independence referendum that we were a family of nations and more recently one nation. If those in the opposition benches truly mean those words, then they will listen to our contributions from across the chamber and in the committees. There are going to be many important pieces of legislation over these next 5 years, but I am particularly proud to be making my maiden speech in a debate on more powers for Scotland and the Scotland Bill. The bill has the potential to be much better than it currently is. My party will be taking every opportunity to improve the legislation, first by calling for implementation of the Smith Commission in full, and then by adding additional powers over our economy and society. I hope that Labour members will back us as we seek to take welfare out of the Tory hands and put it into the hands of the Parliament and the people of Scotland. I can see why it would be easy to fall under the spell of Westminster Palace. Walking within these corridors of power, there is no denying the history and the ornateness of this building. The archaic customs have a certain seductive charm. That is why it is so important to constantly remind ourselves of why we are here, who sent us here, and how long we will be here for. This, my honourable friends, is but a moment in time. Our heads cannot be turned. Our rightful place belongs back in that place we all call home, Scotland. All of us may have difficult choices to make within this chamber, but we must stand up and be counted. We cannot shy away from making those decisions that may have profound implications for our constituents. I will do my best to question each decision that I make with careful consideration, and I am sure that my honourable friends and I will scrutinise each and every piece of legislation carefully, opposing any unfair policies or decisions by the Tory government. It is fitting that our day in Parliament starts with prayers. Our task is not an easy one, and divine intervention is welcomed. But ultimately, one is responsible for one's own conduct and moral compass. It will be an interesting 5 years for myself and my 55 honourable friends. We relish the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead of us, and I hope that we can make progressive alliances across this chamber, working together in a spirit of collaboration. Let us find common cause, let us respect one another, and let us be guided to always do what is right, not for ourselves, Madam Deputy Speaker, but for those we serve. Sure Alba.
Order. The passion of today's debate has been such that speeches have taken a little longer than they might otherwise have had, perfectly properly because there have been so many interventions, but I'm afraid that I have to reduce the time limit now to 7 minutes. Antoinette Sandbach.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a real honour to follow the maiden speech from the honourable member from Rutherglen and Hamilton West, who spoke very powerfully on behalf of her constituents. But it is a great privilege for me, Madam Speaker, to be addressing this House on behalf of my constituents in Eddisbury. I arrived ready to be a serious politician, but almost immediately the first thing to happen to me was to be selected for the ladies' tug-of-war team. I hope this parliamentary debut does not lead to me being flat on my backside. I'm acutely conscious that Eddisbury has been represented by a number of illustrious members of Parliament, the most recent Stephen O'Brien, who served the constituency of Eddisbury with distinction and dedication for the last 16 years. His commitment to his constituents has been accompanied by his achievements in office as a Minister for International Development between 2010 and 2012, as well as the Prime Minister's Envoy for Sahel. Stephen will bring substantial experience to his new role in the United Nations as Under-Secretary-General for Humanitarian Affairs. That experience will prove invaluable in the light of the challenges of the humanitarian crises which beset Syria, Nepal, and the consequences of the conflict with ISIL. Members from all sides of the House will want to wish him well. The difficulties of others suffering the consequences of humanitarian disaster can sometimes feel a long way away from the delights of the Eddisbury constituency in south-west Cheshire. beautiful canals which crisscross the landscape in Wrenbury and which can be enjoyed on narrowboats which can be hired for relaxing holidays. The Cheshire Plains form the bedrock of the dairy industry in the constituency, and the importance of the dairy industry is recorded as far back as 1125 by William of Malmesbury. Concerns about the milk price don't quite go back that far, but the fact that it is cheaper to buy a litre of milk than a litre of water was as true 15 years ago as it is today, and it is something on which we need to take action if we want to ensure that British family farms survive. Farm diversification is strong in Eddisbury, and that can be seen with the milk being turned into one of the oldest of English cheeses, namely Cheshire cheese. The Scottish members of Parliament will be interested to know of the link of St Boniface, who in the 7th century founded over 150 churches in Scotland. In Eddisbury, we have the Church of St Boniface in Bunbury. The Reverend Butler in the 18th century recorded St Boniface, by preaching the word of God, reformed the manners of the people in the provinces of Angus, Maris, Buchan, Elgin, Moray and Ross. Witnessing Seatgate in this House over the last few weeks, I am not certain that the reformation of manners he describes was a lasting one. Eddisbury is also home to the oldest church in Cheshire, built in 1190 in Shocklatch. But if quiet contemplation is not your style and you prefer big engines and racing, then come to the Cholmondeley Pageant of Power, which is on this weekend, or watch the racing at Alton, or come to Bolesworth Park, which provides top-quality international eventing for those with a love of horses. And all these, Madam Speaker, can be enjoyed over the next few weeks. The real strength of my constituency, however, is the people who live within it, and their generosity of spirit can be seen in Winsford. St Luke's Hospice, a hospice which has a history of being small, but which punches above its weight in terms of innovation and working with others. The Wingate Centre, which provides life-enriching experiences to children with disabilities and provides respite care for those that need it. The Neuromuscular Centre, which provides unique help for those with muscular dystrophy, not just from my constituency, but for many others too. I got involved in politics as a single parent, and having struggled to access childcare in the rural area which I live, having struggled to access childcare in the rural area in which I lived. Single parents come in all shapes and sizes, as you can see, and many have jobs, and childcare is crucial to allow parents to make the most of themselves and also their children. The Family and Childcare Trust has pointed out the particular lack of provision in rural areas, and this government's commitment to 30 hours free childcare provides an opportunity for local councils to ensure that there is appropriate provision during the school holidays and wraparound care, which is vital for working parents and single parents in particular. Improvement of provision is crucial if we are to make the most of talented women and men who want to work but often face barriers because of the high cost of childcare. In the numerous villages which are scattered throughout the constituency are small local businesses who typify the determination of those who are employers, employees and business owners, be they high street shop, a local farm or a business located in one of the many industrial sites we have. Hard work is clearly evident in Eddisbury, and there is a quiet but steely determination for people to get on, to strive and to achieve. You can see that in the streets of Wilbraham, Kelsall, Farndon, Mulpus, Tarvin and Tarpley and Tattenhall. But my constituents voted Conservative so they can build on those hopes that they have in Cheshire for themselves and their family. Aspiration and achievement are admired, and yet they watch as policies which could help them are placed under threat by MPs from nations which make their own decisions on childcare, health services and education. That cannot be right, and the West Lothian question needs to be addressed to ensure English votes for English laws. It is important that we recognise the strong links we have. As someone who has both English and Welsh roots, I've been accused of being too English in Wales and too Welsh in England. I make no apology for being British, and we should perhaps reflect that what unites us is stronger than what divides us. Having experienced devolution firsthand, it's clear that if decision-making is taken closer to those affected by it, they will benefit, and that is the benefit of the Northern Powerhouse to my constituents. This is the principle that perhaps we should bear in mind when considering the impact of the European Union referendum. It seems a contradiction that the SNP seek independence, yet apparently are happy to cede sovereignty to Europe. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will be a strong voice for my constituency in Westminster and look forward to speaking up for my constituents for years to come.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow three exceptionally fine maiden speeches, and as convention demands, I should just like to say a word about each of them before the honourable gentleman from South Leicestershire leaves his place. As one former Scottish solicitor to another, I welcome him to the House. Maiden speeches always teach you something new that you didn't know about a part of the world before. And I confess I had always thought the world's longest runway was at Machrihanish, but I only say that because the honourable gentleman then went on to give an impressive list of community names, villages and towns within his constituency. I'm sure that the sound that we may have heard in the background was the silent or the quiet sobbing of Hansard trying to get the full list of them. He will soon learn, I've no doubt, that these lists bring a swift note from the Hansard writers. The Honourable Lady from Rutherglen and Hamilton West has obviously already learned one of the most important things about the House of Commons, and that is that if you want to get on here, then you have to keep in with the doorkeepers. She too delivered her speech with some passion and some humour, and knowing the part of the world that she represents, as I do, I have no doubt that she will need both these qualities as she represents her constituents in the years ahead. And finally, we heard then from the Honourable Lady from Eddisbury. She spoke, first of all, for her farming constituents, and as a farmer's son representing a farming constituency myself, I'm pretty sure that we all recognised elements of the common concerns that we share between her part of the world and mine. And I was also particularly impressed by the way in which she brought her own wider life experience to it. I think that the Honourable Lady gives a thoughtful maiden speech, and she's somebody who will always be listened to in this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I add my welcome to this bill here for its second reading tonight? It is not yet fully 9 months since the Smith Commission was established. In that time, there have been a series of deadlines, which, as the Secretary of State indicated, have all been met or exceeded, and today's is just one of the long line. It's worth remembering that we had a report, the Heads of Agreement, from Lord Smith and his commissioners by the end of November. There was then the publication of draft clauses and the command paper by the end of January. And then there was a commitment in all three manifestos to bring forward legislation in the First Queen's speech and an early introduction of the bill. I commend the Government for having brought it forward as it has been done today, and I wish it a speedy and swift passage. This is a bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, which has already been the subject of some substantial and detailed scrutiny. Other honourable members have spoken about the report of the Scottish Parliament's Special Committee on the Extra Powers to the Scottish Parliament, and professional bodies such as the Law Society Scotland have also given it very careful consideration. It has been this 9-month gestation process in the context of these discussions undertaken at quite breakneck speed. If you consider how long it took us to get through the Constitutional Convention in the 1990s, if you consider then the time that was taken in the Calman Commission and then to bring forward the Scotland Bill, which became the Scotland Act of 2012, you understand that, in fact, to have got to this point within 9 months is a quite considerable achievement. And I pay tribute to the Right Honourable Gentleman and to his officials in the Scotland Office for the work that they have done. As a general principle, I would rather have things right than quick. But I think we have to appreciate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is one of those occasions when, in fact, we are going to have to do both. And to do that, I think, is going to have to require of us all a particular effort, and for us all to proceed in good faith and goodwill on all sides. I hope that the debate that we have in the coming weeks will allow the widest possible range of debates that reflect the issues that were discussed during the referendum and the general election campaign in Scotland. And of course, as the Honourable Member from Edinburgh South said from the dispatch box on the opposition bench, it must be recognised the very significant achievement of the Scottish National Party in returning 56 of the 59 MPs, and I do hope that they will bring forward amendments that reflect full fiscal autonomy or responsibility, whatever the term they choose to employ is going to be, and they will tell us the detail of what they mean by the medium term. The Honourable Gentleman from Edinburgh East, in an intervention earlier, said that in the course of the election campaign, the policy of his party had been the subject, I think, of a grotesque caricature. If that's the case, then this is the place where he has the opportunity now, and as an elected representative, to put that right. And I hope that he and his colleagues will bring forward the amendments so that we can have a proper debate. Personally, my objection to full fiscal autonomy remains that, in my view, it constitutes effectively independence by the back door. In that respect, it doesn't respect the decision that we reached as a nation last September. But I think, though, that the words of caution that I give tonight are not just to those in the Scottish National Party. I think my words of caution extend to those in the Labour Party and the Conservative Party as well, who would seek to use this debate as some sort of bidding war between the two different sides of the border. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm short of time tonight, but my word of caution is this. Remember always that within this great family of nations that is the United Kingdom, it is possible to break the union from either side of the border. We have always proceeded on the basis that what we have here is a family where we give in and take out in different ways at different times. I hope that the bill we have tonight will be the next stage in the evolution of that family, and I look forward to being part of its consideration from the weeks to come.
Sir Edward Leigh.
It's an honour, Madam Deputy Speaker, to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman who, apart from being a thoroughly nice bloke and held in great regard in this House, was a most distinguished Scottish Secretary. I want to make the case, the Conservative case, for as much fiscal autonomy and therefore responsibility as is possible. This is a big subject. I believe it needs big, positive gestures. We're talking about the future of the nation. And I think that we should frame our response to the general election not in the pettifogging detail of the civil service brief, but in the great national declarations of the past. And I'm really calling for nothing less than full home rule for Scotland, self-rule, as I prefer to call it, because I think the Smiths Commission really is a dog's breakfast. No one really understands it, and it does addle your brain if you try to read it as I have done. And I think we've really got to get out of this love affair with commissions of the great and the good. We are politicians. We must have the vision in this House as politicians, and dare I say it, as statesmen, to look at the overall picture. The election does change everything. It is a sad fact that we have to come to terms with that in Scotland the SNP won all but 3 of the seats. And we can't just go on as if we've just had the referendum. We won that referendum, but it was 9 months ago. We've had a general election, and we have to respond to it. And the Smith Commission was in response to a panicky scare which caused the vow, and I think the vow, in a sense, has produced an inadequate response. And I believe that if we do nothing now, if we do not move forward, we will fall into the trap of the disastrous response to Irish nationalism. We are about where Ireland was in the 1880s. We now know that our response to Ireland was too little too late. We were wrong to abolish the Irish Parliament in 1801. We were wrong to delay granting Catholic emancipation. We were wrong not to listen to Gladstone in the 1880s. We were wrong not to implement Home Rule in 1914. So I believe that if we are to keep Scotland in the United Kingdom, which as a unionist is my primary aim, I believe that we should move towards full fiscal economy, so that in broad terms the Scottish Parliament spends what it raises, with only foreign affairs, defence and the pension liability, and the ultimate liability for pension financial shocks like that of 2008 remaining in the United Kingdom level. I don't argue for full fiscal autonomy as some kind of cheap trap. Get rid of the Barnett formula, the oil is slowly running out, make them poorer and they'll behave. Aside from the obvious immorality of such a position, you can't defeat nationalism by imposing poverty, quite the opposite. So this union is asymmetrical. The English have 85% of the population. We've got to be generous. We're never going to get some perfect federal solution. We're better off, I believe, with a union. It makes a larger spirited nation. It's in our interests as English members of Parliament to be generous, and this means certainly English votes for English laws, as in the very few cases where we're only passing laws that only affect England, but Scottish MPs have to be part of this discussion. And it's a sensible compromise that grants them a role in that discussion, but an ultimate double veto. Now, there's several arguments against full fiscal economy. First is the argument that we must keep something in reserve. This kind of argument can only be made really by a Machiavelli because, frankly, it doesn't work. If we must keep something so that we have a bargaining tool, what happens when we have just one chip left? If it can't be given away, it's lost its effective use as a bargaining tool. And if it can be given away, this argument fails completely. So I don't accept that. Second, there's a matter of tax competition. We are warned that Scotland will lower its corporation tax or other taxes. We've heard about the airport passenger duty. So what? As Conservatives, yes, so what? We should have the confidence to accept competition in tax policy. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I totally agree with what you say. I think if Scotland has full fiscal responsibility, it can decide what taxes it sets and it takes, and it has to have responsibility for spending as well.
I'm grateful. As Conservatives, we believe in responsibility, and I personally believe that we have created in the Scottish Parliament a grievance parliament where they, even after these proposals, will only be able to spend roughly 50% of what they raise. They will always be able to blame the United Kingdom Parliament for what goes wrong. Give the Scottish people responsibility, and ultimately the wheel turns. It always does. The more responsibility you give to people, the more difficult decisions you have to take. For instance, you may want to increase taxes, but that may lessen productivity. Or you may want to cut spending on social security. That makes you more unpopular. But these are decisions for a real parliament, which we should give to the Scottish Parliament now. And then there's the argument, of course, about value-added tax. Oh, the EU won't allow us to give value-added tax decisions to the Scottish Parliament. Well, that's something else that the Prime Minister can argue for. And if he doesn't succeed in that negotiation, well, maybe some Scottish people will form the view that maybe there's some perhaps life outside the EU. I don't know, but that's, of course, for another day. So I claim no expertise, I have to say, about the Scottish psyche, but I do think, and I may have got this wrong, but I do think that we can have closure on this if we give ultimate responsibility. But if we do preserve and reassure Scottish people, this isn't a trick, that we will keep pension liability within the United Kingdom, and we will keep liability for these great financial shocks that we saw in 1929 or 2008. And we heard about this £7 billion black hole. And I understand the Secretary of State, but this is surely a discussion that we can go on having. And we can go on having discussion about social security. People argue that you can't, of course, give away social security because you must have a larger pot to help the poor. Well, that's something in an enabling bill we can discuss with our colleagues in the Scottish Parliament. If they don't want to take full fiscal responsibility now, then that is their choice, which they must be allowed to make. But at least we should look at this in an atmosphere of cooperation and of toleration for each other's views, and a determination on this side of the House, this unionist side of the House, to make this work, to finally have some sort of closure on this issue, and try and recreate the faith of people in our United Kingdom Parliament. And I believe, as a result of the referendum showed, that faith is still there. After the failure of his 1886 and 1889 Home Rule bills, Gladstone warned that we are bound to lose Ireland in consequence of years of cruelty, stupidity and misgovernment, and I would rather lose her as a friend than a foe. Nobody is arguing that we are in that position. But we could still lose Scotland if we create a situation which is unsustainable. And that is what we are in danger of doing. So let's use these 4 days in constructive debate. The referendum shows that Scotland has not yet given up on us, nor should we give up on them. If we want things to stay as they are, things will have to change, and we must move forward in a spirit of cooperation.
Vicky Foxcroft. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to make my maiden speech in this important debate. I spent some time in Scotland on the referendum campaign, and one of my lasting memories is how engaged 16 and 17-year-olds were, a point I will come back to later. On the campaign trail, one of the things that came up on the doorstep was that politicians too often use language they don't relate to. In doing my maiden speech, and in future contributions to this House, I will ensure that I use language that the people of Lewisham Deptford can relate to. Not policy speak, not buzzwords or jargon, but plain, simple language. Now, I'm not normally one for following conventions, and I have to be honest that my very short time here as an MP has shown me that there are a lot of conventions in Parliament. But one that's very easy for me to follow is that of paying tribute to my predecessor. Joan Wardock was a hard-working MP for Lewisham Deptford for over 28 years. She also worked extremely hard to reform this House. She was quoted as saying that this place had some of the worst working conditions she'd ever encountered. Some members will remember the days when Parliament used to have 40% of sittings beyond midnight, allowing very little time in the constituency. She rightly felt that this is not what people expected of their MPs. And through her work with all members on all sides of the House, she got friendlier sitting hours, though I know she would still say this was not ideal. The people of Lewisham Deptford were important to Joan, and they're important to me. We have a strong sense of community locally, and we're proud of this. And you can see it from our successful campaign to save Lewisham Hospital. We had thousands of people take to the streets, sign petitions, put up posters, and do whatever it took to save our local hospital. Ultimately, we had to take the Secretary of State, Jeremy Hunt, to court and the previous government, where we won. I would hope we don't have to do the same again. But if we do, then I know we have the strength, the resolve and the passion to fight again to protect our local hospital and our community. But in Lewisham Deptford, we're not just fighters, we're creative as well. We have a vibrant community art space. The Albany, Brockley Jack Theatre, MIDI Music, the Le Band, Second Wave, Goldsmiths University, Crofton Park and New Cross Community Libraries, Lewisham Art House, street festivals such as Hither Green, Deptford X and Brockley Max, to mention a few. and much, much more. The creative side is important to the community, and it's important to me. I actually studied performing arts at college. I didn't get any A to C's in my GCSEs when I was at school. Further education, that was my second chance. It must be properly supported and properly funded. Lewisham and Southwark College is my local college, and I want it to thrive. I want it to receive the support it had under a Labour government. Now, some might say that learning drama and performing arts, well, that was a perfect training ground to be an MP. But I have to be honest, if anybody would have said to me when I was 17 that I would be an MP, I wouldn't have believed them, because, quite honestly, politics just wasn't for the likes of me. And this is still the opinion of too many young people, and it has to change. We need every young person, every person to recognise that politics isn't just for a political class, it's for everyone. And this is why I'll continue to meet with young people from our schools, colleges and youth groups and get them involved in politics. Their voice matters. They are the future. And this is why I'll also use the opportunity afforded to me by winning the private members' bill ballot to put forward a bill calling for votes for 16 and 17-year-olds. Now, I only secured 16th place on the ballot, but my voice must be heard. Just as 16-year-olds should have their voices heard and their votes counted. They were rightly given the opportunity to vote in Scotland in the referendum. The future of their country was at stake, and they turned out to vote. Now, I ask you a question. Is it right that they can fight and die for their country, pay tax and contribute to the economy, get married, yet they can't have their views reflected at the ballot box? In Lewisham, we have a young mayor, Leigh from Deptford Green School. I will work with him and his teams and advisors and any other groups who wish to join this campaign. I would love the government to work with us to deliver this. But if you don't, we won't be quiet about seeking to ensure that 16 and 17-year-olds have their voices heard in the referendum and beyond. Now, I'm deeply concerned about the next 5 years and the detrimental impact this government will have both on the people of Lewisham Deptford and the country as a whole. But let me tell you this, I will do everything I can to protect the most vulnerable in our society from this government, and I will fight tooth and nail against whatever attacks fall on our public services, our housing, and on the people of Lewisham Deptford. And as someone famous once wrote on a train to New Cross in 1889, then raise the scarlet standard high, within its shades we'll live and die. Though cowards flinch and traitors sneer, we'll keep the red flag flying here. Madam Deputy Speaker, some members may recognise those words from Jim Connell's song, The Red Flag. And in finishing, I just want to invite any of the members opposite to come on a train to New Cross, bring pen and paper, and you never know what might happen.
Daniel Teichner.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow that inspiring speech from the member for Lewisham Deptford. And can I say it's also a pleasure to hear so many initial contributions from so many fine honourable members in the House. Now, I speak to you today as the member for Cambridge. I start by making a few words about my predecessors. Dr. Julian Huppert is a knowledgeable scientist. He's a committed person defending civil liberties. He's argued very hard in this House and argued very well, I think, on the Home Affairs Select Committee, won many friends there. He's been a passionate advocate for cycling and for environmentalism, and in the constituency he's extremely well regarded, having fought hard to improve the funding situation for our local schools and to raise the status of mental health. But my predecessors in Cambridge set a very high bar, in fact. Some of you remember David Howarth, the previous Liberal Democrat MP, again, very well regarded in this House. And before that, my dear friend Anne Campbell, who was the Labour MP, from 1992 to 2005 and who's been a source of huge support and great wisdom for me. Now, I suspect not every member gets elected at their first attempt to this House. Some of us, probably it takes 2 attempts, some 3, some 4. So I'm on my 5th, and I'm here at last. And I suspect those who have followed a similar course may well have reflected early in their career that of the vigour, of the merits of enthusiasm and youth. And as one's career progresses, of course, one recognises the benefits of experience and maybe a little wisdom, one hopes. Also, I suspect many members, when they're first selected, and I was first selected to fight a rural seat in Norfolk, they're full of enthusiasm and optimism and find themselves writing their maiden speech. Well, when I reflect on that speech from 20 years ago, there's quite a lot that's still valid today, I think. I see a Conservative opposition, a Conservative government, a Labour opposition, and much talk of Europe. But the biggest thing that's changed for me was moving back to the fine city of Cambridge 10 years ago. Biggest change in my life, certainly. And what I've seen in Cambridge over those years is a city that's on the cusp of a technological revolution. The number of jobs in the knowledge-intensive sector is absolutely phenomenal. And that, to me, is the link with the discussion about Scotland and devolution today. Because our hugely successful companies like ARM, the Babraham Research Institute, what we need in Cambridge are more flexibilities, just as people in Scotland are arguing for. And as someone who's argued for many years for devolution to the English regions, I think we do need to sort out these issues in a sensible way, which is why I did support the idea of a constitutional convention as proposed by the Labour Party at the last election. But Cambridge is also, like so many places, a tale of 2 cities, because the challenges our city faces are partly the challenges of success, but we also have divisions. So our businesses actually need an answer to the traffic problems, to the appalling housing crisis we have. A terraced house in Cambridge costs £450,000. Double the average rent in England for most homes. Our housing benefit bill has doubled in the last 5 years. Why? Because 12,000 people in the prosperous city of Cambridge are actually earning below the living wage. It's not always the way you imagine it. We need different solutions in different places. Now, we have a Labour council in Cambridge, I'm glad to say now, that is trying to tackle these issues. But it's hard, and the biggest one of all is affordable housing. And I see fellow honourable members who have been involved in these debates with me over many years. And the biggest problem we have is we have a valuable housing stock, but we're not allowed to borrow against it. The city deal is welcome, but it's actually a drop in the ocean compared to what we really need to turn Cambridge into the economic driver that could so much help our economy right across the UK. So when we look at those issues, why can't we borrow? And a few months ago, 18 months ago, there was a chink of light from the Treasury when people began, and I apologise for the jargon, but to talk about tax increment financing, a possibility of actually borrowing against that value. What happened? The usual forces of conservatism in the Treasury won out yet again. And this has happened to governments of both complexion. So I say to both front benches, we need to think imaginatively if we are to solve these huge challenges that face not just cities like Cambridge, but our whole country and our other nations as well. But if we are to create the kind of tolerant, diverse city that people in a city like Cambridge want to see, it's going to mean balancing a whole range of complicated and difficult issues, and also recognising that even within cities like Cambridge, there are many, many different Cambridges. Not just the university we all know and love so much. We have actually 3 other universities, 2 Anglia Ruskin doing so well. We also have the University of the Third Age. We also have the Open University, which my mother was pleased to be one of the first people to go to back in the 60s. But these many Cambridges, I tell you, there was one moment earlier this year when Cambridge United played Manchester United in a rather unequal battle, perhaps, in the FA Cup, but where we held those mighty people to a goalless draw at the Abbey Stadium. There was a brief moment when people saw that other Cambridge. And I suggest to you that in our communities right across the country, There are other cities, other places, and we need to understand all of them. So I stand before you today as a Labour MP for Cambridge, who, yes, will represent the buccaneering investors and high-tech gurus of our city that will create wealth. But most of all, I'll be standing up and arguing for our public sector workers, who so often are forgotten. Without them, the rest of the city cannot do its job. I'm proud to represent Cambridge and look forward to standing up for the city in the years ahead.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak for the first time in the House today. I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Rutherglen and Hamilton West on her excellent maiden speech and the Honourable Member for Lewisham Deptford. I am truly delighted to have been called to speak in the Scotland Bill debate on behalf of my constituents, who have bestowed upon me the honour of representing them in this place as the first SNP MP for North Ayrshire and Arran. One regret I have, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that my mother is not alive to see me elected to this place. I know she would have been so proud. She came to Scotland with my father in 1954 from Malin Head in Ireland in search of work and a better life. As the youngest of 8 children, with my father dying suddenly when I was 1 year old, life was a struggle and we lived in deep poverty. And that is why I understand the struggles of so many of my constituents who find making ends meet a challenging prospect every single day. I represent a dozen distinct communities: Ardrossan, Barmill, Beath, Dalry, Fairley, Kilbirnie, Kilwinning, Largs, Saltcoats, Skelmerley, Stevenston, West Kilbride, Kilwinning, and 2 beautiful islands, Cumbria and Arran. And Arran, of course, is an island famed for being Scotland in miniature. Much of my constituency faces many challenges in the post-industrial era, but the pride and determination of these communities and their commitment to a fairer and more equal society is truly inspirational. My constituency retains important businesses, from the very small DSM, which employs over 300 people and has the distinction of being the only manufacturer of vitamin C in the world outside China, and J&D Pierce, not just Scotland's largest steel fabricator, but the largest steel fabricator in northern Britain. And we are also home, of course, to the quite wonderful Arran Aromatics. North Ayrshire and Arran is the place to be for those who consider themselves to be Epicurean in their tastes, being an enviable source of seasonal produce. In addition, we can boast of the Arran Brewery, or Scotland's newest world-class distillery in Lochranza. And Arran Blonde Ale will satisfy the palate of even the most discerning ale drinker. Over the years, Madam Deputy Speaker, the boundaries of my constituency have altered. My immediate predecessor, Katie Clark, was elected to represent the constituency within its current boundaries for 10 years. But a very well-known MP who represented much of the constituency when it was called Bute and North Ayrshire was Sir Fitzroy Maclean, a Major General in the Second World War, rumoured, no less, to be one of Ian Fleming's inspiration for James Bond. Now, I like to think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I share important attributes with the character of James Bond. For example, I exude charm, as I'm sure members will come to recognise. I will show courage when life becomes difficult. I have very good self-defence skills, which will enable me to disarm opponents. And like Mr. Bond, I am able to embrace change willingly, and I know some members of this House struggle to do so, especially with regards to voting behaviour. The rebuke SNP members received for clapping in the chamber reminds me that Keir Hardie himself caused an outcry in the House when he delivered his maiden speech wearing a tweed suit and a deerstalker hat, instead of the expected frock coat and top hat. It seems every generation of parliamentarians must push the House another inch into the future in their own particular and modest ways. As has been said by so many of my colleagues, we in the SNP come to this House in good faith, armed only with the aspirations of our constituents and our determination to be a strong voice for Scotland. Yeah. The Scotland Bill fails to live up to the powers recommended by the Smith Commission, with the UK Government retaining a veto on key policy areas. That is why the SNP will seek to improve this bill to ensure, as a minimum, it delivers on the Smith Commission proposals in full. And it was referred to earlier in this debate, it is an outrage that the plan for English votes for English laws could prevent Scottish MPs from voting on issues which have significant implications for Scotland's budget. To push through such a change means that no full and proper scrutiny of this measure may be undertaken. Devolving more powers for Scotland is the best way to improve the lives of the people of Scotland. Scotland needs control over employment support, job creation and welfare, and this bill falls far short of what the people of Scotland were promised and now quite rightly expect. We must give voice to Scotland's priorities. That is why we are here. That is why we have been elected to this place. We in the SNP will work tirelessly and relentlessly to deliver the kind of policies which reflect the values and aspirations of the people of Scotland. And we will work with others in this House with whom we find common cause. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is my vow to the good people of North Ayrshire and Arran, and that is the SNP's vow to people across Scotland.
Carolyn Harris. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to speak in this very important debate. As a Welsh MP from the party of devolution, I'm keen to see my Celtic cousins gain a strengthened Scottish Parliament while still enjoying the benefits of being part of the Union. I congratulate the Honourable Member for Ayrshire and Arran for her excellent maiden speech and for her elevation to this place, where I'm certain she will serve her constituency with integrity and passion. In this, my maiden speech, I feel I need to pay tribute to not only my immediate predecessor, but also to the two members who preceded that tenure. My immediate predecessor, Sian James, made history by becoming the first female to represent Swansea East. As the second female member, the perception this place is a male-dominated arena has been firmly dispelled in Swansea East, and one only needs to look around the chamber to see that women are very much in evidence in 2015. Sian was involved in groundbreaking parliamentary work when she helped steer the Sunbed Bill through to legislation in 2010. And Sian is also one of the few members of Parliament whose life experiences were portrayed in a big screen movie while she was still living. An achievement I'm sure she can take great pride from. I need to jump a political generation for my next tribute and mention the late Neil McBride. As a homegrown girl of Swansea East, I was immensely proud that as an 8-year-old, Mr McBride knew my name and never failed to speak to me as I passed his home en route to school. Neil McBride was MP for Swansea East from 1963 until 1974 and Government Whip from 1966 to 74. Neil McBride was one of my early heroes, and his kindness and patience with an 8-year-old politically inquisitive child undoubtedly encouraged me to take a keen interest in politics at a very young age. And now to my political pin-up, Don Anderson, now Lord Anderson of Swansea. I've known Don for many years and I supported his campaigns election on election. I admire his incredible memory and his excellent political acumen. He is generous in spirit, with his time and advice, and his knowledge is boundless. To stand in his shoes is an incredible honour, and I intend to repay his nurturing by representing Swansea East with great commitment and enthusiasm. Swansea East forms part of the geographical area that Dylan Thomas referred to as the ugly, lovely town. I'm afraid I have to challenge the description, as the view from Dylan's Kilvey is anything but ugly in 2015. Swansea East boasts a vista that is economically exciting, architecturally beautiful, culturally and educationally groundbreaking, environmentally innovative, and with a sporting track record that is the pride of Wales. In September of this year, University of Wales Swansea opens its Swansea Bay campus. And whilst this is technically in the constituency of my honourable friend for Aberavon, who has given me permission to mention the campus, as it is literally inches from my own constituency, and as an alumni of the University of Wales Swansea, I wouldn't be forgiven if I didn't give them a mention. It's a £450 million scheme that has created an architectural community that sees open spaces, integral streets and grand structures that give the impression of a small city. It is estimated that over the next 10 years, the development will have a £3 billion economic impact on Wales. Closer in Swansea East and in the St Thomas community, just under the edge of Dillon's Kilvey, University Trinity St David are proposing to introduce and deliver on their plans for a Transforming Education, Transforming Lives project. In direct partnership with the Welsh Government and the City and County of Swansea's local authority, they are intending to develop a Swansea waterfront innovation quarter to support the university's aims of inspiring individuals and developing graduates. The Waterfront Innovation Quarter will be a vibrant, modern waterfront with purpose-built facilities for learning, teaching and research. A single Faculty of Architecture building in 2017 will eventually evolve into a vibrant social and educational community within 10 years. Swansea East is also home to several government agencies, the Pensions Agency, the Land Registry and undoubtedly the largest in terms of employment, the DVLA. The DVLA is the landmark building, a large white oblong that is visible for miles from the N4 and a beacon to me that I'm nearly home when it comes into sight. The public sector is one of the largest employers in my constituency and the presence of each and every one of these agencies is very welcome. Tidal Lagoon Swansea Bay is hopefully to be the jewel in Swansea Bay crowd. And I'm very proud that one of the most exciting global environmental projects that we have ever seen will hopefully be coming to Swansea very soon. The proposal for this world's first man-made energy-generating lagoon, predicted to power over 155,000 homes, is currently in the final stages of waiting for the development consent order, which is due imminently. And given the Prime Minister's enthusiasm for the project less than 5 days ago in this very chamber, I am very optimistic of a favourable outcome. The project will see a critical change in the UK's energy mix by developing infrastructure to harness natural power from the rise and fall of the tides, with Swansea being the first in a series of 6 lagoons, which will eventually meet up to 8% of the electricity demands of the UK. The Liberty Stadium. In my home ward, Llandough Cumbulla, we are very proud to have the Liberty Stadium, home of the Ospreys Rugby and the only Welsh rugby football team in the Premiership League. And I'm sure all my Welsh colleagues join me in congratulating the Swans for finishing 8th in the league. And I'm sure they would all also join me in wishing them well for the 2015-2016 season. It is without doubt that the Swan supporters are the most intrepid in their trips for away games. Indeed, it has been worked out that they have travelled more than 4,000 miles for away games. That's equivalent to a trip to the Bahamas. So, colleagues, you can now appreciate why I take exception to the pros on Swansea being an ugly town. Lovely I can't argue with, and not least of all because of the people. They're friendly, welcoming, open, hard-working, and they have put their trust and their faith in me. I intend to be their voice in this chamber, and I intend to represent them on everything that they would want me to. Somebody once said that Swansea was the graveyard of ambition. I hope this speech, you will agree with me that Swansea East is a treasure chest of opportunity.
Callum McCraig.
Deputy Speaker, and I would like to begin by paying tribute to the Honourable Member for Swansea East,
on a very welcome and very expert maiden speech. It's not a place I've been to, but I feel almost as though I have lived through the wonders of Swansea. It's a great pleasure to take part in this debate and to give my maiden speech. It seems that the force of argument from these benches have cleared the entire ranks of the Scottish Conservative and Union Party from the room, which is to a degree regrettable. Aberdeen South is in many ways the classic three-way marginal seat. A three-way marginal that I am delighted that I and the SNP won last month from fourth place. And it is that, Madam Deputy Speaker, that signifies why we are here. It is the desire for change and progress that the people of Aberdeen South and Scotland have for a Scottish Parliament to be empowered to make the country that we live in a stronger and fairer place to live. My immediate predecessor, Dame Anne Begg, made her maiden speech in this chamber during the referendums Scotland and Wales Bill that gave the people of Scotland the opportunity to re-establish the Scottish Parliament. I think history has shown that that bill was not enough to satisfy the desire of the Scottish people and their desire for control over their own affairs. And I have little doubt that the same will be said of this bill in years to come. At that time, there was much talk about the settled will of the Scottish people. I don't think the people of Scotland are willing to settle for this bill. In terms of my predecessor, I know it's customary to do so. For me, it's quite an easy thing to do. Dame Anne Begg served Aberdeen South with great spirit, enthusiasm and passion for 18 years. She paved the way, in many ways, as the first full-time wheelchair user in this House since the 19th century, and campaigned tirelessly for the rights of people with disabilities. Her defeat was in no reflection of her work and her dedication for her constituents, but, as I say, part of that strong desire within Scotland for a more distinctive Scottish voice in this place and a more stronger and more accountable Parliament in Edinburgh. I would like to pay tribute to Anne for her work on behalf of her constituents, and I have no doubt that she still has a significant contribution to make to public life, and wish her well. Aberdeen is fondly known as the Granite City. The stone from the quarries in and around the city have been used to great effect all over the world. Stone from the biggest of these, the Rubislaw quarry in my constituency, is in the terrace here in Westminster. That Rubislaw quarry, which may find life as a visitor centre brought back into life, is known as the biggest man-made hole in Europe. I have some concerns that that title may be in some jeopardy with some of the actions of this government. But for the sake of the country as a whole, I hope it's a title that we retain. Aberdeen South has many distinct and proud communities, from the picturesque village of Cove in the southern point of the constituency, around the mighty headland of Girdleness, to the former royal borough of Torry. My constituency flows the course of the beautiful lower reaches of the River Dee. The mouth of this river forms a natural harbour which has been developed and founded the development of our city as the economic powerhouse that it is today. Such is the demand for space at the harbour, even with low oil prices, that there is the prospect of that harbour being expanded out with the realms of the harbour at present, showing the might of our city and the resilience that it has. The constituency is home to two wonderful Victorian gardens, Hazelhead and Duffy Parks. It hosts the main campus of the young, ambitious and upwardly mobile Robert Gordon University in Garthdee, as well as some of the finest state schools in Scotland. It's also a constituency of growing diversity, with people from across the globe enhancing and enriching a culture that is proudly Scottish but distinctly Aberdonian. In short, and to borrow from the Doric, it's an afa bonny place and well worth the visit. Aberdeen South, Madam Deputy Speaker, is one of the wealthiest constituencies in Scotland. But among this great wealth lies great poverty. 10% of the children in this seat live in poverty. That is in a city which essentially has full employment and is home to a world-leading oil and gas industry. I and my party want to address that. I don't think this bill gives us the tools to do so. It may go some of the way there, but more work is to be done. The low oil price is, of course, concerning, but Aberdeen remains that resilient city. Those who want to find work will, by and large, find it. The problem, though, in terms of that poverty is for those who are earning the minimum wage. In a wealthy city like Aberdeen, it is nigh on impossible to have a decent standard of life on the minimum wage. For me, the biggest failing of this bill is that it does not give the Scottish Parliament power to implement a genuinely living wage. Aberdeen proudly boasts the title of Europe's oil capital, and we are in the transition to becoming a truly global energy city as we diversify into new markets and into a hub for renewable energy. Over the coming weeks and months, I look forward to championing the industries of Aberdeen and ensuring they get the support that they need from government. As I said earlier, Madam Deputy Speaker, I feel this bill will not be judged kindly by history. It does not live up to the Smith Agreement. It falls way short of the modern form of Home Rule promised prior to the referendum, and it takes scant account of the election result in Scotland. I believe the people of Scotland want a Parliament and a government that cares for the most vulnerable in society, that promotes sustainable economic growth, and above all, stands up for the weak in the face of the powerful. If this place is unwilling or unable to do that job, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's another place up the road, ready, willing and able to take on that mantle. Thank you.
Dave Anderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Chair. Can I say it's a huge pleasure to see you in that seat, and I hope you're there for many, many years to come, comrade. Get that one in first. Right, I want to praise all you members for tremendous speeches they made tonight, but particularly, even though he's gone, my long-standing friend from Cambridge, who had many happy years working together in the trade union movement. And it's there that I want to start, Madam Deputy Chair, because in previous discussions around devolution, what's marked from where we are now has been the consultation, the involvement of civic society. We saw that in the 1990s and through the discussions in Scotland, in Wales, in Northern Ireland, in London and in my part of the world. And not only were people involved, trade unions put in time, effort, politics and money, members' money, to put forward a case for referendum for devolution, because they were responding to what their members wanted. Their members wanted relief from the pain and the suffering that they'd seen through 18 years of Tory rule, and they saw devolution as a route to doing that. Perhaps even more important, though, was the Northern Ireland situation, where people saw the chance of devolution to give them a chance for peace. And I find it incredible to believe, I was sitting earlier talking to my colleague, our friend from North Antrim, that in the middle 1990s, I never realised that 10 years later I'd be sitting in this house working with his father, taking forward devolution and peace process. Sometimes he had to be dragged, but ultimately the will of the people was heard, and nobody can argue it's anything other than positive. And today we have another chance to put right a wrong. The vote last year in Scotland, I'm glad, went the way it did, but we have to address the problem in this House of where we ended up. I believe, as a knee-jerk reaction to a rogue poll, leaders of the parliamentary parties in this House gave a vow to the people of Scotland, which I think some of them didn't want to carry through. But they made that vow, and they should stick to the terms of that vow. And I hope that between us we can make sure that that happens. But I've got to say to colleagues from Scotland that that can't be done in isolation, because what you do with this bill will impact on England, and it will impact particularly on my part of the world. In my part of the world, the people want to have a say. They want to be involved in the way that other people across these islands have been involved. And I don't believe that's too much to ask, but clearly the party opposite does, because the Secretary of State already said tonight there's going to be no constitutional convention for England. The Chancellor, who runs this government, despite what the Prime Minister might think, the Chancellor said we can have semi-devolution if we sign up to an elected mayor. We know what that's about. That's about giving mayors from their party a chance to rule parts of the world who don't want Tory rule and will never ever vote for them in local elections. That's all it's about. It's being used to abuse the constitutional settlement. So if it's good enough for the rest of this kingdom, it's good enough for the people of the North East and the people of England. Why should we be shortchanged? Why should we be told you can have control of your daily lives only if you do what we tell you, instead of having a proper adult conversation with people in the way we've done in this country over the last 20 years? I'm sad that we've lost 40 representatives from Scotland. I believe those people did a great service to their country, to the United Kingdom and to this House. But quite clearly, the people in Scotland have spoken. And I believe that my colleagues who have left this House are where they are because of things that weren't true. They're the victims of a story that said they didn't want to fight austerity, that they were Tory light, they deserted their traditional role as defenders of the poor, the weak and the vulnerable. Nobody can tell me that people like Dave Hamilton, Jim Sheridan and Jim McGovern were in that case, or Katie Clark. These are men and women who never wavered in their commitment to the poor, the weak and the vulnerable. But the truth is, of course, that my party leadership did concede to an extent to the austerity agenda that's gone through from the party opposite. We did, at times when we were in government, favour business and power over workers and the poor at times, and we did let people down. And we did pursue a neoliberal track on many issues which jarred badly with people of Scotland and other parts of the UK, such as the place where I come from. And my leadership has to understand that going forward. Many people across these islands have had a long-held belief in collectivism and the power of the state. They're struggling to come to grips with an agenda that promotes individualism and self-interest. I don't believe that so many Scots voted last year to break up the United Kingdom because they hate the United Kingdom. What they hated was the austerity agenda, the poverty agenda that's being pursued by the party opposite for as long as they've been in existence, that says we will let the poor pay for the failures of the rich, that the wealthy should always be looked after while the poor take the hindmost. And that's why the people of Scotland rejected my party this year, because the source being too close to those people who had pushed this for years and years and years. The same bit in the driving seat for the last 5 years, in the driving seat for the 18 years from 1979 onwards. And we know the history. The people who argue that unemployment was a price worth paying because their people weren't paying it. The people who argue there's no such thing as society because they had the money to not need to depend on each other and the communities they came from. The people who try to tell us we're all in this together, while nurses get a 1% pay rise and chief executive trusts get a 17% pay rise. That's the world that the people opposite live in, and that's the situation that the people of Scotland, I think, are trying to escape from. It's against this background that we need to judge this bill. This bill has to be seen as a way that people see it of getting some respite from the damage that the party opposite has put on this country and on the people of Scotland and the rest of the UK for many, many years. People can't see any respite. Indeed, if you listen to the government, what they're saying is, not only are we going to keep the pressure on austerity, when we back in balance, we're going to keep it on again, which means the people of this country, the working people, the people who can least afford to be looking after themselves, are going to be put under pressure more and more and more again. Of course, the long-term economic plan was all supposed to be roses by now, but we all know where that went to. That was supposed to be all happening by 2014. It certainly didn't happen. People have had enough of kind of the can for failure. This bill is a chance to put things right. But I say to the comrades from Scotland, don't do this in isolation from the people of England, because we deserve the same as your people.
Karen Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my maiden speech following the excellent maiden speech by the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South and the Member for Blaydon. I am pleased to be making this speech in this debate about matters that have important implications for my constituents, but one that they have not been able to take part in. We are at an important point in the history of these islands. As a Southern English MP, daughter of recent Irish immigrants and proud European, I hope to play my part in shaping the future constitutional arrangements of these islands on behalf of the people I now serve. The people of Scotland have been debating these issues for many years. They have this past year sent two strong messages. They wish to be part of the United Kingdom, but they wish to see something very different. The people of Bristol have also sent strong messages. And I think all of us need to perhaps be mindful and find our own inner Gladstone, understand those messages, be mindful of our shared history and proffer a way forward. It is a great honour for me to serve as the member for Bristol South. Dawn Primrolo served as my predecessor for 28 years, and in paying tribute to her, I would like to say what big shoes she has left for me to fill. In Parliament, Dawn took on the Shadow Health and Treasury roles, and in Government she served the Treasury as Financial Secretary and Paymaster General, before subsequent ministerial roles at the Department of Health and at Children, Schools and Families. She was Deputy Speaker from 2010 until standing down this year, as the Speaker last week said, serving with distinction. When first elected in 1997, she was the only Labour MP in the South West. Now we are 4. That's progress. She was one of only 41 women, and now we're 191, which is perhaps better progress. I owe her and the women who have come before me a great deal, and it is a debt that I intend to repay to the women who will follow. Dawn's dedication and commitment was evident for all to see, and her record is closely linked with that of the last Labour government in improving the lives of local people. There are too many examples to give, but I'll just touch on a couple. The building of a community hospital after a 70-year campaign was one, but I'm going to really pick up on education. Because in Bristol, all secondary schools were rebuilt under Labour's Building Schools for the Future programme. The sun shone, the roofs were not just fixed, they were rebuilt, infrastructure improved and standards improved. And thanks to teachers, support staff and governors, all Bristol South secondary schools are now rated good or better by Ofsted. However, attainment in some of our most economically challenged communities is still far below where it needs to be. And today in Bristol South, new opportunities are needed to offer hope and aspiration for all, whatever path young people seek to pursue. For it's a constituency whose people down the years have played a vital part in our country's prosperity. Bedminster in my constituency was home to over a dozen coal mines. Well into the 20th century, many local people spent their working lives underground in dark and dangerous conditions, paid only for the coal they cut. Hartcliffe formerly hosted what was on opening in 1974 Europe's largest cigarette manufacturing factory. Bristol South has a proud industrial heritage, but as the manufacturers of growth, its people were too rarely rewarded or permitted to share in its fruits. In fact, many have paid a high cost, from lives lost in the Dean Lane pit disaster to industrial-related illnesses and to the health effects caused by tobacco in the manufacture of which the city played such a pivotal role. There is a special warmth and generosity amongst South Bristol people. They are, to use a well-known local phrase, girt lush. They are forward-looking, ready to seize chances to help them shape a future for themselves and their families and their communities. Communities that are very strong, that have grown a great variety of community groups and enterprises to help and support themselves. And having powered economic growth in the past, residents are eager to play their part in doing so again. But equipping Bristol South people with the skills and knowledge needed to be part of that growth for the changes that lie ahead is my constituency's biggest challenge. And in many ways, Bristol's story is a tale of two cities, thriving universities, booming finance, high-tech and creative sectors, yet areas of severe economic disadvantage. My constituency has immense talent in its workforce, young and old, but too often people's potential lies dormant, latent and untapped, just waiting to be triggered by local leadership and economic opportunities.
Right.
And this is where the government's grand design on devolution puzzles my constituents, begging the question, where does Bristol, indeed where does Swindon, Exeter and Plymouth and the rest of the South West fit into the emerging narrative dominated by Scotland, Wales and the North? The government says it's intent on devolving power to English regions, but only where there's an elected mayor. A depressingly familiar, unadventurous command and control approach to power sharing from central government. The proposal invests all power in one individual. There is no compunction on that individual, other than perhaps an eye on an election every few years, to consult, to cooperate and to negotiate solutions with other elected and civic leaders with communities, however they are represented. Bristol was the only city to vote in favour of an elected mayor when given an opportunity. Bristol's mayor was elected by 9% of Bristolians on a turnout of 27%. 3 years on, what is the lesson from this experiment for other English cities? Bristolians are still waiting for improvements to transport, housing, skills and jobs. Bristol should be at the forefront of the devolution debate, not lagging behind. The West of England is already an economic powerhouse with an economy worth £26 billion a year, a net contributor to the Treasury. The sensible strategic way ahead for my constituents is for communities' real needs to be shaped not by distant legislators with a one-size-fits-all proposal or individual mayors with pet projects, but by the people and the communities affected. On opening, I spoke about the need for us to understand messages received from the people of Scotland of our shared history, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the key lessons to emerge from recent years, received from Scotland and in fact from Bristol, is that power needs to be shared with communities and with individuals, not just with town halls and professional local politicians. In recent years, my constituents have heard much discussion about Scottish devolution and in recent months about the so-called Northern Powerhouse. I know that collectively, Bristol South residents have the skills, energy and potential to create a Western powerhouse, if only they are empowered to do so, and I look forward to supporting them all to make it happen. Thank you.
Before I bring the next speaker in, I'm going to lift the limit to 9 minutes, so you can add a few extra notes if you wish. Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for calling me to make my maiden speech. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Bristol South, who made an excellent speech, and many members from all sides of the chamber have made excellent maiden speeches today and raised the bar very high. I'd like to begin by paying tribute to my predecessor, John Leach. John and I have had many political differences, but I respect his dedication to liberal values, and no one would deny his commitment to his constituency or his hard work for the people of South Manchester. Despite our differences, we do share one common cause. He is, like me, a long-time season ticket holder at Manchester City. And I wish both John and his football team the very best for the future. I'd also like to pay tribute to his predecessor, Keith Bradley, now Lord Bradley. Keith was also a hard-working and committed MP for Manchester Withington, as well as a highly respected minister, and he's given me much support and advice over the years, and I know he took particular pleasure in my victory on May the 7th. I'd like above all to say thank you to the people of Manchester Withington for giving me the huge privilege of serving them in Parliament. I'm very proud to do so. It's the constituency where I was born into a Labour family. My parents met at a dance in the 1950s organised by the Labour Party League of Youth. My uncle, Albert Winstanley, was Labour election agent in the 60s for Old Moat Ward in my constituency. His electoral ambition was to get close enough to the Tories to ask for a recount. An ambition, sadly, he never quite achieved. So he'll be pleased that Labour won the election in Withington with no need for a recount. Our majority of almost 15,000 was a decisive verdict on 5 years of the Liberal Democrats propping up a Tory government that made life harder for the people of Manchester. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've always lived in Withington because it's a diverse, thriving, vibrant, cultural heart of our city. It does have areas of deprivation that have suffered badly under the austerity programme of the last government. But it also boasts successful high-tech industry, like Siemens in West Eddisbury. It has great public services, like the world-class cancer treatment at the Christie Hospital. It's home to students, graduates and academics from our superb Manchester universities. And while mainly residential, it has fine parks, the Mersey Valley, and my favourite place, the Fletcher Moss Botanical Gardens. It's home to the excellent Chorlton and Didsbury Arts Festivals, and to many people who work in creative industries, musicians, artists, poets, and like myself, in my former life, DJs. Withington even boasts the birthplace of an Oscar-winning actor, Robert Donat, who won his Academy Award in 1939 for his role as a teacher in Goodbye Mr Chips. One of his rival Oscar nominees that year was James Stewart for his role in Mr Smith Goes to Washington, where he played an innocent, decent and principled politician called Jeff Smith. It's always been a role close to my heart. A role emblematic of the difference one individual can make in politics, and I hope I can make a difference in that spirit. Yeah. My first political speech in Manchester Withington was as Labour candidate in a mock general election debate at Old Moat Primary School. Aged 11, I remember standing making my speech, feeling nervous and somewhat out of place. Mr Deputy Speaker, some things don't change. I'm happy to say I won that election and have won several since. I'm proud to have served for 18 years as a councillor in Manchester, a great city of radicalism, innovation and creativity. It's often said that what Manchester does today, the rest of the world does tomorrow. And one of the many areas where this is true is the field of local government, where the City Council and the Greater Manchester Combined Authority are pioneering new ways of working, delivering jobs and growth. The debate today is about devolution of power and responsibility. Labour is the part of devolution. So I welcome proposals for devolution of power to Scotland, as I welcome further devolution of extra powers to Manchester and other cities. The people of the Greater Manchester City region are ready to rise to the challenge to create growth and improve services. But with the extra responsibility must come the resources to deliver. As a former Cabinet Member for Finance, I'm painfully aware of the impacts on vulnerable people when local services are starved of government funding. Local government has taken the hardest hit from government cuts, and in England it's the poorer, mainly northern cities who've taken the hardest hit of all. If we want our communities to thrive, if we want localism and devolution to work, then we must give local people both the ability and the resources to make it happen. Mr Deputy Speaker, after 18 years in Manchester Town Hall, I'd spent a long time in a huge neo-Gothic Victorian building full of politicians. So this year I thought I'd do something new. In coming to the House of Commons, I hope to work hard to represent the people of Manchester Withington, but I hope to fight for wider progressive causes. To combat climate change, the biggest challenge of our time. To tackle the housing crisis that affects so many people in my constituency. To argue for reform of our discredited and ineffective drug laws, and maybe even our discredited and ineffective Prime Minister's question time. To fight poverty and defend human rights in this United Kingdom and abroad. To create a better country, not one where we balance the books at the expense of the most vulnerable, but one where we build a more equal, more tolerant, more compassionate society. This is a time for working together to face the challenges of the 21st century, not a time for separation, either within the UK or from the rest of Europe. We build a better world together. It's a belief in collectivism and fairness that is at the heart of Labour politics. Last week I heard maiden speakers quote great heroes, Gandhi and Mandela. But I'll end with some words from one of my personal heroes, Bruce Springsteen. He put it very simply when he said, "Nobody wins unless everybody wins." Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Hannah Bardell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and let me welcome you back to your position in the House as I take up mine. And thank you for this opportunity to make my maiden speech in this very important debate. Hopefully, unlike my taking of the oath, I will only have to do this speech once. And I follow my fellow member from Honourable Member from Manchester Withington, and I share his passion for football. It was a sport that I played growing up as a young girl and still impartial to a game of five-a-sides. Perhaps if we can't come to an agreement this evening on the amendments, we can fight it out on the football field. Mr Speaker, I have the honour to represent the constituency of Livingston in the county of West Lothian. I am proud to be the first woman to represent the constituency at Westminster, but I'm also very proud to be the third of 3 women parliamentary representatives for our county, following as I do in the footsteps of Angela Constance MSP and Fiona Hislop MSP, both of whom have given me great support. I also have the honour to speak for my party on fair work and employment. And I want to leave this House in no doubt as to the weight of the issues at the heart of this brief. As I address those issues, I have my own family history, as well as the people and communities of my constituency, very much at the front of my mind. And it is their and my expectation that the Scotland Bill before us should address those issues with adequate powers to create a culture of dignity in work.
Hear, hear.
Tackle income equality and thereby enhance economic growth in Scotland. May I first, however, pay tribute to my predecessor, Graham Morris, who served as the MP for Livingston from 2010 and before that from 1987 gave many years of conscientious service as a councillor. I'm personally particularly appreciative of his very gracious comments to me on election night this year. As with many constituency designations, the name Livingston does not convey the breadth and diversity of the many communities that lie within it. The constituency encompasses the large new town of Livingston as well as many smaller villages, boasting fine names such as Fauldhouse, Pumferston, Broxburn, Bents and Roman Camps, to name but a few. These smaller communities fiercely defend their individual identities, even though the mining, coal and shale, railway and manufacturing industries that define them have disappeared or changed out of all recognition. The constituency combines old and new, continuing a history of innovation and invention in ways that strive to look forward without losing the past. The oil industry began in my constituency with the first extraction of oil from coal and shale, and the town of Livingston has gone on to play its part in the development of, for example, sonar scanning, bionic prosthetics, limbs by company Touch Bionics, and soft contact lenses. Mitsubishi is one of the biggest employers in my constituency, and its work with young people in encouraging them into engineering and STEM careers is to be commended. I'm also delighted to confirm to the House that, as confirmed during a meeting in New York with the First Minister, the manufacturing company Jabil are set to invest £12.5 million in its Livingston plan, creating 212 new jobs and safeguarding 147 existing manufacturing roles. May I also highlight the Wesleyan Credit Union, which has done incredible work to give those on low wages the opportunity to save and borrow in a safe and ethical way.
Hear, hear.
I would like to see credit unions such as these have greater powers to inject more investment into small and medium-sized businesses, which are the lifeblood of our communities. My constituency also boasts many community projects, such as the Venny and Knightsbridge, which I visited recently, and Firefly Arts, who are giving young people great opportunities to develop valuable life skills. Two of many local charities in my constituency have been set up by families who have lost their children way too early to cancer. Jack Truman and Michelle Henderson both died tragically young, but their memories live on in the tremendous work their families are doing to raise awareness and funds. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is such inspiring ingenuity and determination in my constituency, despite the setbacks of deindustrialisation. Mr Speaker, my brother and I were brought up in Craigshill, one of Livingston's original and smaller areas, by a single mother who worked full-time in an era when childcare cover was an afterthought and single-parent families were often demonised. In the little spare time my mother had, she fought tooth and nail for our local area. I feel fortunate to have been educated locally, to have had a free university education and to have had a career that has included working in the media, politics, international relations and most recently the oil and gas industry. My brother and I were fortunate in also having the support of our grandparents for a good number of years. Both of them were from mining families, forced from school by poverty at age 14, but nonetheless extensively self-educated and widely read. My grandfather began his working life as a pit fitter before going on to be an aircraft fitter in the RAF during the Battle of Britain. He started one of the early small businesses in the new town of Livingston, his own precision engineering company. My grandmother was a time-served gents tailoress who then worked during World War II in the Rolls-Royce. My great-grandmother on my grandfather's side marched with the suffragettes. Political activism, Mr Deputy Speaker, started many years ago in my family.
Hear, hear.
But, Mr Deputy Speaker, you cannot know people like this and not be committed to the dignity of labour. These were people who knew their own worth, believed in strong trade unions and were prepared, at risk of the direst poverty, to walk away from work that assaulted their dignity. And they did so on numerous occasions. I hope to use every opportunity to remind the House that our mission for our citizens is not just to wrangle over how many hours makes an acceptable contract or how many pence we should add or take off employers' national insurance contributions, important as these undoubtedly are. Our mission in exerting our collective legislative skills to say to our citizens that we understand, we care about and we intend to promote and deliver on their right to secure, productive employment that contributes to this nation's economic process and, crucially, supports the kind of life that every citizen has a right to expect.
Hear, hear.
In my experience, most of our citizens are not looking for executive directorships to top up already large earned or unearned income. Our citizens want a sense of self-worth from a valued contribution in work, the camaraderie of shared effort, enough time and disposable income to spend rewarding time with their families, and offer decent opportunities for their children. It says much for the direction that the UK is headed that we are having to argue so relentlessly for this as if it were a privilege. Nor is it need to argue just a reflection of global forces or immigration. Other countries, not least our Nordic northern neighbours, have long since made it the fabric of their societies. These are questions that Scotland asked itself at the referendum. What kind of country do we, the citizens, want? And I am in no doubt that this is why we got the level of engagement we did. And I am also in no doubt at the heart of people's aspiration, a much overworked but not much defined word. These are largely modest but enormously dignified desires. Mr Deputy Speaker, you may understand then my desire to do all I can to try and influence this House to take seriously and to address the urgent need for this country to declare its commitment to a culture of fairness and dignity in work, and to implement all necessary measures in pursuit of it. Scotland and my party are clear in their commitment to work to achieve this. My constituents and the overwhelming majority of Scotland's electorate voted for it. We require legislation with the requisite powers to deliver it, and we require it now.
Hear, hear.
The Scottish Government is already the first UK Government to become an accredited living wage employer, and I urge the UK Government to make a start on reducing the scourges of increasing income inequality and in-work poverty by following where Scotland has led. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are, as politicians, also human beings. None of us infallible and none of us indispensable. On the day I had to repeat my oath, I spent a few moments reflecting on my mistake and what great expectation and scrutiny there is on all of us as parliamentarians. I was reminded, sat outside Emmeline Pankhurst, of her struggle and what she had done for all of us. And I would like to finish on a quote that I feel I will heed as I take...
We'll save that quote for next time. We're well over. I'm sorry, but we are well over. I've been very lenient on that. Ruth Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my maiden speech in such an important debate. It is an honour and a privilege which I hope I will never take for granted to stand here representing my constituency. Mr Speaker, I'm sure you will agree that my new colleagues have set the bar very high in their maiden speeches and done their constituencies proud, not least the Honourable Member for Livingston, who delivered an excellent speech. However, I have to disagree with many of my new colleagues. Whilst they may have very pleasant constituencies, it is my constituency, Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove, which is, of course, the most beautiful and the most inspiring. From our industrial heritage in the mother town of the potteries to the beautiful Victorian parks and canals, I bow to no one in maintaining that I live in the most beautiful constituency in the country. But it's not just the architecture and the landscape which makes Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove so special. It is the people to whose industry and talent our city stands as testament. My constituency was built on the blood, sweat and tears of working people. It was their labour in the great industries, pits, pots and steel, which drove our city forward. We gave the country and the world a celebrated ceramics industry, including the crockery used in this house, which, for the record, was made in my constituency. But our creativity goes far beyond that. It is reflected in the work of so many proud Stokies, from Josiah Wedgwood to the designer of the Spitfire, Reginald Mitchell, from Clarice Cliff to Robbie Williams. And local businesses are capitalising on this in the new and creative technologies, from augmented reality to tidal lagoon power. It is this creativity which we need to harness in order to build a brighter future for my city and for my residents, where the stories of these successes are the norm, where my constituents have more options for skilled work, where Stoke-on-Trent will no longer be a living wage black spot and a 0 hours contract area, where the blight of poverty and the use of food banks will be consigned to the dustbin of history where it belongs, rather than be a daily occurrence. I am lucky enough to represent the best of British, the kindest, most industrious people, but my community deserves better. They embody what the honourable members on the government benches would call the big society, but what we in Stoke simply call community. In spite of the savage cuts made by this government and the impact on real people's lives, we have seen the best of humanity as they unite to look after each other and protect our city. From Mike and Pat at the Bursland Park Pavilion, where they have created a social enterprise to restore one of our country's original Victorian parks, to Reverend Ashley Cooper and his amazing team at Swanbank Church, who were granted the Queen's Award for voluntary service for their community work. But it's not just these incredibly generous community acts that I wish to celebrate, as we also have wonderful facilities protected by the community to mark our place in history. From our War Memorial Gardens in Tunstall to the Victoria Hall in Kidsgrove, where the Speaker of the House himself visited in the last Parliament to promote local democracy. All of these organisations were well served by my predecessor, Joan Whalley, who joined this House when I was only 7 years old. I know how respected and well thought of she was by people from across the political spectrum, noted for her passion about not only our local football team Port Vale, but about issues pertaining to the environment, serving my party and our country as a shadow spokesperson on transport and the environment when we were last in opposition, and then as chair of the Environmental Audit Select Committee in the last Parliament. As our MP for 28 years, she has left huge shoes to fill, and I hope to do her proud. But Joan wasn't the first woman to represent our seat. In fact, I have the honour of being the third female Labour MP for my constituency since the war. The first was Harriet Slater, an inspiration, who was elected in 1953 on a by-election. She became the first female whip to serve my party and this House. But it is her passion against racism that I wish to comment on. In her maiden speech 62 years ago, she sat in this chamber as a new MP and was so horrified by the tone of the debate that she intervened to make her maiden speech without any preparation, something I really can't comprehend. The subject of that debate was the colour bar, where members of this House were actually debating whether black and white children should be educated in the same classrooms.
Unbelievable.
This was abhorrent to her as it should be to all of us. She intervened in anger, and I hope to replicate her conviction and her passion in the years ahead to protect and promote those hard-earned equalities we now take for granted. And it is with that thought that I wish to turn to the subject matter in hand. I stand here today, probably much to the confusion of the honourable members from the SNP, as a proud Scot. I was born in Edinburgh. I am the granddaughter of a blacklisted Scottish steelworker who became a miner, and my father was blacklisted for leading the first insurance industry strike in Scotland. My mother, Lucy, is also a proud trade unionist and quite simply my inspiration as a strong and determined woman who dedicated her life to fighting for those who couldn't fight for themselves. It is because of her commitment and support that I stand here today. I simply hope to emulate her. Her family were forced to flee the Russian pogroms, scapegoated in the name of nationalism and intolerance. My family weren't militant, but rather proud socialists and, most importantly, internationalists. They saw nationalism, at worst, as an evil doctrine which poisoned working people against each other, and at best as a distraction from the true battles we fight to make the world a better place for those people who need our help. For those reasons, I have spent my life campaigning against the politics of hate and division, against extremism and nationalism. I am proud of the leading role I have had with Hope Not Hate to defeat the BNP and to make sure that UKIP were limited in their success. But nationalism comes in many guises, and we need to stand united to fight for a better world and for the good of our communities, which is why I'll also be fighting for the Union. I'll be campaigning for a fair deal for the people of Scotland, just as I'll be fighting for a better deal for the people of North Staffordshire. There is much more that unites the communities of Bonnybridge and Bursland than divides them. Poverty is poverty, whether in Stoke-on-Trent or Stirling, and equality of opportunity needs to be the same in Kidsgrove as it is in Kirkcaldy. We are stronger when we are united. We have much work ahead of us, but in the words of one of my more famous citizens, Arnold Bennett, it is easier to go down a hill than up. But the view is from the top. I'll keep climbing that hill because I know the view will be worth the effort. I look forward to serving the people of Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove in the years to come, and I hope to live up to the faith they have placed in me.
Very good. Kirsten Oswald.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. If I can begin by congratulating the member for Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove and the other members who have already made their first speeches so well today. And it is with a great sense of honour that I make this speech in this important debate here today, and with a deep sense of gratitude and responsibility to the people of East Renfrewshire. I chose to live in East Renfrewshire with my family, and there is no place that I would rather be. East Renfrewshire is made up of some of the most vibrant, active and diverse communities in Scotland. And just like the new members on these benches here, East Renfrewshire benefits very significantly from the diverse backgrounds and traditions of its people. For those of you who may not be familiar with my constituency, it sits just to the south of Glasgow, stretching from the city boundaries right out to Whiteley Forest in the south. And the distinct areas that make up the constituency all have a strong sense of identity, and perhaps an even stronger sense of community spirit. I'm delighted to follow such a high-profile MP as my predecessor, Jim Murphy. No one can dispute the mark that he made on Scottish and UK politics, and I wish him well. There has never been an SNP MP in my constituency before. In the 2010 election, we were fourth. In fact, prior to 1997, East Renfrewshire was the safest Conservative seat in Scotland. And since then, it has been considered to be one of the safest Labour seats. But the appetite for change in Scotland is immense. And my constituents, just like people all over Scotland, want their voices to be heard loudly and clearly. They expect to be listened to, so they should, and this House must recognise that. East Renfrewshire is blessed with rolling countryside and farmland, with glorious parks and suburbia, and it is a beautiful place. The lovely rural village of Uplomoor leads down the ancient parish of Neilston, with its beautiful old church, travelling north to the bustling town of Barrhead, home of the famous Arthur Leigh Football Club, and east to our largest town, Newton Mearns, a modern area in many ways, but with roots stretching back to the Bronze Age. And on through the beautiful Rutherglen Park to Thornley Bank, where the Crum family for many years combined their print works with philanthropy, and to Giffnock and Eastwood Park Theatre. And then to my own home area of Clarkson, with the National Trust for Scotland's Green Bank Gardens, and Busby, where it's a pleasure to walk in Busby Glen. There's a scenic route along the White Cart Water, through Waterfoot, and up to Eaglesham, a historic conservation village, and gateway to the wind farm at Whiteley. So East Renfrewshire is in many ways a place of contrasts, just like modern Scotland. We are lucky to have active and energetic faith communities playing a full part in our local life. This includes being home to Scotland's largest Jewish community, a growing and vibrant Muslim community, and thriving Christian, Hindu and Sikh communities. And we have an incredible community spirit in East Renfrewshire. Groups run by local people are at the heart of our area, and they contribute hugely to making it the positive and welcoming place that it is. Groups like the Neilston and Uplomoor First Responders, who have dealt with hundreds of emergencies over the last year, and like the Queen's Award-winning Super Kids Club for children with additional support needs and their families. The great range of community and voluntary groups hugely enrich my area. People are incredibly community-minded. They turn out in huge numbers for events like the Eaglesham Fair, which took place very successfully amidst high winds and torrential rain on Saturday. And they turn out in huge numbers for elections too. I am very privileged to represent an area with such an engaged electorate. Historically, East Renfrewshire industry was based on cotton mills, manufacturing and farming. The balance of business has changed. We continue to have a number of farms in our rural areas, and we also have a range of other successful businesses. Many of them benefit from positive business growth schemes like the small business bonus. Many more would benefit from the increased economic powers we would like to see. Our businesses now range from high-end international companies like Lynn Products to small businesses like the Wee Fudge Company, operating from a house in Stamperland and producing the most delicious Scottish fudge that would surely sell well in the members' tea room. And of course, we need all of our businesses to thrive, no matter their size. And for that, we need the levers to grow our economy and to ensure that more of my constituents are economically active. And many people in East Renfrewshire are doing well. They live comfortably in our lovely leafy suburbs or our beautiful rural villages. But it's not like that for everyone. A great many people in East Renfrewshire wouldn't recognise that reality at all. Many people struggle. They struggle badly. They struggle to feed themselves and their families in lovely leafy East Renfrewshire. We have food banks because we need them. We have a school uniform bank because we need it. And that is a scandal. I have seen for myself the difficulties and indignities people are facing, and I cannot begin to understand how in 2015 families and children in my community are hungry. Children are going to school without breakfast. These are children whose parents are doing their best, but who face barriers that are just too great for them to surmount. Families where people are working, families where people would like to work, families where someone has become ill or disabled. If a measure of our society is how we treat the most vulnerable amongst us, we have a very long way to go. And people all over East Renfrewshire see this. That's why they voted for change. And that's why they voted for greater powers for Scotland, to allow us to make the changes we need to ensure that we can have a sustainable, successful economy, as well as making sure that we no longer neglect those of us who are struggling. And things have moved on significantly since the Smith Agreement. This election result reflects very clearly that the people in my constituency and that the people across Scotland voted for something more. They voted for real powers to create more jobs, to boost wages and to protect our welfare state. That's why it's vital that our voice is heard here very clearly in relation to this Scotland Bill. People in this House have spoken a lot about aspiration over the last couple of weeks. Many people in my constituency aspire. Our schools are the envy of the country. But aspiration is a very uneasy bedfellow with the ever-increasing inequality in our society and in our communities. This government has the opportunity with this bill to make sure that Scotland has the powers to deliver successful economic policies and to tackle that inequality. And we will push every day to do that.
Sue Hayman.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I say what an honour it is to give my maiden speech after so many excellent maiden speeches in this debate today. I am only the 5th Member of Parliament for Workington since it was established in 1918. But I'm the first woman to be elected to represent the constituency. And in fact, the first woman ever elected to Parliament in Cumbria. It is both an honour and a privilege, and I intend to serve my constituency diligently. As this is my maiden speech, before I come to the subject of the debate, I shall follow the tradition of the House by paying tribute to my predecessor, Sir Tony Cunningham, who represented the Workington constituency for 14 years. And I'm sure that honourable members on both sides of the House will join me in wishing him well in his retirement. Sir Tony began his career as a teacher before being elected to represent Cumbria and Lancashire North in the European Parliament. He then worked for human rights organisations until his election to this House in 2001. And his passion for this work made him the ideal choice to join the front bench as Shadow Minister for International Development. Sir Tony took his constituency responsibilities seriously, working hard both for Workington and for individual constituents. And in retirement, he continues to champion local charities. Throughout his career, he stood up for the poor and vulnerable, both at home and overseas. And his commitment to helping others, sometimes in truly desperate circumstances, will always define him and provide a humbling reminder to us all. But Sir Tony said his proudest achievement was saving Cumbria's cottage hospitals when they were under threat of closure. At that time, the Health Secretary was my right honourable friend, the member for Hull, Western Hessel. And he listened, and he understood Cumbria's particular needs. I hope that this government will do the same over people's concerns for West Cumberland Hospital and the services that are under threat today. And Sir Tony's predecessor, Dale Campbell-Savers, continues to serve the public, now from the other place. And he remains greatly admired and respected in Workington constituency for both his fight and his intellect. No cause was too large or too small. If people needed help, he was there for them. Many of my honourable friends in their maiden speeches have told us how beautiful their constituencies are. Now mine runs from the summit of Skiddaw in the Lake District National Park to the sparkling sea and spectacular sunsets of the Solway coast, an area of outstanding natural beauty and a wildlife habitat of international importance. But in addition to the country's most dramatic and beautiful landscape and coastline, the constituency has a strong and proud industrial heritage, from mining and steelworks and the flourishing port at Workington to the fishing boats of Maryport, a large farming community and a thriving tourism industry. It's also part of Britain's energy coast, which is bringing thousands of jobs and billions of pounds of investment to West Cumbria through nuclear, tidal and other energy projects. The Solway forms the western border between England and Scotland, and over the centuries part of my constituency, like other areas of borders, have been subject to Scottish raiding parties. And I must say to the honourable members from north of the border how relieved I am that the famous Scottish national uprising of 2015 stopped short of Cumbria for once. And they might also be interested to know that Mary, Queen of Scots, spent her last night of freedom in Workington Hall, because we are renowned for our hospitality. Going even further back in history, fortifications associated with Hadrian's Wall were built in West Cumbria by the Romans as a defence against the Scots, and the native Cumbrians too, for that matter. And at Maryport's famous Senhouse Roman Museum, you can still see the remains of the fort and many artefacts which illustrate the importance of West Cumbria in the defence of the realm, and a role the county continues to fulfil today through the vital Trident submarines that are in the constituency of my honourable friend, the member for Barrow and Furness. The gem town of Cockermouth is also in my constituency. The childhood home of William Wordsworth, Wordsworth House, is now open to the public by the National Trust. And another famous, or should I say infamous, local lad is Fletcher Christian, who led the mutiny on the Bounty. He now has a pub named after him on Main Street. Talking of pubs, Cockermouth's most famous export is the legendary Jennings beer, still brewed at the old Castle Brewery in the town centre. But more recently, Cockermouth became famous for the floods, which devastated homes and businesses in November 2009, when the River Derwent swept through the town centre. And this same flood claimed the life of policeman Bill Barker in Workington when a bridge collapsed. Both towns showed extraordinary courage and resilience in rebuilding after the floods, and PC Barker's bravery that night will never be forgotten. The new footbridge over the river in Workington is named Barker's Crossing in his memory. And Sir Tony worked with the local communities to fight back after the floods, but the work is not yet finished, and I have pledged to carry on campaigning for proper flood defences wherever they are needed, to try to ensure such a tragedy never again happens in Workington or Cockermouth. And to finish the tour of my constituency, I must mention the beautiful seaside town of Silloth, with its famous golf course, and Espatria, the old mining and market town, which shares a passion for rugby with its larger neighbours, and that's both rugby league and rugby union. So you would have thought that this grit, passion and heritage that I've spoken of would have marked out West Cumbria as a key part of the Northern Powerhouse. I'm pleased that the Chancellor's recognised that the north of England can contribute positively to the UK, but I would like to take this opportunity to remind him that the North West extends considerably beyond Manchester. The Northern Powerhouse is focused on cities more than 100 miles south of West Cumbria. We've been shouldering heavy cuts to local government and public services, and the Energy Coast investment that I referred to earlier is still a few years away. Cumbria must not be left out. We need to see proper devolution of powers across the region, not just to the big cities, so we can deliver our potential. We cannot allow areas like West Cumbria to be left behind just because we're beyond the M6 corridor and the West Coast Main Line. And as well as looking south to contribute to the Northern Powerhouse, we should also be supporting the devolution of further powers to Scotland, because the time for rivalry has long since gone. Much of Dumfries and Galloway, for example, is as far from Glasgow and Edinburgh as West Cumbria is from Manchester or Leeds. We must forge cross-border alliances to bring investment in areas such as transport, energy, tourism, education and rural development that benefit the border communities on either side of the national boundary. There are already significant connections between people living in the Borders region, whether on the English or Scottish side. Many jobs depend on the business transacted daily across the border. Many families have members living on both sides of the border, and every day many commuters see the M74 turn into the M6 and back again. We have a huge opportunity before us now to build social and economic prosperity that embraces both the diversity and the common interest for everyone in the border regions. We owe it to future generations to work together rather than move apart. And I want to see devolution of powers and resources benefit everyone, not just those who live on one side of Gretna Green and not the other.
Simon Hall.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be called in this debate and to speak after some very excellent speeches. The Honourable Lady for the member for Livingston left us tantalisingly in the air for her quote, which we look forward to hearing on another occasion. The Honourable Lady for Stoke-on-Trent North, who I first met waiting for our IT to be sorted out. She was there 2.5 hours later after me. I'm glad to see that she's resolved her problems and is in her place and spoke passionately about her constituency, as did the Honourable Lady for East Renfrewshire and the Honourable Lady for Workington. Mr Deputy Speaker, right honourable and honourable members may be wondering why a Member of Parliament for one of the southernmost seats of England, i.e. North Dorset, is seeking to speak in the Scotland Bill debate at second reading. Well, I do so as a Celt, as a fellow Celt, albeit a Welshman, who fought 2 seats in Wales before securing victory in North Dorset, but was very much involved fighting the then Labour government's campaign for devolution in Wales. And the genie was out of the bottle, the settlement is now there. We lived with the consequences, some of the downsides and some of the upsides. In an earlier intervention, Mr Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend, the member for South Cambridgeshire, talked about trust. And at that point, the SNP benches laughed slightly, though I was pleased to see that the right honourable gentleman, the member for Moray, in his speech, accepted the purpose of the point that the honourable lady was making, namely that we needed to have trust in this debate. And it may be that my remarks that follow now are out of keeping or out of step with what a new member of this House should say, but it's never stopped me in the past and it's not going to stop me now. It is probably, I think, quite hard, Mr Deputy Speaker, to build the relationship of trust that is required, because the political landscape shifted very considerably on the 7th of May. Those of us who would describe ourselves as strong unionists, by intellect as much as by heart and by gut and through passion, were left aghast at a nationalist tide, so recently coming after a resolution at the referendum which said, no, we don't want to go down that particular route. It has left the Labour Party bereft of seasoned colleagues, expert opinion and wise heads in this House. So it should be of no surprise to anybody, not least the leadership of the nationalists, that their success has left a huge sense of head-scratching and bewilderment on this side of the House as much as it has there. And we need to build trust amongst ourselves and with the Nationalist Party just as they need to build trust with us. Because I am guessing, Mr Deputy Speaker, that there will be many honourable and right honourable members on that side of the House who will not actually believe in their hearts that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Scotland, and the government is serious about this. I think, however, anybody who listened to my right honourable friend in his opening speech this afternoon could be left with no view other than his absolute passionate commitment to delivering on those additional powers that Scotland and the Scottish people wish to see. Now, we will be judged by our actions on that, how we vote and how we engage in the debate. And I'm very pleased to see that from a sedentary position, the right honourable gentleman is nodding. Could I just ask this of him and his colleagues? We on this side of the House, as opposition members in the Labour Party, take a different view of the end destination for Scotland. We want to see a proud Scotland in a strong and robust United Kingdom. They wish to see a strong Scotland, but as an independent force in the world. They've advised us that they're not seeking to pick off the scabs of that referendum debate, that they are here to try and make the settlement which the Scottish people agreed on back in September work. Could I just ask the party opposite and their leadership not to freeze us out of that debate? Because we are unionists, because we are from the other parts of the Celtic regions or whatever, it doesn't mean that we are any less sincere, that we are any less committed about the success that we want Scotland to be. And there did seem to be in some earlier speeches, Mr Deputy Speaker, a certain tone coming from those benches that unless you were part of the Holyrood project, almost as if some honourable or right honourable members were delegates from Miss Sturgeon and the Scottish Government in Holyrood, in some way we had no part to be taking place in that debate. Now, the right honourable gentleman looks confused, but sitting on this side of the House, and we all know that tone and body language is important. I sat here and I listened to many speeches, all of the speeches earlier, and that was the impression that I was left. It will not lead, Mr Deputy Speaker, in my humble judgment, to that building of a relationship of trust and certainty that all quarters of the House need to build between each other if we are to make this work. As I say, we have a different view and a different vision of the ultimate destination, but we want this Scotland Bill to work. Scotland is a proud and vibrant part of the United Kingdom, and we on this side wish it to remain so. That is going to have some challenges. If, for example, in next May's Holyrood elections, the SNP continue their tsunami of decapitation, I'm tempted to call this the Madame Defarge Parliament. There are more heads decapitated by the party opposite than at any time, I think, since the French Revolution. And the right honourable gentleman, and I am not complaining about that. The will of the Scottish people was expressed in the ballot box. But if that continues through to next May, that is going to possibly destabilise a little further those foundations of trust which we are seeking to build and which we are seeking to deliver on those pledges and promises made post the referendum through the Scotland Bill. I wish my right honourable friend success in piloting through on the floor of the House. We wish to take part in that debate sincerely, pragmatically and positively. I say again in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I just hope that the benches opposite do not freeze us out of that debate.
Douglas Chapman.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's an absolute pleasure to follow the member for North Dorset, and I can't say I agree with all his views, but maybe that's something we can discuss at a later time. But I'd also like to really thank the members for Workington and East Renfrewshire for their contributions in their maiden speeches. I thought their both attempts at the speech were thoughtful and gracious, and I really appreciate I'm sure the House will really appreciate their making their maiden speech today. Mr Speaker, I'd also like to thank you for allowing me to take part in this debate on the future governance and future further powers for Scotland. For members on these benches, it's unlikely there will be such an important bill to be considered in this first session of Parliament, and we approach it with a high degree of vigour and passion to bring home more powers to the people who have put us here, namely the people of Scotland and the one nation we hold dear. Before considering the proposals, may I say a few words about my constituency and perhaps echo some of the comments made by the Honourable Member for Rutherglen and Hamilton West about the staff in the House of Commons. I think every member on this side of the chamber has been really amazed by the generous and friendly and warm welcome we received from all the staff, and I'd like to pay particular tribute to my buddy Catherine, who has helped me through the first few days of being in what is a very strange environment for many of us. As from the constituency, Dunfermline and West Fife is a real mix of rural, village and large town settlements. The coastal villages such as Kincardine, Limekilns and Torryburn mix in with the rolling hillside villages of Salon and Hill of Beath, and they sit alongside former coal mining villages of Oakley, Blair Hall and High Valleyfield. We also have former royal boroughs such as Couros with its magnificent palace, and Inverkeithing, which has its own distinct rich history. We also have many claims to fame. How many honourable members know that Dunfermline was once the ancient capital of Scotland? Yep. Our abbey is the resting place of King Robert the Bruce, an iconic figure in Scottish history who has served as an inspiration to generations of Scots who, like Bruce, sought to reaffirm Scotland's place in the world as an independent nation. Dunfermline is also the birthplace of the industrialist, entrepreneur and, later in his life, the great philanthropist Andrew Carnegie. Carnegie made millions of dollars on the back of the railroads, iron and steel industries in America, and he realised, perhaps belatedly, that the business of making money must also have a strong social conscience. The two go hand in hand. In today's terms, Carnegie would have been a multi-billionaire, and he said that a man who dies thus rich dies disgraced. His generosity and philanthropy travels far and wide. Who has not heard of the funding for the Great Carnegie Hall? And I do mean the one in Dunfermline, but I believe there's also one in New York. Who is aware that it was Carnegie's generosity that brought books and learning to many communities through his support of Carnegie libraries across the world, and that he funded the magnificent Peace Palace in The Hague, which still serves as a beacon to resolve conflict internationally? Musically, the constituency has given us great talent over the years. For rock fans, Nazareth and Big Country are part of our past, and if there are any ageing punks in the chamber tonight, we also have the band The Skids, and I believe that the honourable member for Perth and Perthshire, North Perthshire may know something about these bands. More up to date, the skills and talents of the area are being utilised at the likes of Oceaneering, who are world-leading undersea technology company, and Rosyth Dockyard, where the workforce there are building both of our Navy's aircraft carriers. In recent weeks, I have met with both the management and the trade unions, and they are fiercely proud of the expertise they bring to delivering the carriers projects. But like most activity in Rosyth Dockyard, the workforce there bring in these huge, complex projects on time and within budget. And I'm just wondering, in a vain hope, I'm looking to the front bench, and only the UK government decisions on military procurement were equally efficient and budget aware, then maybe we'd be in a better position as regards the national finances. Another high-school based project which is on time and under budget is the construction of the new Queensferry crossing, funded by the Scottish Government. On completion in 2016, we will have 3 generations of new bridges over the Forth. It is truly appropriate that in a few weeks' time we're all hoping that the Forth Rail Bridge, an icon of Scottish engineering and the oldest of the 3 bridges, will gain UNESCO World Heritage Site status and put it up there with other World Heritage sites. This recognition of the rail bridge will bring many new jobs to the West Fife economy as we improve the offer we can make to visitors and tourists to the area. Members' office, and I really wish there were a few more here, will be especially welcome in Dunfermline and West Fife, as we really don't get very many Conservatives in that part of the country. But I assure you, irrespective of the benches that members sit, they will be made very welcome, and it says here, please bring your wallets. I would also like to pay warm tribute to the previous MP, Thomas Docherty, who served his constituents and pursued a wide range of issues here in the House. He served in the Parliament here from 2010 and rose to the position of Shadow Deputy Leader of the House, and I wish him well for the future. His main claim to fame, however, was his appearance on the TV series Inside the Commons, where Thomas was seen bed-sharing, not at the same time I might add, with the honourable member for Wellingborough in order to secure more debating time. At the time, and as a candidate, I was worried that the level of exposure Thomas was getting on primetime television would damage my chances of being elected. However, a 10,000 majority later suggested my concerns were misplaced and allowed me to remember a very, very valuable political lesson taught to me by my late father, who gave the advice, never, never, never get into bed with the Tories. I also have a very famous, some might say infamous constituent, and that constituent is the former Chancellor and Prime Minister Gordon Brown, who promised much in the referendum campaign last year. By a slender majority, the No campaign won the day, but given the energy and interest we've seen in Scottish politics in recent months, this new bill offering new powers needs to be something special. On whatever measures are proposed, they should carry the support of the Scottish people. During the referendum, we had a huge and engaging campaign which brought to life sometimes staid and, quite frankly, distant world of politics. People felt part of a new vigorous nation and they thought their views and ideas actually counted for something. The great challenge for the UK Government is to see whether they can engage with the ordinary people of Scotland who fought so extraordinarily for more powers. As the bill makes progress through Parliament, I urge you to consider our amendments. They are there for a purpose, to make Scotland stronger, to make Scotland more economically vibrant, to destroy child poverty once and for all, and to allow us to become a better nation which all these people of these islands can enjoy and benefit from. We are in the 56th Parliament and the SNP has returned 56 members. Can I respectfully remind the Government front bench that we're here to do the business for our constituents and represent Scotland like it's never been represented before. I hope the Government respect our mandate and the changing political landscape. Mr Speaker, the world as we know it has changed, and it cannot be business as usual.
Nick Thomason.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for calling me to make a contribution to this debate. And can I firstly, Mr Deputy Speaker, congratulate you on your recent election victory. And can I also then congratulate the Honourable Member for Dunfermline and West Fife on his maiden speech. I was particularly pleased to hear the tribute to Andrew Carnegie and his well-known social conscience, and I have to say that I thought that the Honourable Gentleman's passion and commitment to his constituency shone through that speech, and I look forward to serving with him in this House in the years ahead. Mr Deputy Speaker, it was James Keir Hardie who said, when he was asked about his socialist beliefs, that he saw them as arising from a rooted local culture. And it was his belief in localism, in decentralisation of power, that led him to a firm belief in devolution. Keir Hardie, a Scot who represented a Welsh constituency, and I think in his career and in his beliefs there are lessons for us in this debate today. Not only to say, perhaps most of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, that if we recognise the qualities and strengths of our family of nations here in these islands, we can strengthen our whole United Kingdom. And I welcome a number of aspects of this Scotland Bill. I think it builds on to the next stage of devolution, and let us not forget either that it is a devolution that came about because the Labour government of 1997 to 2010 brought in the widest swathe of constitutional reform since the Great Reform Act of 1832. And I welcome the recognition, formally, in law of the status of the Scottish Parliament. I particularly welcome, too, the increased financial responsibility, building as it does upon the third pillar of the Smith Commission. I welcome, too, devolution and greater flexibility in a number of areas of tax, on income tax, on VAT, on the aggregates levy, on air passenger duty. But as was set out by my honourable friend, the member for Edinburgh South, there are ways in which the government front bench can go further. I look forward to those in the course of the debate on this bill. But prior to coming to the House of Commons, one thing I did was to lecture in politics, and the first thing that I taught at the start of every academic year was the UK Constitution. But the one thing that I always said to my students was never to see any particular single measure of devolution in isolation. They have to be seen in the context of the overall settlement, the overall argument for the whole of the United Kingdom. Perhaps it was the Royal Commission on the Constitution of 1969 to 73 that the noble Lord Kilbrandon took over, and indeed it became known by his name, who said that any decisions and debates that we have here in Westminster on public funding affect the whole of the United Kingdom. Now, that quotation comes from a period before our modern devolution journey began, but it is, I would suggest, as relevant in 2015 as it was back then in 1973. Because it is absolutely critical, Mr Deputy Speaker, that as we debate finance and funding, we bear in mind the issue of funding of the different constituent parts of our United Kingdom. And the point that I would make as a Welsh member, and it is important, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the voice of Wales is heard during the passage of this Scotland Bill, that there is a long-standing public debate on the underfunding of Wales in the United Kingdom. It goes back to the Holtham Commission of 2010, which identified £300 million of underfunding for Wales. It goes through Part 1 of the Silk Commission. Even at the moment, the National Assembly for Wales's Finance Committee is debating future funding for Wales. This is a crucial issue for Wales and a crucial issue for my constituents in Torfaen. I would say, Mr Speaker, to the Secretary of State, the Prime Minister promised earlier this year that Wales would not be left behind. The Chancellor of the Exchequer originally promised a Wales bill within the first 100 days of this Parliament. Unfortunately, all he's done so far in respect of Wales is to promise a further £3 billion worth of cuts across the UK, around about £84 million of which we expect to fall on Wales. Hardly a great start in terms of dealing with fair funding for Wales, I would suggest. But, Mr Speaker, the First Minister of Wales, Carwyn Jones, has made clear that this issue of fair funding has got to be dealt with. And I say this to the Secretary of State. As the devolution debate, and there is going to be a great devolution debate in this Parliament, goes ahead, bear in mind all the constituent parts of the United Kingdom. Because history would tell us in this devolution debate that if there are particular issues that are left untouched, they usually come back to be dealt with at a later stage. I urge the Secretary of State, too, to think again about his ruling out at the dispatch box the idea of a constitutional convention that not only would give politicians on all sides of this House a chance to contribute to this debate, but the wider public in all parts of the United Kingdom too. Because it is very important, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we end this Parliament with strong devolution within a strong United Kingdom.
What I'm going to do is, with two speakers left, I'm going to increase the time to 12 minutes each, up to 12 minutes. Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. So there seems to be cross-party support in this place for this legislation that substantially implements the recommendations of the Smith Commission. And we've had some very interesting contributions, not least from the member for Moray, and we all wait with bated breath to see what amendments they bring to this bill in order to establish full fiscal autonomy for Scotland. We certainly hope that in order to fulfil that promise, that the amendment will be a little stronger than the amendment that we see on the order paper today, all about Scotland moving to a position in the medium term where the Scottish Parliament and Government are responsible for all revenue raising. It does seem to me to be full of an awful lot of weasel words and very far away from full fiscal autonomy. There has been a certain amount of interest in this pledge from people watching the debate in this place, and I've been asked by many where it is that the Scots believe that they will be able to, where they will get the money from in order to be able to fill the hole, which we understand may be 7.6 billion, other people debate it may be 10 billion, but wherever it is, presumably people in Scotland and indeed across the whole of the United Kingdom will be wanting to know from the Scottish nationalists, if they are to get full fiscal autonomy, where that money is going to come from. This is a prime opportunity of introducing an amendment to this bill, and we all wait to see what it's going to say. But the reason I do.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady's Party, when it introduced devolution at the end of the last century, said this would settle the kingdom once and for all, and that Scotland would then live very happily in the Union. What went wrong?
The honourable gentleman will, I'm sure, realise that we've all moved on in the last 100 years and that things change and we become different people. But I think that the majority of people on these islands identify as being British. We saw that in the result of the referendum and the feelings across the whole of this nation. And the important thing is that we remain a united kingdom. But it may well be that with devolution that is being introduced today and will be a continuing devolution, we must nevertheless remain a united kingdom. And I believe that I speak on behalf of the vast majority of people in Great Britain when I say that. What concerns me about this legislation, though, is how the Sewell Convention is going to be implemented. Because the idea is that the Smith Commission's recommendations are that the Sewell Convention be placed on a statutory footing. However, despite the Secretary of State's contention that the bill implements the Commission's recommendations in full, Clause 2 of this bill, in my view, falls short of fulfilling that promise. And let me explain why. Because on the face of it, if you look at the 1998 debate of the Scotland Bill of that year, my noble friend in the other place, Lord Sewell, said, as happened in Northern Ireland earlier in the century, we would expect a convention to be established that Westminster would not normally legislate with regard to devolved matters in Scotland without the consent of the Scottish Parliament. So in seeking to put this convention on a statutory footing, the bill before us today uses identical language, stating that it is recognised that the Parliament of the United Kingdom will not normally legislate with regard to devolved matters without the consent of the Scottish Parliament. I have to say, what does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean that we won't normally legislate with regard to devolved matters without the consent of the Scottish Parliament unless the UK Parliament doesn't like it? It does seem rather an odd way of proceeding. I have to say it's a very funny way to write the law. The House of Lords Constitution Committee, in its report on the government draft proposals, described it in much more measured terms than I will, which is that the use of the word normally is very unusual in legislation and undefined. The honourable gentleman, who is the only Scottish member of Parliament on the other side, ought to listen to this. This is the House of Lords Constitution Committee saying that his legislation is nonsense, and he should listen. It gives rise to the inevitable question, what does the government mean by normally? Well, what does the government mean by normally? It seems to me that language which may be appropriately applied to a convention is completely inappropriate in the place of a statute. So, for example, imagine we might pass legislation that would say, normally it's illegal to steal someone's wallet, except when it's legal. Or normally millionaires ought to pay their fair share of tax. Or perhaps that's a bad example. How about this one? Normally, it would be illegal to blow up the Houses of Parliament, but there might be circumstances in which it is legal. And this is the legislation that is being put forward to this House by this government today.
What is the normal response when the honourable lady sees a white van?
The normal response to silly statements like that is to pass on and not make comment, because the honourable gentleman belittles himself and this place by descending to that. There is a very real risk that... Of course I will.
Grateful to the member for giving way. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Does the honourable member believe that the Secretary of State for Scotland should give better credence to the unelected upper chamber than the cross-party report given by the democratically elected Scottish Parliament?
I simply think that the Secretary of State for Scotland should not be passing legislation which says we will not normally legislate with regard to devolved matters without the consent of the Scottish Parliament, because, in my view, that is not the sort of thing we normally put in legislation. I think this is a bill that has been rushed through at the last minute, not thought through properly, and I suggest very strongly that he pays attention to people who are better experts at it than him and make sure that his legislation is a little better than it is. That is my suggestion. The Constitution Committee's report went on to note that this measure, as drafted, would be of little or no legal effect. I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable gentleman once more. The Constitution Committee at the House of Lords says that this clause would have little or no legal effect. I do suggest that he pays attention to that, and would simply recognise the existence of the Sewell Convention rather than turning it into a legally binding principle. In other words, it's a gesture. It doesn't actually mean anything, and I strongly suggest that the honourable gentleman looks at providing some clarity in relation to that. What do the words of the statute mean? What does he intend? Do tell us what normal means. Do tell us what abnormal means, so that we all know what it is that we're talking about. But this is of nothing compared to the nonsense and the mess that this bill is going to cause in relation to the Human Rights Act. Because the government may or may not be changing the Human Rights Act in some way in the future after consulting with people we don't know who they are yet, and we don't know how it's going to be changed, but it does seem that they do intend to change the Human Rights Act. And as the honourable gentleman knows, it is an integral part of the devolution settlement that Scotland has a role in the Human Rights Act. That, it still seemed to me, to be something that is very important. And if the government is going to honour the spirit of the Sewell Convention, then they will need to seek the consent of the Scottish Parliament before proceeding on any whole-scale reorganisation of the legislative framework upon which our basic human rights rest. I do suggest he needs to look at that. The Convention will be pushed to its limits, whether it has a basis in statute or not. As the Minister knows, the Human Rights Act is embedded in Scotland's devolution settlement, and whilst it remains for the UK courts to determine whether an Act of Parliament violates an individual's convention rights, both Schedule 6 and Section 29 2D of the Scotland Act, the Honourable Gentleman had that, 1998, gave the same power to the Scottish courts to invalidate acts of the Scottish Parliament if they are judged to be incompatible with the UK's obligations under the Convention. And the same prohibition on acting incompatibly with individuals' convention rights is extended to ministers in the Scottish Executive in Section 57(2) of the 1998 Act. So since the passage of that Act, the Scottish Parliament has established a Scottish Human Rights Commission and a National Plan on Human Rights. There can be no doubt, therefore, that human rights are a substantially devolved issue. What is more, the Scots weren't exactly backwards in coming forwards on the need to preserve the Human Rights Act. The honourable gentleman may remember that the government spent the last 2 years consulting on how they were going to replace the Human Rights Act with their so-called British Bill of Privileges, and they went around the country and they were asking people what their views were, and do they have any suggestions, and are there any rights that we've forgotten, and would you like to change this bit or that bit, the honourable gentleman may remember. And he may remember the reception that it got in Scotland. When they went up to Scotland to ask the Scottish people their views, how many people were in favour of changing the Human Rights Act? Does the honourable gentleman know? No. None. They didn't get a single person in Scotland saying that it was a good idea to change the Human Rights Act. So exactly how is it that he is going to be able to implement the Sewell Convention and somehow or other change the Human Rights Act and somehow or other change the Human Rights Act in Scotland? How does this work? How does this work? This is a constitutional nonsense, and it does seem to me that it is something that the honourable gentleman ought to take extremely seriously. The Scottish Human Rights Commission, following the election, said this: "While we will examine any legislative proposals in detail, the Commission repeats its long-standing concerns about the regressive nature of many elements of previous proposals for a British Bill of Rights. These have included enabling the UK to pick and choose which judgments to accept from the European Court of Human Rights, reducing the scope of human rights so that they only apply to the most serious cases or to particular areas of law, and restricting the eligibility of rights on the basis of nationality or citizenship, and all of these changes would fly in the face of progressive protection of human rights and would have adverse consequences for the people in Scotland." Absolutely right. Absolutely right. But it is quite clear that people of Scotland do not want to have their Human Rights Act interfered with by this government, and this government should leave it alone. In fact, frankly, it should leave it alone for all of us. It does seem to me that this government really shouldn't be trying to change the Human Rights Act without first seeking the consent of the Scottish Parliament, and it does seem also to me pretty clear that if Mr Gove went up to Scotland and asked them whether or not he could change the Human Rights Act, they'd probably tell him to sling his hook, or probably something a little bit ruder than that. So can the Minister assure the House today that it is the government's intention to honour the Sewell Convention, that when it comes to such a matter of such fundamental importance of human rights, yes, I will.
I'm very grateful for the honourable lady taking an intervention. Do you accept that our signatory to the European Human Rights Treaty is different from the European Rights Act, and that we are at liberty in this Parliament to change the European Human Rights Act here while still remaining a signatory to the treaty?
I have 2 minutes 46 seconds. I'm quite happy to talk to the Honourable Lady outside this chamber. I would say absolutely keep away from it. It is a devolved issue, and the idea that we can implement the Sewell Convention properly and still change the Human Rights Act and change it in relation to Scotland is something that cannot, in my view, be done. So could the Minister give us a clearer outline of the government's definition of normal? Could he also help us and tell us whether or not, in order to stay true to the spirit of the Smith Convention's recommendations, that the Sewell Convention can be placed on a much stronger statutory footing than the bill before us today? Because as it stands, there is nothing in this bill to prevent this or any future government from riding roughshod over clearly expressed views of the Scottish Parliament and the people it represents. And the first victim of that could be, in such woolly legislation, could well be the Human Rights Act in Scotland. And just as we'll be fighting it in England, we'll be fighting it in Scotland as well to make sure that we keep our Human Rights Act intact.
Kate Green.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to contribute to this debate on what is a very significant piece of constitutional legislation, the next step in a process that we have been witnessing since at least 1997, when the first steps to a devolved Scottish Parliament were put in place. Mr Deputy Speaker, it will come as no surprise to the House that I take a close personal interest in this legislation. As a Scot by birth and upbringing who's lived in England for many decades. But it's not just important to me personally for that reason, it's important to many of my constituents who share exactly that same family experience. Families who live and continue to live on both sides of the border, families who feel an emotional and physical attachment to England and Scotland as a result of their history and their lives today. And indeed, we've heard again this evening, Mr Deputy Speaker, examples of others in this House who share that family experience in at least two maiden speeches. The maiden speech of the Honourable Member for South Leicestershire and the maiden speech of my honourable friend, the Member for Stoke-on-Trent North. They too described exactly that experience, which is very, very common, I would say, in this country, of people who have very, very strong family links and histories in both England and Scotland, and indeed in other parts of the United Kingdom too. So this is a piece of legislation that is important to families across the UK. And it's an important financial, political and constitutional settlement which needs to therefore be fair to people in all parts of the UK. Now, there is clearly cross-party support for the Smith Commission principles and for the idea of greater devolution. And I have to say, I think it's a great opportunity for people in Scotland to tackle the poverty and inequality that pertains still in that country. And it's very much an opportunity that I hope we will be able to replicate in my part of the country in terms of the devolution settlement that we achieved for Greater Manchester. But that cross-party support for devolution sits alongside a wish for the continued ability to pool and share risks and resources. And nowhere is that more important than in relation to welfare provision, where it's key that costs and risks must be fairly shared. Now, there was much discussion this evening of the extent to which this legislation is giving effect to the intentions of the Smith Commission. And Smith said that there should be, and I quote, complete autonomy over devolved benefits. We heard tonight concerns that in practice the UK government will now be able to offer a veto over that autonomy, and questions were asked about what this would mean in practice and how it would operate. I think it is important to say to those who speak for complete autonomy and expect that that would not involve a degree of negotiation and consultation between the two governments, that of course we have to recognise in relation to welfare the huge scale and challenge of operational change that DWP is facing now, and indeed is in a state of, I have to say, perpetual revolution. So it makes such negotiation necessary. It really won't help, I think, either people in Scotland or people in England or Wales, if the stability and resilience of our welfare systems is put at risk by insistence on impractical solutions. But equally, I have to say that I think the wording in the bill on what we mean by this process of consultation and this notion of veto is unhelpfully woolly, and I hope there will be an opportunity to tighten it up when we move into committee later on. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you, honourable friend, for giving way. Does she accept, along with the caution that she is making, that the example of the Northern Ireland situation, where on paper the Northern Ireland Assembly has legislative power, but Westminster has basically said, unless you pass a karaoke version of our legislation, we will interfere in the rest of your budget, create a budget crisis, which is now creating a political crisis?
I think we can see very clearly the importance of precision and of nailing down exactly what it is that is intended in the wording of legislation and agreements. And the Northern Ireland example that we're seeing now is instructive of what can go wrong. Can I also say to the Secretary of State that I hope that in terms of the assurance he gave the House this afternoon about the process of consultation and resolution, that it will be very important that the way in which such decisions are taken and the way in which such negotiations are conducted and reach a conclusion must be transparent. We must be clear about how they have been taken. We must be able to scrutinise that process, and it will be important too that we understand timescales and milestones for such decisions to take place. And as I said to the Secretary of State, there does need to be clarity about what happens to resolve disputes between the two governments. That isn't clear to me, despite the assurances he gave this afternoon in the legislation, and it's something I think we again will need to firm up in committee. I'll give way to the right honourable gentleman.
The honourable lady made an excellent point very early in this debate and intervention as to what happens, who adjudicates on a dispute. Because the answer in disputes at the present moment is if there's a financial dispute with the Treasury and a devolved Parliament, then the Treasury adjudicates in its own case. If it's the Joint Ministerial Committee, the Prime Minister does it. And unless it's specified in this legislation, yet again, it will be the Prime Minister and his government will act as judge and jury in their own court.
Well, I think the right honourable gentleman and I might be able to agree that that too would not be in the spirit of the discussions that we've had around the purpose of this legislation, to create the freedom for Scotland to operate within its devolved powers, but to do so within the context of and as an equal partner in its relationships with the UK government. I will give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful. In order for England as well as Scotland to feel justice is done, how would she recommend that the Scottish grant be adjusted for the money they will be collecting in their own right from taxation?
Well, clearly the fiscal settlement is going to be of crucial importance both to people in Scotland and to my constituents and to his. And that's a function of negotiation that I would expect to see as the fiscal settlement is worked out. What I would say, of course, is that one of the principles that was discussed through the Smith negotiations was the principle of no detriment. And I think we can already see that there are issues to be ironed out here in terms of operational costs and the potential knock-on effects and costs of Scottish Government decisions about, for example, benefit levels or entitlements or top-ups. For example, it could be that a decision of the Scottish Government creates a passporting through to an entitlement which falls to the cost of the UK Government. It could be that the decision of the Scottish Government in relation to crediting people into national insurance contributions creates a consequence for the National Insurance Fund. This is complex to disentangle, and it will be really important, I'd say to the Secretary of State, that this Parliament has a mechanism for ongoing scrutiny. And I hope he will be able to say, or the Minister will be able to say in responding to the debate, how he thinks that scrutiny will work. I have to say there seems to have been surprise too that the wording of the legislation appears to have fettered some of the scope for the Scottish Government and Scottish Parliament to control the devolved welfare benefits. I think there's surprise that only new welfare benefits can be created and not, for example, benefits in relation to matters such as education or health. I think there are concerns that Clause 19 in relation to disabilities carers and industrial injuries benefits may be worded too restrictively, so that, for example, it might not be possible to bring certain people into the ambit of the benefits, or it might be that there will be issues where people could have a question mark over their qualification for the benefit, where, for example, they live on one side of the border but perhaps provide care for someone who lives on the other side of the border, and that needs to be sorted out. There's concern, I think, in relation to the provisions about topping up the reserved benefits, and whether that is, as I would have thought, an intention that the Scottish Parliament could take an across-the-board approach to topping up those reserved benefits, or whether, in fact, as might be one reading of the legislation, it's merely at a discretion to top up benefits for one individual in one individual case. I think we're surprised in relation to clause 22 that the ambit of the discretionary housing payments, which will be delegated to decisions in Scotland, could potentially fetter the opportunity that colleagues in Scotland may wish to take, completely to eliminate the harm that has been done by the bedroom tax. And I think there are also worries in clause 23 about the restriction on the application of short-term temporary assistance, which appears to leave out the possibility that families with children in need, with an ongoing need for support, could be excluded from the provisions of the legislation. These are issues which will need to be sorted out if the Scottish Parliament, if the Scottish Government, if the Scottish National Party are to be able to take advantage of the full fiscal autonomy that they have said is their medium-term ambition. But we can't wait for the medium term to resolve these issues. They will need to be resolved in committee, Mr Deputy Speaker. Important new provisions are introduced in clause 24 in relation to the housing element of universal credit. Again, a potentially useful provision for the Scottish Government to be able to reflect the characteristics of the Scottish housing and rental market. They could, for example, or I hope the Minister will tell us if I'm right in thinking this, vary the broad market rental agreement areas. They could vary the local housing allowance. However, there are again restrictions on the extent of the powers that are being devolved. They won't, as I read it, apply to those who receive housing benefit rather than the housing element of universal credit. They won't apply when people switch back at pension age into receipt of pension credit. And there's a real gap, I think, in the legislation in ensuring that the devolution of housing benefit is sufficiently comprehensive to ensure that the Scottish Government will have the incentives and the levers to use reductions in the housing benefit bill to apply to building more homes. I welcome the provisions in relation to the devolution of employment programmes, the work programme and work choice. This is a sensible reflection of the different characteristics of different labour markets, though I'd remind SNP colleagues that differences don't just exist between England and Scotland, but within Scotland too. That's why Labour proposed in our election manifesto to devolve the work programme and work choice to local authority or combined local authority level. I would expect to hear from Scottish parliamentarians and the SNP what their approach is going to be to that double devolution to reflect local labour markets. And can I also say to ministers on the Treasury bench that I've read the provisions of clause 26 in relation to work for your benefit on a number of occasions now. I have absolutely no idea what they're getting at, and I very much hope that there might be some clarity tonight. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, there will be some very significant operational questions, because smooth delivery of benefits is as important to benefits recipients as the amounts and the entitlements that the system offers them. And decisions that are taken in Scotland could, of course, affect operational workload elsewhere. For example, in relation to decisions about mandatory reconsideration or changing the assessment process, which could have a significant effect on appeals workloads. And I note that a fully functioning separate Scottish tribunal system will not be in place till 2023. So, in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's clear to me that what we've got is a shared intention, but a real gap and a real lack of specificity in providing for the intentions that I think we all understood underpinned Smith. And these must be addressed before this legislation completes its parliamentary passage. We cannot leave issues of such grave constitutional importance to such uncertainty. It's clear that the scale of constitutional change implied in this legislation is extensive, it's complex, and it impacts on the whole of the UK. And it's why we will need to ensure that we have the mechanisms to keep its impact and effect under close and continuous scrutiny here in this House.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to make what will be a brief contribution to this fantastic debate that we've had today. We've had some amazing maiden speeches today, and I'm very grateful to my Conservative friends who can claim that they spoke in the Scotland Bill to make their maiden speech and added to the rich tapestry of the debate about Scotland. So I'm very grateful to the many Conservative friends who made their maiden speeches today, and very fine they were too. But I particularly want to pick out my honourable friends, Mr Speaker, who made some incredible contributions in maiden speeches today, which has been in the fine tradition of the SNP 56 group maiden speeches that we've heard so far and we've observed. It has been great, and I want to pay tribute to my friends from North Ayrshire and Arran, from Rutherglen and Hamilton West, from Aberdeen South, from Renfrewshire East, from Dunfermline and West Fife, and from Livingston. All incredible maiden speeches. I'm particularly grateful to my honourable friend, the member for Dunfermline West, who reminded me of my punk days and my days with Skids and Big Country. So I'm particularly grateful for him. Mr Speaker, we've heard some astonishing contributions today, as well as much repeated stuff. And this is the third Scotland Bill that I've had the great pleasure to be able to speak in, and it feels entirely different today. It feels totally different in terms of the context and the environment about how this debate has been held. For a start, there's no Scottish Labour left anymore. They're all defeated. They were all beaten by these fantastic maiden speakers that we heard today. And if we're listening to the honourable member, the one member who's left from Scottish Labour who's not paying any attention to what I'm saying, we could see why they're in such a diminished state. The almost catastrophic response to this debate and to this legislation, I think, suggests why they are in such a diminished state in this House. And they have an opportunity. They have a great chance, and that is to back the SNP as we seek to improve this bill as it goes through Parliament. This is the one chance that they have to redefine themselves, to say that they have learned their lessons of the crushing defeat, to recreate a new narrative, a new story about how they want to approach Scottish issues. And as we seek to amend and improve this bill as it goes through the House, I extend the arm of friendship to our colleagues in the Labour Party to join us in a progressive alliance to tackle the austerity message, to make sure that we can improve this bill for the people of Scotland, because they have this opportunity to make sure that we progress this bill through Parliament, to improve it. And what a mandate we've got. There's 56 of us here who are here with the strongest possible mandate in Scotland to ensure that this bill is improved. And we've also heard... I've got no time for interventions. And we've also heard from the Joint Committee from the Scottish Parliament, and my honourable friend, the member for Moray, made this point repeatedly. We have to listen to the people who will be handling these powers, to our Scottish parliamentarians. A Joint Committee of the Scottish Parliament overwhelmingly concluded that this wasn't sufficient. The spirit of Smith had not been met in the draft clauses which the Scotland Bill is based on, and we have to make sure that that voice is listened to and responded to. So that is a challenge to this government. The mandate that the 56 bring with the strong voice of the Scottish Parliament, which says that this bill does not meet what is required in the Smith Agreement and the conclusions that the Smith Commission had. So the challenge as we go forward now is to ensure that that agenda is progressed, that we get the bill that the Scottish people overwhelmingly voted for just a few short weeks ago. And we've got to try, and I'll say to the Secretary of State, who's also not listening, the veto. We have to deal with this veto. If it's a matter of wording on the bill, amend the legislation so it's clearly and understood. We cannot be in a position where the honourable gentleman, bless him, the lone panda as he was in the last Parliament, he cannot have the final say on something that is democratically decided and debated in the Scottish Parliament. If there is an issue with the veto, if he doesn't agree there's a veto, improve the legislation, improve the wording and ensure that that is tidied up and cleared up. We cannot have the position where one Conservative member 14% of the vote the Conservatives got. Now they talk about one nation, etc. I'll talk to you about my nation. 14% of the vote, the worst election result for the Conservatives since the 19th century. They cannot have the final say on things that are democratically decided in the Scottish Parliament. So that has to be improved and that has to be worked on. And I think I want to pay tribute to the lady from Islington, I don't know if she's back in her place, who raised some really important issues when it comes to the Human Rights Act. Now, we know the Conservative government already got into some sort of trouble when it comes to the HRA, and it looks like it's booted into the long grass. We have got to be very careful how we progress legislation through this place. Now, we've not got any guarantee and assurance that this Parliament can simply do away with the Scottish Parliament. That was something that they were invited to consider in the Smith proposal. We still haven't got clarity to that. So as we work this way through the Parliament, let's make sure that we get it. But Mr. Speaker, we have a great opportunity now to ensure that the strong voice, the overwhelming voice for Scotland, the mandate that has been given by the 56 is progressed in this bill. Let's improve it. Let's work together where we can. Let's make sure that the Scottish people get what they want, because this is what happens in democracies. When the people speak, governments respond, governments listen, they improve the legislation. We have the strongest mandate. I appeal to the House to work with us to deliver the spirit of Smith, improve this legislation and give the Scottish people what they want.
Mr. Wayne David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we've had a very, very good debate. We have had no fewer than 25 speeches and 16 maiden speeches. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, I would like to dwell for a few moments on some of the maiden speeches we've had from both sides of the House today. The first maiden speech was delivered by the member for South Leicestershire, who informed us that he was a Scottish member, though he was of Italian extraction also, but that he was proudly British. We then went on to hear from the member from Rutherglen and Hamilton, and then the member from Eddisbury. And the member from Eddisbury said that she had a great parliamentary ambition. She hoped to be a member of the ladies' tug-of-war team. So we certainly hope that she's successful in that. But she neglected to mention that she used to be a member of the Welsh Assembly as well. I would have thought it was certainly of note. I was also pleased to hear that the member for the North Dorset said he had Welsh Celtic, as he called them, background. So we are very pleased to hear from him as well. We then went on to hear from the Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland in a very statesmanlike speech, if I may say. And then we returned once again to noticeable and notable maiden speeches from the member from Lewisham and Deptford, who distinguished herself by reciting the red flag. I only hope she'd wish to sing it as well. We had maiden speeches also from the member from North Ayrshire and Arran, and she observed that she had characteristics similar to those of James Bond. I suggest that's because Sean Connery, of course, is an SNP supporter. And then we heard from the honourable member from Swansea East, who is carrying forward the socialist tradition with great pride, if you understand what I mean. And then we heard from the members from Aberdeen South, from Bristol South, and from Manchester Warrington, who mentioned Bruce Springsteen. And that honourable distinguished cast was reinforced with a mention of Robbie Williams by the member for Stoke-on-Trent. We heard from the members then from Worthington and East Renfrewshire, and from the member for Dumfriesshire and West Fife, who recommended that all right honourable members from the opposite side, certainly, when they came to his constituency, they must bring their wallets. I'm certain members will take note of that. But I think the prize, if there is a prize, for the most engaging maiden speech this evening must go to the member for Cambridge, who mentioned that he was successful in being elected to this House at the 5th attempt. So he must have the House of Commons prize for perseverance. Taken together, the speeches that we have before us today have demonstrated the geographic and cultural diversity of the House of Commons, as well as our country, and indeed also the political differences which exist across our nation. The debate today has also demonstrated how politics in Scotland has changed over the past 12 months. In the space of less than a year, Scotland has experienced two extraordinary democratic processes, the referendum and the general election. In the general election, the people of Scotland decided who they wanted to represent them in the United Kingdom. At that point, they expected a cheer, but they probably run out of breath because of all the barricading they've been given some of us during the course of this afternoon. And before that, in the referendum, after an unprecedented national debate in Scotland, the people of Scotland decided to remain part of the United Kingdom. Many lessons can be drawn from these two events, but what is clear beyond any shadow of doubt is that in the referendum, the people of Scotland voted to remain part of a family. They voted to share economic risks and opportunities with the rest of the United Kingdom. They decided to pool resources. They voted for a fair distribution of tax and spending resources. They voted to tackle international issues on a collective basis, and they voted for common domestic concerns to be tackled cooperatively. Importantly, as my honourable friend mentioned earlier, the Scottish people also voted for social solidarity with people from all parts of the United Kingdom. Today I speak very much as a Welshman and someone who is proud of my identity and indeed my accent, Mr. Speaker. And I recognise that many of my concerns and hopes and the aspirations of my Caerphilly constituents are shared by working people in Cowdenbeath, in Carlisle, in Coventry and in Cornwall. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for him giving way. Could you just sketch for us how Labour would have a fair financial settlement between Wales, England and Scotland? How would the block grant for Scotland be adjusted?
Well, of course, we have an agreement, a fiscal framework, and we've given a cast-iron commitment to make sure that the Barnett formula remains in place. Of course, as far as Wales is concerned, we've also suggested that there be a floor as well to make sure that underfunding is tackled in Wales, and I think that principle should also be considered for the rest of the United Kingdom as well. Now, one of the key messages of a referendum campaign is that the ties that hold us together are important and very real. But the other lesson from these events is that there is indeed need for radical constitutional change. Yes, the Scottish people wish to remain part of the United Kingdom, but they also want the ability to determine their own priorities and shape their own nation's future. Can I say that Labour, as one of the signatories of the Smith Agreement, welcomes this bill. It makes real many of the commitments that were made by the Smith Commission. The bill will take Scotland forward in a number of important respects, on a new constitutional commitment, on taxation and on welfare. But the bill has its shortcomings too. Scotland needs to have powers to make different choices to those of a right-wing government based here in London, and it needs to have the ability to do so. That's why Labour will be putting forward amendments at committee stage to strengthen the bill. We want the Scottish Parliament to be able to be unfettered to add to UK benefits and have the ability to create new benefits of its own. We will also seek to amend the bill so that housing benefit is devolved in full. The member for Islington and Finsbury, I think, made a number of very pertinent references to the Sewell Convention and how it needs to be operated effectively. I also note that there were very sound references made to the Human Rights Act, which need careful consideration as well, because one of the things that is very, very clear is that the devolution settlement, both in Wales, Scotland and especially in Northern Ireland, is based very much on the Human Rights Act, and any changes or tinkering or even abandonment of the Human Rights Act by the Conservative government needs careful consideration of its devolution implications. And no, welcome.
Member for giving way. Given the Scottish Parliament, at every opportunity it has had to extend equality, has voted to do so, something that this House can't even come close to claiming. Does he share my disappointment, and does his party share my disappointment, that the devolution of equality law, the full devolution of equality law, is missing from this bill?
Well, there is a reference already to equality, but I think that this one of the things in committee which I think we need to be considered very, very carefully, because I think what is important is also the detail but also the spirit of the proposed legislation.
I know the honourable gentleman is only here because there's no other Scottish Labour MP in order to make this speech, but does he think that the Scottish Labour Party really need to rethink their whole approach to issues like the Scotland Bill and start to reinvent themselves to gain credibility in Scotland?
Well, I think it's very important, but we recognise that to have meaningful constitutional change, it is vitally important for all sections of the House to unite wherever possible. And I really would urge my SNP colleagues to recognise that this is not just a constitutional norm, but this is a way to make practical progress. So I would urge the honourable member to be gracious and generous in his comments, and maybe we can have a discussion outside of his House as well as in the chamber itself. Could I say that when we consider this bill in committee, after discussions outside of the chamber as well as inside, it's important, I think, to take into account the work of the Scottish Parliament, what it's been doing in this area. And I've been taking particular note of the Scottish Parliament's Further Powers Committee, and also the work of the House of Lords, which is referred to earlier. But I also think it's important that we refer to the work which has been done already by the House of Commons Political and Constitutional Reform Committee. And I have to say, in passing, Mr. Speaker, that it's a great shame that the party opposite the government has wishes to do away with this committee at a very, very crucial time. But could I say...
Can I thank my right honourable friend for his generous remarks about the Political and Constitutional Reform Committee and the excellent job that it did on pre-legislative scrutiny on the Smith Commission proposals. Would he actually say to the House, would he tell the House, this excellent list of devolved powers which are going to Scotland, is there anything that he thinks is in the water in Northern Ireland, Wales or England that would prevent us from having a similar list of powers should those nations within the Union feel that was appropriate?
Well, can I say that I thought he might have responded with generous but accurate remarks I made with regard to him and his committee, but I hope indeed other committees of the House will be able to, in one way or another, take forward the effective work which his committee has done. But could I say also that we are focusing naturally, of course, on Scottish devolution. But devolution, as I will say in a few moments, is a process which must encompass, in different ways, all parts of the United Kingdom. It is a principle which is in tune with the demands of the age. Devolution is the way forward, undoubtedly, for Scotland. It was Labour's Keir Hardie, who is referred to by my honourable friend for Torfaen, a Scotsman who represented a Welsh seat, who pioneered devolution. It was Labour who created the Scottish Parliament, and it is Labour which really wants to take devolution forward within the context of the United Kingdom. And it is Labour which is determined to press for devolution in different ways, as I said, for the whole of the United Kingdom. And for us to consider how devolution can be developed most effectively and most appropriately for different parts of the United Kingdom, we do need to have a constitutional convention, which the Labour Party has argued for some time. And a constitutional convention would look not only at devolution, but it would also look at the interface between those sets of constitutional changes and the other consequential changes which need to be made so that we can have a modern democracy fit for purpose. Mr. Speaker, where decentralisation has not yet come about, people throughout the country want it, and they're right. Devolution is necessary if we are to meet the challenges that we face in the modern world. In the 21st century, decision-making needs to be close to the people that we represent. It needs to be close to all the people as possible. Local, regional, Scottish, English, Welsh and Northern Irish decision-making needs to be at a level which is effective. It needs to be at a level which can engage with people and which reinforces all our people's diverse senses of identity. On that basis, Mr. Speaker, we give our support to the second reading of this bill so that this House, in committee, will have a chance to make this bill much better and much stronger.
I call the Financial Secretary to the Treasury, Mr. David Gore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a great pleasure to conclude the debate that we have had today, a very good debate with a very large number of contributions and a very large number of maiden speeches we've heard, all consistently of a very good standard. And let me begin by saying a few words about those speeches. If I may, I'll begin with my honourable friend, the member for South Leicestershire, who delivered a fluent and thoughtful speech. He covered the whole of his constituency. I think he mentioned every village. I certainly hope he's mentioned every village. He mentioned a very large number of villages, and if one has been missed off, I'm sure someone will notice. Can I also congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Eddisbury, for an excellent speech. She spoke passionately about childcare and the dairy industry and indeed devolution. She mentioned that perhaps she didn't have an entirely successful introduction to being a Member of Parliament in terms of the tug-of-war competition, but she had a very successful maiden speech, and I congratulate her upon it. I can also congratulate the number of honourable members from the SNP who delivered their maiden speeches today. They may at one level not want to be part of this House, but they certainly made very good contributions to this House in what they said today. The honourable member for Rutherglen and Hamilton West delivered a passionate speech, and she also made the point that we should respect one another in this House, and I think her speech embodied that. The honourable member for North Ayrshire and Arran told of her moving family story. Again, she spoke very passionately, and she will clearly be a strong defender of her constituents. The honourable member for Aberdeen South delivered a very fluent and articulate speech, as did the honourable member for Livingston, and I suspect both of them will have very significant roles to play in their parties in the years ahead. And also the honourable member for East Renfrewshire delivered again a strong and passionate speech. I congratulate her upon that. And the honourable member for Dunfermline and West Fife delivered a very engaging speech, and I think won the House over with his remarks. In particular, his comments about the staff in Westminster and the support that they provide to new MPs, I think was well made. Turning to the Labour benches, can I congratulate the honourable member for Lewisham Deptford for her speech. She spoke about her background in drama and performing arts. Well, I can certainly say she delivered a very fine performance today. She didn't quite burst into song with the red flag, but she did recite it. I'm not personally sure that's the right direction her party needs to be taking, but who is it for me to say? The honourable member for Cambridge, as we heard after much, showed much determination to arrive in this place, delivered a very thoughtful speech. He spoke about the innovative companies in his constituency and the success there. He also talked about devolution within Cambridge, and he'll be aware of the measures that the government is taking in this area. The honourable member for Swansea East delivered an excellent speech, and she demonstrated great knowledge and love of her constituency, and it was much appreciated in the House. The honourable member for Bristol South delivered an excellent speech. She also spoke as a successor to Dawn Primarolo, and someone who's been tax minister for a number of years. I too know what it's like to follow in her distinguished footsteps. And the honourable member for Manchester Withington, I thought, delivered a very witty and engaging speech. He spoke about Mr Smith going to Washington. This was a Mr Smith goes to Westminster speech. All I can say, as someone who also knows and loves the film, is that I hope he doesn't engage in filibustering in quite the same way as James Stewart's character does in that film. And the honourable member for Stoke-on-Trent North delivered a very passionate speech. She made the case with great passion and sincerity that she had the most beautiful seat in the country. I'm not sure, I have to say to her, that she quite brought the House with her on that point, but she had a pretty good stab at it. I think an easier case, if I may say so, was perhaps made by the honourable member for Workington, who delivered an excellent speech and was able to highlight some of the most beautiful scenery in the nation. I think all of those speeches were excellent starts to parliamentary careers. Can I also just quickly mention my old friend, the member for North Dorset, delivering his second speech, although he really did sound like a parliamentary veteran. It was a very fluent speech. Indeed, as it was his second speech, he was one of the more senior members of this House for the speech. Indeed, I can make a similar point for the honourable member for Torfan, who also spoke extremely well. Mr. Speaker, this has been an excellent debate about a very important matter, and at times I think there has been a strong sense of consent and a constructive approach, and I certainly welcome that. I'd also like to echo the comments made by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Scotland, when he opened this debate, in thanking the members of the Smith Commission and Lord Smith in particular for helping us to take devolution to Scotland to the next stage after the referendum. Their hard work secured a consensus between all 5 parties, which all participants can be proud. Implementing the Smith Commission agreement will make the Scottish Parliament one of the most devolved in the world, and the Scotland Bill before the House today represents the formal step by which we make this transformational change happen in full. If I may also say, well, I appreciate the honourable gentleman hasn't spoken for a little while, so I'll give way.
The Minister will know that a lot of this debate is centred on what a dispute resolution would look like, what's adjudication, when consent could be reasonably or unreasonably held. The honourable member has been a Treasury Minister for 5 years. Can he point to a single occasion where a dispute between the Treasury and a devolved administration, and there have been many, has been resolved in favour of the devolved administration by the Treasury?
Well, the reality is, as the right honourable gentleman knows very well, is that there has been a spirit of working constructively from the government across the piece. And I turn to the particular issue in respect of welfare, where there is where the concerns have been raised about what the part of the SNP describe as a veto. It simply is not a veto. The position here is that there are clauses where for practical reasons, the Secretary of State needs to give consent to ensure that something is practical. That consent cannot be unreasonably withheld, and if something is unreasonably withheld, then the courts can declare that that is unreasonably withheld. I'll quickly give way to the honourable member.
Very grateful. I will be very quick, and I hope I don't get struck by lightning by agreeing with the member for Perth and North Perthshire. But could the Minister and the Secretary of State look at Clause 25, particularly Sections 3 and 3b, to see whether or not they could be redrafted to take away this ambiguity about whether or not there's a veto?
Well, there is no veto. Our approach will be constructive throughout all stages of this bill, but I want to be very clear with the House. The intention there is not to block a measure in perpetuity. It is to ensure that something can be done practically, which has an impact on DWP, which has to deliver it, and it needs to be able to ensure that it can do so. But it's in that spirit that that provision is set out here. Now, can I just also point out, Mr. Speaker, that I'm pleased to say that earlier today the Chancellor and the Chief Secretary to the Treasury met with the Deputy First Minister. They had a productive meeting and agreed to immediately start work on the fiscal framework. The fiscal framework works alongside the Scotland Bill, ensuring the Scottish Parliament has the tools it needs to manage its significant new tax and spending powers, and we've agreed to aim to finalise the fiscal framework by the autumn alongside the passage of the Scotland Bill through Parliament. I'm short of time, and I need to just make a little bit more progress. No, I will just make a little bit more progress before concluding. Mr. Speaker, last year the people of Scotland made a clear choice. It is a choice which must be honoured. So it was a key commitment in this government manifesto that the all-party Smith Commission agreement should be implemented in full. With this bill, Mr. Speaker, we deliver on those commitments. It will make the Scottish Parliament one of the most devolved legislatures in the world. It will deliver unprecedented new powers to Holyrood. It will give the Scottish Government the tools to manage their economy and make important decisions on behalf of the people of Scotland. This is a bill demonstrating our willingness, our determination to ensure that we fulfil our obligations. It implements the Smith Commission. It, I hope, has the support of all sides of the House, and I commend it to the House.
Order. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as I've been say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally. Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. As many as I've been say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The money resolution to be moved formally. Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. As many as I've got a say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Ways and Means resolution to be moved formally. Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. As many as I've got a say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition, Mr. Raymond Chishti.
Thank you,
No, it's okay. Perfectly proper. Well done. Well done. All right. Well, I'm genuinely sorry that the chamber is marginally less packed than it previously was, but it's no reflection upon the honourable gentleman or the quality of his petition. Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very grateful for that. I wish to present a petition protection of green spaces at Capstone Valley and areas around Outram Key Lane in Gillingham and Rainham. The petition of residents of Gillingham and Rainham declares that the petitioners believe that the importance of Capstone Valley and the green lungs east of Rainham around Outram Key Lane should be protected from development. The petitioners therefore request the House of Commons urges the government to protect these much valued important green areas, and the petitioners remain, etc. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Petition, protection of green spaces at Capstone Valley and areas around Outram Key Lane, Gillingham and Rainham.